You thought I was gonna be late. Sora saved your asses. But I do have to put on a second sweater though, so give me 5 minutes.
Come on. You smile when places do, but gremlins beware, cause he's after you. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This gong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a gremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges.
Are you guys ready to watch some fights? Let's go.
DJ AddyPupils.
I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty, 0050, chat gang come with me, we gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me, checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got savvy, no Peter Griffey's, for we get Litty, we sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty, 0050, chat gang come with me, we gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me, checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got savvy, no Peter Griffey's, for we get Litty, we sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys.
I am still muted. Hello. Look at the studio. It changed a little bit, eh? I may have gone a little crazy with the lights. How is everybody's doing? Good. Give me a out of 11. How are you all doing today? That's out of 11, chat. Well, we're waiting. Christmas is so back. The board looks hostage? Which board? The board looks hostage? You mean like over here? I just outlined a poster. You made food today? Ooh, very good. I also made food today. I did a lot of good things today. 4 or so? Oh, well, I hope you're gonna do, hope you do better. The board on your left looks like it got caught stealing. Oh, do you mean the my skateboard? Or my snowboard? Yeah, that's kind of where everything's sitting for now. This isn't permanent, but I wanted to give people kind of a look at what it'll look like once we're in the other room. We're just missing the neon sign, and we're missing, like, a couple other things. But I was sick of it being so dark in here, so I was like, it's time to combine the Christmas lights. The snowboard back there is actually a policeman, so if you do anything bad, okay, Chris and Narc will come to your house. Alright, so stream notes before we get started, because there's a lot. We have a lot to do today. We're very busy. Remember to like, subscribe, especially like and subscribe so we can get to that magic 500. Follow, share if you're on Twitter or Twitch. That would be lovely. If you can afford it, please donate. You can use the following links in chat, which I will send to you now. Or you can use the links that are pinned in your respective chats. Remember, I've got new Streamlab noises at cheaper prices, so you can harass me with noises. I've got quite a few different things, lined up for today. 2 of them I had to record the VOD on. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start out with like the shortest thing. And then while we watch that, we're gonna vote on what we want to watch in terms of the longer things. Earlier today, there was much shenanigans on AugieRFC's show. And when I say much shenanigans, I mean, like, way more shenanigans that's usually on this show. I think that we should invest in watching the one where he argues with DOGE. There is one where he argues with Darius. I did get that recorded as well from my side. So, let me look in the... I planned today in the suggestions tab and not my document, which was very silly of me. Actually, you know what? Let's start off with some news while we wait, okay? So, the news that we want to talk about today is President Trump and Elon Musk in the Oval Office. So if you're like, oh, boring, it's news, it's not very long. I'm just putting all the links in the document, okay? I'm putting all the links in the document. I'm getting everything taken care of, but also you guys should care about this, okay? It is a problem that the President of the United States is being significantly compromised by some fucking South African immigrant, okay? And I have nothing against black South Africans or other South Africans, but I have everything against the Elon Musk family specifically, okay? So let's start with that, because it's the shortest. If I get fucking copyrighted for this, I am going to eat my own...
And we're gonna be...
Oh my god, of course the sound is horrible. I am going to eat my own foot, ladies and gentlemen. Live on air. Well, maybe not live on air, but... I will eat it! It's a 30-minute long video. We'll watch it on 1.25. That'll speed it up. But this is important for you guys to watch. We must be paying attention to politics, and I also want to let, like, any debates or anything that we'll be covering, like, wrap up, because some of them are still ongoing. Tomfoolery! Destiny plea release Pxie Wild Manifesto. Oh, I didn't know that either. Well, that'll be one of the things we can vote on.
And we're going to be signing a very important deal today.
You guys can't see that because I'm not in the right window. Oh, I'm not in the right... Wow. I keep forgetting that I need to go into Discord to use my PNG. Alright. I keep forgetting about it. It's very hard remembering those things. I have to live with a lot of brain rot. Oh, should I sit on Trump's head? I don't think I can. No, I wouldn't be in the way. I'll sit on his desk. I'll sit right here. Hello.
Hey, it's DOGE, and I'm going to ask Elon to tell you
DOGE! Uh-oh.
a little bit about it and some of the things that we found, which are shocking. Billions and billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think it's very important. And that's one of the reasons I got elected. I said, we're going to do that. Nobody had any idea it was that bad, that sick, and that corrupt. And it seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially when we found hundreds of millions of
The little thing says Musk, essential to reduce federal expenses. This is from Bloomberg.
dollars worth, much more than that, in just a short period of time. And we want to weed out the corruption. And it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges, because that's very serious. I think it's a very...
Okay, why the fuck are the pictures like this? Not to go Destiny Schizo. Why the fuck is it this? Why aren't they lined up correctly? What the fuck?
serious violation. I'll ask Elon Musk to say a few words, and we'll take some questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure. So at a high level, you say, what is the goal of DOGE, and I think a significant part of this the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop,
Okay, yes, that is it.
we'd have to.
Wait, was this his child? Why is he here?
Sorry. So gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy.
You mean like you? You mean like you, rich people like you? Mr. Musk, you mean people like you?
But you can't have an autonomous.
Is Restream chat busted? Let me, Oh, I think I have it hidden. There you go. There you guys go. You're back. I'm sorry. I had to hide you, because when I was recording the AugieRFC stuff, I didn't want, like, error messages to pop up. It's okay. You can be seen now. Senpai has noticed you.
Federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is not something that people want, and it does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix. And we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit, and if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payment.
Oh no, Elon Musk is being retarded again. Guys, whoa, holy shit. I didn't mean to fly off the camera. Alright, I'm gonna lock myself there just in case. Hey guys. Okay, if you answer this, hey Jordan. Alright. Can anyone guess why the national deficit from the United States doesn't matter in the same way that it does for any countries? Can any of you guess why? For a treat. A head pat. Does anyone know why? Because the U.S. is the world reserve currency holder. That's right. That's right. Very good class. Okay. The U.S. is the world reserve. Hello, Tori. Is the world reserve currency. Yes, good job, Jordan. Which, I mean, actually, it is faltering a bit, but the euro is apparently the equivalent to the US dollar right now. So who knows? But yes, that's right. We are the world reserve currency. That means that the United States as a country is going to be in a lot of debt because all the other countries owe us money for being the world reserve currency. It's like you can't lose unless you're ultra retarded like Trump is.
Payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But
Jordan gets a gold star. Thank you, Jordan.
And if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country. And it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about 30 million,
right.
et cetera?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that, there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions
Oh my god, I'm actually hot today. It's getting warmer in here.
dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, what happened to USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But just there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, if you look at, say, Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code, that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently. So the reason that departments can't pass audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile.
Oh my god, he's so cute! Someone take that kid away from... That kid is so cute. Elon's gonna turn him into a monster. He's so cute.
Blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list. And this, we're talking about terrorist organizations, we're talking about known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match any congressional appropriation. Can take up to
Sora, you want to know something great? That's how I act in real life all the time.
a year to get on the list, and even once on the list is not used. It's mind-blowing. So what we're talking about here, we're really just talking about adding common sense controls that should be present, that haven't been present. So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise? That seems crazy. When you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization, so then you understand the motivations. So if people receive money, they don't complain, obviously. But if people don't receive money, they do complain. And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest. So then when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything just, they approve all the payments at Treasury. Because if you approve all the payments, you don't get complaints. But now we're saying that.
Dude, if me and Sora ever get in a room together in real life, okay, the autism is gonna be out of fucking control, okay? It's gonna be... there's gonna be autism noises for like the next 3 states over, okay?
No, actually, we are going to complain. If money is spent badly, if your taxpayer dollars are not spent in a sensible and frugal manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely on things that matter to the people. I mean, these things, like, it's just common sense. It's not draconian or radical, I think. It's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures and say, is this actually in the best interest of the people? And if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out. That's a case where, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there are a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, why is there no identifying information? Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve to receive Social Security do receive it, and that they receive it quickly and accurately. Also, another crazy thing. So, one of the things is we are trying to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy, just make sure that this obviously there needs to be a lot of people working for the federal government, but not as many as currently. So we're saying, let's if people can retire, with full benefits and everything, that would be good. They can retire, get their retirement payments, everything. And then we were told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote, because we were told the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And what do you mean a mine? Yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people.
He said shaft elevator. Okay, anyway, so I have started a new poll. I want to call attention to you guys. I've got Darius versus Smaggle, DeOrio versus AugieRFC. We've got the local Ontario provincial debates, which we will watch because honestly, local debates are so funny. I can't wait until the Winnipeg ones start. And then at the end, if you'd like to pick something completely different, I have found a video on, actually, who found it? I want to give the person credit, not me. Or you can select furry racism, who I think was suggested by Zeppo.
People can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire.
Josh says Nick is hotter than Tipster. Oh, oh no! Did Papa got... No! Hold on, guys. Hold on. Ah! That's the least cursed one, though.
Doesn't that sound crazy? There's 1,000 people that work on this. So I think if we take those people and say, you know what, instead of working in a mine shaft and carrying manila envelopes to, boxes in a mine shaft, you could do practically anything else. And you would add to the goods and services of the United States in a more useful way. So anyway, so I think, that's an example. At a high level, if you say, how do we increase prosperity, is we get people to shift from roles that are low to negative productivity to high productivity roles. And so you increase the total output of goods and services, which means...
Oh, honey, I touch Ethan Ralph like you wouldn't believe. Not in that way.
That there's a higher standard of living available for everyone. That's the actual goal. Everyone's very quiet, by the way. Are people normally this quiet?
Your detractors, Mr. Musk.
What?
Including a lot of Democrats.
I have detractors?
You do, sir.
I don't believe it.
Say that you're orchestrating a...
God, that was bad. Someone clipped me saying that so I can make it a dono noise. You bet, baby. I love touching Ethan Ralph. Suffer, Ralph, suffer!
A hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public.
Hockey game between who? Hockey game between who?
The public voted, we have a majority of the public voting for President Trump. We won the House, we won the Senate. The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for. And a lot of times, people that don't get what they voted for, but in this presidency, they are going to get what they voted for. And that's what democracy is all about.
What, are you the fucking president, Elon? I'm sorry. I didn't know that the United States was now a was that I didn't know we now begged the queen. As I once said to, what the fuck's his face? Bigbunjeeeeee, are we going to bend over for the queen? Fuck that shit.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are, in effect, policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the DOGE handle on X and to the DOGE website. So all of our actions are
Wow, I'm being given a lot of jobs here, and I was not asked to do any of them.
Are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think there's been, I don't know of a case that where an organization's been more
USA versus Canada, then Canada better win. That comment was so left fuck. Suffer, Ralph, suffer! The furries are coming for you!
transparent than the DOGE organization. So, you know, and the kind of things we're doing are, I think, very, very simple and basic. They're not, you know, what I mentioned, for example, about Treasury, just making sure that payments that go out, taxpayer money that goes out, is categorized correctly, that the payment is explained, that organizations on the do not pay list, which takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not.
Wait, okay, so you're going after people that have paid, but they have not paid? What?
Takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not individual judgment decisions. These are about simply having sensible checks and balances in the system itself to ensure that taxpayer money is spent well. So it's got nothing to do with, like, say, a contract with some company of mine at all.
But if there is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts. When it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president.
If there's any mods on Twitch, can you please ban the spammer? If you're on Twitch and you're not a mod, I'm about to make you one.
I know has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second, hey, Elon, that seems like maybe that's, you know, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately. You know?
Including you yourself.
Yes. But transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
3, 2, 1.
And we
On the
thought
latest
that
edition
we
of the
would not let
Bloomberg
him do
Business Week
that
podcast, a
segment
conversation
for
with Max
looking at
Chapkin of
area. If
Business
we thought
Week
there was
on
a,
Elon Musk's offer to buy
lack of
OpenAI and
transparency or
CEO Sam
conflict of
Altman's
interest.
reaction
And,
to that bid.
we watched that also. He's a big businessman. He's a successful guy. That's why we want him doing this. We don't want an unsuccessful guy doing this. Now, one thing also that Elon hasn't really mentioned are the groups of people that are getting some of these payments. They're ridiculous. And we're talking about billions of dollars that we've already found. We found fraud and abuse. I would say those two words as opposed to the third word that I usually use, but in this case, fraud and abuse. It's abusive because most of these things are virtually made up, or certainly money shouldn't be sent to them. And you know what I'm talking about. It's crazy. So, but we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that we've already found. And now a judge who's an activist judge wants to try and stop us from doing this. Why? Why would they want to do that? I campaigned on this. I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very, it's also foolish. As an example, a man has a contract for 3 months and the contract ends, but they keep paying him for the next 20 years, you know, because nobody ends a contract. You get a lot of that. You have a contract that's a 3-month contract. Now, normally, if you're in a small, in all fairness, it's the size of this thing is so big.
Yeah.
But if you have a contract and you're in a regular business, you end the contract in 3 months, you know it's a consultant. Here's a contract for 3 months, but it goes on for 20 years. And the guy doesn't say that he got money for 20 years, you know? They don't say it. They just keep getting checks month after month, and you have various things like that, and even much worse than that, actually, much worse. And I guess you call that incompetence, maybe.
Yeah.
It could be corruption. It could be deals made on both sides, you know, where the guy gets the money, he kicks. I think there's a lot of kickback here. I see a lot of kickback here.
There's a lot of kickbacks.
A tremendous kickback, because nobody could be so stupid to give out some of these contracts, so he has to get a kickback. So,
IMAC? Oh, you're talking to them. I was like, I haven't done anything unconstitutional in the last 5 years.
that's what I got elected for, that and borders and military and a lot of things, but this is a big part of it. And I hope that the court system is going to allow us to do what we have to do. We got elected to among other things, find all of this fraud, abuse, all of this horrible stuff going on. And we've already found billions of dollars, not like a little bit, billions, many billions of dollars. And when you get down to it, it's going to be probably close to $1 trillion. It could be close to $1 trillion that we're going to find. That will have quite an impact on the budget. And you'll go to a judge where they handpick a judge, and he has certain leanings. I'm not knocking anybody for that, but he has certain leanings, and he wants us to stop looking. How do you stop looking? I mean, we've already found it. We have a case in New York where a hotel has paid $59 million, $59 million because it's housing migrants, illegal migrants. All illegal, I believe.
And they were being paid twice the normal room rate at 100% occupancy.
Unbelievable.
So it's a racket.
Yeah.
Mr. Musk, can I ask a question?
Well, if I may, sort of just going for the president's comments.
If I may, just ask for some comments. If I may do so. If I may. I fucking hate him, bro. I fucking hate him. Oh, I never did a Discord alert. Oops.
At a high level, you say, well, what are the two ingredients that are really necessary in order to cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1 trillion? And it's really two things: competence and caring. And if you add competence and caring, you'll cut the budget deficit in half. And I fully expect to be scrutinized and get a daily proctology exam, basically. Might as well just camp out there. So it's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. But with the support of the president, we can cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1, and then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good. We need to free the builders of America to build, and if we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%, and that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion between now and
Mr. Cannibal, I have never seen you before. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. We are currently doing our news and our stuff. Before we get on to the brain rot, we're learning about how Elon Musk apparently runs the country. And also, he's got a cute kid, though. Look at how cute his kid is. But someday this kid will probably turn into a monster. Hopefully not. Also, I'm apparently in charge of auditing all of you now.
next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop. That's a fantastic scenario for the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and they're.
Did he just shush him? The fuck?
Inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop. That's a fantastic scenario for the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and they're.
What the fuck was that? He just looked at him and the kid was like, I am afraid.
Their mortgage, all their debt payments dropped. How great is that for the average?
Luckily Musk is an absent father. I mean, not to this guy, but maybe once he gets older and harder to handle. I think that the reason for his kid whispering this insane shit to Trump is because the kid hears Elon talk this way around him. Absolutely.
American.
We had no idea. We had no idea we were going to find this much, and it's open. It's not like complicated. It's simple stuff. It's like,
a lot of work. Yeah.
You can't believe it. A lot of work. A lot of smart people involved. Very, very smart people. But you're talking about anywhere maybe $500 billion. It's crazy the kind of numbers you're talking about. You know, normally when you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. Here, you're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good.
Yeah.
And you can look at the title, and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. You know, the public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years, this has gone on.
President Trump,
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, go ahead.
Senator Rand Paul today said that DOGE cuts will ultimately need a vote in Congress. Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse.
We're finding tremendous fraud, tremendous abuse. All right? I'm responsible for 80% of that tremendous fraud and abuse because last time, Malcolm Reid, hello Malcolm, I love you all so much. Welcome. We are currently getting our vegetables before we watch the trash debates that have happened today on AugieRFC's channel, which I've recorded from my side, so there shall be no censorship. That's right, chat. For a lot of today, I've been sitting and recording AugieRFC's debates, so they couldn't get deleted. I love you, Malcolm. Thank you so much. Mamacita. I always forget. What does Jar say? What the fuck does Jar say? Mamacita, I'm home.
I need a vote of Congress to find fraud and abuse. It's fine with me. I think we'll get the vote, although there'll be some people that wouldn't vote. And how could a judge want to hold us back from finding all of this fraud and finding all of this incompetence? Why would that happen?
Oh, also, Malcolm, if you're still here, do you like my Kwiggler? He doesn't wiggle yet. But listen, one day that means that if me and you debate again, we can use our Wigglers, and then they can wiggle side to side at the same time, and we can call it the Wiggly Debate.
Why would even Congress want to do that? Now, Congress, if we do need a vote, I think we get a very easy vote.
Oh, we will get to the furry racism. The furry racism will be the palate cleanser. Hello, Mamacita. I'll hit you up when I get home. Thank you,
Because we have a track record now. We've already found billions of dollars of abuse, incompetence, and corruption. A lot of corruption.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you comply?
Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then what he's done is he slowed down the momentum.
My Wiggler's a fucking Shiba Inu. Okay? Does this look like a fox to you? Huh? I wanted to sit on Trump's head, but I'm too big. It just doesn't wiggle yet. It only wiggles when I talk, but it will wiggle soon. It's a dog, god darn it. I'm gonna be fucking with my CDJ this weekend. I'm gonna be fucking up your SoundCloud, bro. Good. I want you to fuck it up so hard that it sounds even better, and then I can fuck it up again, and then we can be famous DJs and never have to look at brain rot again.
And it gives crooked people more time to cover up the books. You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is I always abide by the courts, always abide by them, and will appeal. But appeals take a long time, and I would hope that a judge, if you go into a judge and you show him, here's a corrupt situation, we have a check to be sent, but we found it to be corrupt. Do you want us to send this corrupt check to a person? Or
wait, how the fuck? Hold on. Hold the phone. How does he fucking know? Our DJ name would be Mac. Actually, that would be fucking awesome. Mackerel. That would be fucking awesome. I'm writing that down. Sora, write that down. It's gonna be great.
do you want us not to give it and give it back to the taxpayer? I would hope a judge would say, don't send it, give it back to the taxpayer.
Yeah, if I can add to that, what we're finding is that a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. So I think we can all agree that if there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. But a bunch of the fraud rings that are operating in the United States and taking advantage of the federal government, especially in the entitlements programs, are actually foreign fraud rings. They're operating in other countries and actually exporting money to other countries. We should stop that.
and
this is big numbers. We're talking about $100 to $200 billion a year. Serious money.
Oh, I wanted to stop and comment for a second. I got distracted by fish. Okay, listen. How do you know if they're corrupt checks before you cash them? I guess it could be a fake check. God, Trump is fucking dumb.
Mr. Musk, you said on X that an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact...
What?
Cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza.
That's what they're worried about? People sending Oh God, we're already at Old Yeller time.
But after fact check this, it apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas actually, it was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So,
look, Mr. Cannibal, we all know. We all know why Elon wants to stop that, and that's because he wants to keep spawning children into this world. Because he's probably one of those people that believes, if I keep spawning children, I'll live forever. He just seems like that kind of rich person to me.
Nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly. I'm not sure that's something.
Why not? Don't you... Bro, my name is Elon Musk. And I would like to come out in favor of AIDS. Alright? I am fighting for the war on AIDS, on the side of AIDS, bro.
Americans would be really excited about, and that is really an enormous number of condoms when you think about it. But if it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
Mr. Musk, can you talk a little bit about how closely you're working with agency heads as you're directing these cuts? Do they have how much input do agency heads have when you're making these decisions?
Yeah, we work closely with agency heads, so there are sort of checks in place. So it's not us just going in and doing things willy-nilly. It's in partnership with the agency heads, and I check frequently with the president to make sure that this is what the president wants to have happen. So.
God, that kid really wants to listen. I think the kid should run the press conference. I think it would be a much better press conference that way. All right.
We talk almost every day, and I double check things to make sure, is this something, Mr. President, you want us to do this? Then we'll do it.
USAID has been one of your main targets. Are you concerned at all that some of the cuts or that shutting that agency altogether may lead to diseases or other bigger problems starting in other countries that then come to the United States?
Yeah, so that's an interesting example. So that's something where we work closely with the State Department and Secretary Rubio. And we have, for example, turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention.
Left that, you said?
Yes, correct. And we are moving fast.
Welcome, completely nobody. Yes, we are. We are here with our Malcolm friends, and we are watching. We have a cursed lineup tonight, guys. It's truly cursed. I've got a couple brainwashes in between, but oh God, is it cursed?
So we will make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly. So.
Do you see it as a worthy cause, USAID?
I think that there's some worthy things, but overall, if you say what is the bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious and do not stand the light of day.
I can just ask a follow-up to the Pentagon contracts. If you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that a conflict of interest?
Yes, we definitely need to do and are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not.
No, it's not a conflict of interest. You must read thousands of words of contract law to know that. Wouldn't you know that, you silly woman?
The one, filing the contract, it's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
The president said the other day that you might look at treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud, and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or do you see right now in U.S. treasuries?
Yeah, I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills. Or
you also referenced treasuries on Air Force One the other night.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, really the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting. Sorry for this. I thought my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff.
Oh my God. It's like this guy, you can tell he's been an absent father. It's like the first time he's ever dealt with this. Is this the first kid he's actually taken care of? Is this the first kid that he's taken care of?
It's been hard to hear sometimes. Hey, stop that. The stuff we're doing with the Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So, for example, like I mentioned, just making sure that when a payment goes out.
Base Swain says Elon is just 5 million AIDS viruses in a trench coat.
It has to have a payment categorization code. It's like, what type of payment is this? You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank. And you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? I mean, a decade ago, maybe? Ever? Really? And we want to, just in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. You know, and once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to a fraudulent organization. Like, if a company.
No, you're right, Mr. Cannibal. It is a this is all a virtue signal about oh I'm a good daddy. I take care of my children. Look at my cute child. Look at how he is. Look at how cute he is. He's bothering the press. Oh, like, yeah, you're completely right.
Or an organization is on a do not pay list, we should not pay it. I'm sure you would agree. Like, if it's quite hard to get on that the do not pay list, it means that this is someone that is like dead people, terrorists, known fraudsters, that kind of thing. We should not pay them. But currently we do, which is crazy. We should stop that.
Many transactions. And by the way, hundreds, thousands of transactions like that. You know, we have a big team. And for the sake of the country, I hope that the person that's in charge and the other people that report to me that are in charge are allowed to do the right thing, namely make sure everything's honest, legitimate, and competent. But we're looking at just, when you look at USAID, that's one. We're going to look at the military. We're going to look at education. They're much bigger areas. But the USAID is really corrupt. I'll tell you, it's corrupt. It's incompetent.
I mean, yeah, you are the president.
And it's really corrupt. And I can't imagine a judge saying, well, it may be corrupt, but you don't have the right. You got elected to look over the country and to, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and look and see whether or not things are right that they're paying or that things are honest that they're paying. And nobody can even believe this. Other people, law professors, they've been saying, how can you take that person's right away? You're supposed to be running the country, but we're not allowed to look at who they're paying it to and what they're paying. We have massive amounts of fraud that we caught. I think we probably caught way over a lot of billions of dollars already in, 2 weeks?
Yes.
And it's going to go to numbers that you're not going to believe. And much, as I said, much is incompetence and much is dishonesty. We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty sad for our country. I don't understand how it could even work.
The buyout program, can you personally guarantee that?
Which one?
The buyout program, the offer to federal workers. Can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid through September?
They'll get their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout. And what we're trying to do is reduce government. We have too many people. We have office space. It's occupied by 4%. Nobody's showing up to work because they were told not to. And then Biden gave them a 5-year pass, some of them, 48,000 of them, gave them a 5-year pass, that for 5 years you don't have to show up to work.
That is not what happened. That is not what happened. Biden guaranteed and worked out with unions during his presidency that even if they were put out of work because they refused to raise the debt ceiling or something like that, they would still have access to money because we need federal workers to do things like clean up the road, clean up the forest, make sure that the country looks nice, operate toll, you know what I mean? Like, that's not true at all.
And let me tell you, this is largely, much of this stuff is because of Biden. It's his fault. He allowed this country, what he did on our border. What he did on our border is almost not as bad as what he did with all of these contracts that have come out. It's a very sad day when we look at it. I can't even believe it. But many contracts just extend and they just keep extending and there was nobody there to correct it. And that cannot be, I can't imagine that could be held up by the court. Any court that would say that the president...
Hilariously, I don't know why they wouldn't hold it up because Republicans have used contractors for things forever. Even here in Canada, we have contracts used for certain services, which I don't even agree with. For example, chat, did you know that the city of Winnipeg uses contract snow, I want to call them snow blowers, but that's not it. For when they get rid of all the snow in the winter, they contract that stuff out to some companies, and they have been known to do severe damage to private property, which is why when you're dealing with snow, okay, if you're way up here, don't contract it out. Just have the city be in charge of it. Easy.
Or his representatives, like Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of State, whatever, doesn't have the right to go over their books and make sure everything's honest. I mean, how can you have a country? You can't have anything that way. You can't have a business that way. You can't have a country that way. Hey, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Head out.
Coming back tonight. Mark Vogel will be at the White House tonight at about 10 o'clock. If you want to come over, you can say hello to him.
Did you guys get anything in return?
All right, what did you guys vote for? Let's check it out. What has been voted for the next section? We are doing a new thing in my stream, folks. Thank you to the 25 people that are still here. If you guys could please give me a like, that'd be great. We've got 10 likes and 26 concurrents. We want DeOrio versus AugieRFC. Alright, let me grab that VOD for you, you guys. Let me grab that VOD for you. So earlier today, I was alerted to a debate between AugieRFC and Nicholas DeOrio. Now, it was earlier in the morning, so I said, fuck it. I'm just going to record the VOD on my end, because then I don't have to sit there and actually watch it. And I do this sometimes. I don't always use the VOD, just because, you know, it's not always entertaining. But this one was entertaining. And lately I've just been learning to record VODs because people wanna hide. We are gonna have to skip through some of it. I think Sora had a timeline for us. So this is from today. This is them talking about Bo Blacks. Oh, before we do this, I want to show you guys something that I saw in this VOD that I really didn't like. And I uploaded the clip to Discord, luckily. So one of the reasons why we're covering this VOD, we're going to go down here into the content mine, is because there was something particularly disgusting that was said. Now, keep in mind, you guys, I don't like Bobby, okay? I think that Bobby is not a good person. I think that he's hurt people I care
Dude,
about.
Boblax is just, he's a brick.
But here's the reason why I wanted to highlight this particular VOD. So what we're going to watch here is we're going to watch AugieRFC make some of the most irresponsible statements I've ever seen. Now keep in mind that this isn't just going to hurt Boblax. Okay? This is not just going to hurt Boblax. The reason why this a particular presentation is so nefarious and bad faith to me is because it's not just going to hurt Boblax. This is like, I want to hurt all trans people. Now, he doesn't say that outright, but just watch.
Dude, Boblax is just, he's a brave guy. You know, he's just doing the quiet part out loud. You know what I mean? He's exposing the whole agenda. Honestly,
he's just like the rest of them.
Boblax is brave because he exposes the whole agenda for what it is. You know, can somebody tell Matt Walsh who Boblax is so that he uses Boblax as a talking point on every time he goes on Jubilee or one of these shows, or every time fucking Michael Knowles goes on the whatever podcast? Can they just know who Boblax is so that they talk about him and use him as their de facto conservative anti-trans talking point? To me, I think that would be very funny. Okay? I think it would be very funny if they were like, do you know about Mr. Manshee?
Like, Mr. Manshee, yeah, that'd be the great. Because the thing is, he'll never know Boblax for Boblax. He'll only know Boblax as Mr. Manshee.
Yeah.
That's all he'll know him as.
Exactly. I think it needs to happen.
So this happens in the exact same VOD that we're about to watch. Do you have a timestamp, Sora, for the debate? I will find it here. So I said, I'm going to record this because that's not cool. You're going to get to see my face for a second. Ready? That's how serious it is. It's face cam time. Just because you don't like Mr. Manshee, okay? Just because you don't like Boblax, just because you don't like whatever, that's not an excuse to say, hey, wouldn't it be cool, guys? Wouldn't it be so cool if he ended up on Matt Walsh? So all trans people, regardless of if they're, you know, legit or not. Yeah, I will. Thank you. I appreciate that, DZ. Just think about that. Think about the implications of what they're saying. Look, they don't need to be. Wait, is this muted? Did I mute the wrong thing? Am I okay? Okay, hopefully the link still works. I fucked up the VOD. It's alright. I must have pressed the wrong mute button. It's okay, I didn't fuck up the mute button the second time. I'm sure it's still up. Members only content. Fine. Fuck you. Hold on, you guys. $4.99 a month? Are you fucking joking? Yeah, thanks for unlocking those perks for me, boy. Here's your $4, you freak. Okay. So here's the original VOD. But, so, that's why this is such an important thing to talk about, is because I don't know why I recorded it muted. That was very dumb. I did not record the other one muted, however. I made sure of that. My apologies. Alright. Primordial taking rolling under a woo tweet was funnier. That was not very funny. Just scrub through, yeah. Disgusting on Augie's part, yeah. So to me, this is like, I don't want just DM do context about the time set. Thank you. So the reason why this is so disgusting is because, like, let's just punish every trans person for Manshee. Let's just blast him on fucking Fox News so everybody thinks, chat, everybody thinks, alright, that people like me are fucking Mr. Manshee. Do we think that, chat? Do we think that I'm Mr. Manshee? I don't fucking think so. I don't fucking think so. We have the same cheeks. It makes me feel less insecure about mine. Oh, thank you. You've got the, what do they call these? The dimples? You've got the dimple face. It means you'll have a young-looking face as you grow older. Okay, Stevie? And it is disgusting. Yeah. It is disgusting. So, listen, if AugieRFC ends up hearing this and it's like, KelDoge, what the... Why would you fucking say that about me, you SJW piece of shit? It's not about being an SJW piece of shit. It's because you don't like. Why isn't Discord working? Discord, what's happened to you? Let me restart Discord here. You know, it doesn't. Look, hate on Mr. Manshee all you want, but if you legit, Discord. What's wrong with you? Does it still work if I go to my other thing? Hello? Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. I just can't see the Discord. We'll figure that out later. So, now that I've paid the fucking price... Let's find... I think this is... Here we go. So they're gonna debate right here. They're watching Ryan Beard's video, which we've already seen. He's gonna pop up right... I don't think he pops up beforehand. So he's gonna pop up right here.
Like, jump on immediately and then basically...
Allegations, allegedly. my allegations.
Choosing to be his same old self.
On that note, I got to dip. But
Oh,
we
you got to
finish this
dip.
out, but
All right.
I got to go.
All right.
I'm going to close my cam so you can just leave.
Nice one. All right. All right. Well, see you later, man.
Also, fuck you, Connor. You have no personality, and we look too much alike.
I have to go. Good luck reading about Destiny's sex crimes, dude. Good luck.
Thanks. All right. Well,
have fun with this. Have fun with this.
see you later, man. All right. Well, it's just us, guys. I guess we're going to finish up the show.
Jokes instead of taking accountability. This motherfucker has the absolute gall to release an entire manifesto about how Keffels needs to take accountability for her actions, but then once he's in shit...
The Black Void, dude. Nick, call in and save me here, okay? I didn't realize fucking... dude. Nick, call in. I need your help. Bail me out here.
He takes absolutely no fucking accountability for his actions. Like, is this dude an actual fucking baby? Are you a child? In what fucking world is this the right way to respond to the fact that you violated one of your friends and, in your own words, severely psychologically damaged her?
Nick's calling me, but I forgot I'm signed into a different account. Hold on. Nick, add the RFC show on Discord. Oh my god. I'm gonna send a friend request. There we go. I'm sending you a friend request from my computer Discord account, my show Discord account, because I have a million Discord accounts. Let's see here. One second, guys.
Add him to the call.
1 second, guys. Oh, I got a DM from Smaggle. Are you down to moderate the conversation between me and Darius? Not tonight, some other time. Oh, apparently I'm doing this. Which Discord do I call you? I need an answer. No, Nick. I sent you a new friend request. I'm on a different account. It's called the RFC show. Dude, I sent you a friend request. There we go. Yo! What's up, man?
Dude, I had to be sure this wasn't like a pedophile or whatever. like, because I don't know, dude. I get like tons of random friend requests from fucking... There's a fake erudite that sent me a friend request this week.
Holy shit, there we go. All right, well, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? DeOrio. I think this is the first time you've been on the RFC show, actually.
Yeah, I didn't want to like jump on immediately and then basically turn it into like every other after hours that we did.
Connor can read the tweets, that's true. What's even the comedy there? The primordial thing only worked because of how proper and conservative who usually is and how much of a villain Primordial is. They're gonna blab about an Uber ride that you can skip. By the way, I think it's like 5 to 6 minutes. All right, here, let's...
Ever.
Yeah. No, dude, we were talking about that at the beginning of the show or whatever, right? I get a lot of people like nostalgic for like the old days. Like, the old days. I used to RC After Hours, which was just a swinging panel of posts. I'm like, guys, they're all dead and gay. Like, you say you want the old days back, but then when you look at who the characters of all the old days, they're all fucking deranged, you know? It's not gonna work.
All right, guys, we're bringing Boblacks back.
Yeah, that's what I feel like they're saying.
Every episode,
oh,
yeah. You get what you wanted.
Oh,
you
my
get what you're
God.
fucking paid for there.
Dude, did you see Destiny's coming out with his response tomorrow? Did you see he gave a little bit of a teaser today? It's like a miracle I didn't get raped in there, right?
And the only stream you did on this whole trip was when you went to Edwin's house, right? With his setup?
Yeah, I think that was the same.
This is homeboy Edwin drama. We're not well relitigating it.
Was that the same trip?
Yeah, it was the same trip.
Oh my.
Because you drove all the way up and then stopped back there on the way back.
Bro.
You never actually used the computer. You just streamed from Edwin's house.
Bro, what the fuck? That is crazy. Yeah, so I set up my computer, right? I create a Google Voice number so I can call people. Then I message people on Twitter so you guys can come pick me up or whatever, right? Eventually, you guys come after I send you like 10,000 fucking messages. I'm like, Nick, I'm fucked. Nick, help. I send a bunch of messages. Eventually, you and Tom show up. You're fucking obliterated, right? And we use one of you guys' phone to call an Uber because I am able to. I call my mom. Obviously, I share my location with my parents, right?
This story lasted more than 5 minutes.
So we love drunk driving. I was on drunk of dollars, and then we get to the Uber driver.
We're derailing. Do you want to pull up this Alex Gekmo thing I sent you?
What? Let me see.
Is this where it starts? I think so.
I saw this and I just looked at this and I'm like, holy shit. Like, I understand we probably beat on Boblacks too many times on these streams. But
Wait.
like, look at this.
Wait, hold on.
Dude.
Is
I
this...
want to hear your take on this.
Oh, wrong thing. I don't even think I looked at the original thing you were showing me. It won't open when I'm clicking on it. What the fuck? There we go. Ew. What is this? What the fuck is this? How can you even relate? You're Canadian and you can't deny.
Thank you so much, Sora. I appreciate that a lot. I'm sorry, viewers. Sometimes things happen. I'm sorry. I don't know how it got muted, but I know for a fact that the Smaggle one is not.
The indoctrination. True, the kids don't understand such care, but the parents are angry because said indoctrination is real. Boblacks. I was taught about multiple genders and LGBTQ plus stuff in my...
Oh, before we begin, I would like to ask that you guys complete the Twitter challenge. That's right, the Twitter challenge. What's the Twitter challenge, you may ask? Well, on X, formerly known as Twitter, completely nobody has already completed the Twitter challenge. Thank you so much. You're going to take this link that I'm going to put through chat, and then what you're going to do is you're going to like it and retweet it, and then I'll give you a shout out as you do so you can get some free attention. We all love free attention. Also, make sure that you're liking the stream. Donate if you can. Donor links are pinned at the top. Or if you want to donate really easy, you can go to kick.com/KELDOGE. And remember, none of that goes to Kick. It all goes to Stripe fees and me.
High school back in 2011. I'm still a straight male, and a majority of other people in my area who went to the same school as me haven't transitioned. LGBTQ plus indoctrination is not a real thing. It's pointless outrage.
Check the date on that.
2023. June.
Sorry guys, I think Discord crashed. I'm just gonna do my cam for a second. I'm gonna do my cam for right now, and then I'm gonna fix Discord.
2023. So because
That's, I think, after he came out to Ryan Beard.
Because he's still,
right?
Yeah, he said he came out to Ryan Beard and Slacker in 2021. And Slacker, by the way, says he has no idea of that. He says he has no recollection of that. So he was already non-binary, but he was saying LGBTQ indoctrination is real because I'm straight, which is a great argument, by the way. Awesome response.
Yeah, but did you read his most recent statement? That, like, a huge part of the reason why he's, like, doing the stuff he's doing is he's got comfortable around his new core group of non-binary friends.
Dude, come on, man. Did you hear what I said at the beginning? I don't know if you're watching the beginning of the stream. I need Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and all these conservative guys that go on these panels and debate trans stuff to know who Boblax is, and you...
So they're gonna get into it here, and this is where we're gonna have a real conflict. And I just want to say, alright, I actually do... I'd like to give Nick a bit of props for pushing back on this, okay? Nicholas DeOrio, if you ever want to talk about anything trans-related with myself, okay? I can give you all the information you'd ever need.
Who's him?
I'll even invite Malcolm, okay? Malcolm is more knowledgeable than me.
As their token transgender horror story, okay? I really want Mr. and Miss Manshee to become like a viral conservative talking point just because it fits like the narrative perfectly, phenomenally, you know? Like I really want Ben Shapiro to know who Boblax is and just use him as like fucking an argument talking point. I just think that'd be the most hilarious timeline of all time.
I can't even imagine Ben Shapiro mentioning Boblax. Fucking...
Yeah.
that would be the one time I'd want to watch Ben Shapiro.
I need them to do like a documentary, like a he is not a what is a woman documentary. I want them to do something like that with Boblax.
What is a gamer?
Is he a gamer? That would be funny. It's true. Is he a gamer? That would be funny, but I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
What is autism documentary? And they do Boblax. And they just
There's a lot of links between the transgender community and Sonic the Hedgehog.
They tell the sordid tale of Boblax, and they explain how evil it is, right? And then whenever they debate, like college girls or whatever on panels, or they do like change my mind stuff, they actually use this as like their go-to. I think this needs to happen. What is this that you sent me, by the way?
Oh, okay, so this is Destiny's like rebuttal. Give that a read.
Destiny says that feeling when I'm a guy and I'm not popular.
I'm still not sure what kind of Asian Listen, I don't think we should slander Asians like that.
Popular enough to ask any of the guys that Pxie sent me videos of her with Wait, what? Hold on. That feeling when I'm a guy and I'm not popular enough to ask any of the guys that Pxie sent me videos of her with gave her 100% explicit written consent to send identifiable videos of them to a popular streamer that feels. Wait, so he's saying Pxie also sent him revenge porn of other streamers?
That's the thing, yeah.
What?
So my response to that is, wow, that's gonna really, her political career is gonna take a massive hit for that one. What is the takeaway supposed to be here?
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's Destiny's go-to response with anything, right? If you ever criticize or accuse Destiny of having bad behavior, he'll just say, well, sure, I had bad behavior, but dipshit conservative does this and nobody calls him out, so I can do whatever I want, blah, blah, blah. Now he's just doing the same thing with his victims.
Oh, wait, she's a bad person? All right, fuck the concept of consent. Never mind.
Okay, all right, shit. That is just so stupid, dude. This guy is just so disgusting.
I'm confused why he couldn't respond before then. Like, none of this makes any sense.
I want to know why. Yeah, why is he's now able to talk about this? I don't know.
I explained it on my stream the other night where, like, so basically, like, you can't respond because he's obviously wrapped in legal stuff, but legal stuff doesn't apply when you're angry. So as long as he hits, like, a certain level of anger, then he can talk about it, like, as much as he wants.
Yeah.
That has to be the narrative.
Yeah.
I don't know what other way it could be.
That makes sense, man. Did you see Ryan Beard's video? I'm almost done finishing it off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's fucking great.
It's pretty
It was surprisingly
brutal.
good.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite thing about this video is that he doesn't waste your time. He just shows you the clip.
Yeah, that was exactly what I said to him. There's no fucking fat on this.
Yeah.
It's super long, but everything feels like it's relevant. Like, all of the little weird clips that I feel like I would spend time arguing are in the first, like, 3 minutes, and they're just used as, like, fodder.
Yeah.
Like, you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember in the beginning of like the iDubbbz content cop, where he says some shit like, I'm not going to be going after Keemstar because he said the N-word like fucking 10 years ago. I'm just going to play the clip of him saying it once as like a joke. That's kind of how he does the intro to this video.
Exactly.
Well, like
he just responds to like
hear.
all of like the sweeping talking points at the very beginning. You know, he responds to what the average DGGer would say, which I thought was brilliant too. And just, you know, oh, they're going to say I'm obsessed.
I'm going to be a little bit quiet here so you guys can get the full context, but I'm also just posting links into the Word document.
Here's 1,000 videos that are all an hour long of Destiny talking about Hassan. You know, apparently that's not obsession, but when I make one video talking about this guy, it's obsessed because I spent 3 years working on it. It's like, yeah, he just effortlessly just destroys all of them. And it's so funny too. Coming from Ryan Beard is so unexpected. Granted, I never really cover this guy, or I don't really know too much about who Ryan Beard is. All I know is that he's kind of like a Spurg or something, where he's kind of soy. I don't know what his
It was like a time on Twitter where it felt like you couldn't engage in any drama without reading the worst Ryan Beard take possible.
He's just soy, I guess, or whatever. But he seems to have.
Oh, you guys want to know something cool about Ryan Beard? You guys want to know something really cool? I actually messaged him and apologized for harassing him many years ago, and he messaged me back. And he forgave me, and he was very nice about it. So Ryan Beard, good guy. Good guy, Ryan Beard.
He seems to have sharpened his axe or whatever. I don't know. He's gotten a lot better now. So
it's the opposite of President Sunday. Like, it's obvious that Ryan Beard has wanted to go after this.
Okay, let's be real. That's so true.
Guy for like years, right? Like, he's been waiting for his opportunity to land a punch, but instead of just like being an autistic warhead, he created a well-designed takedown piece.
Yeah,
and then released it. Yeah.
No, it's great. Randeep King with the 5 says there's some incriminating allegations of Nick on Papa Gut's Twitter media tab. Wow.
Oh yeah, those are bad, dude.
Is that
very bad.
Yeah, that's been making the rounds.
I didn't even know that was really his account. But,
Copying the flower girls at your wedding with Mika's
okay, this is the second time somebody's done it about this. This is just arranged. What is going on, Nick?
It's gone past the Mika's rhetoric stuff now. It's gotten worse.
So Papa Gut's back on Twitter now? I thought he left.
Yeah, he keeps posting AI like things of me kissing people.
I thought that was Spawndial. I thought Spawndial took his Twitter account.
No, this is really Papa Gut.
What? I saw people like, they're like, oh, you should pull up Papa Gut's Twitter. I'm like, good one, retards. Oh, this is actually him. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I literally thought this was Spawndial. That's great. This is some great stuff right here. Wow.
Wow, crazy call sexual harassment. Great stuff.
Oh man, I'm gonna finish this video out. I don't know if you want to see the last. All right, let's watch it.
Never in a million years could I imagine being a soulless, heartless piece of shit like this who treats my best friends like actual human garbage. And for you to get up on your high horse and act like you're the moral police of the universe who has any place to judge other people while acting like this is fucking insane.
You know, with this whole situation, I don't think Steven shared this because he thought it was okay to share. I personally believe, this is my theory, that he shared this because he just didn't care and he didn't think that the other person would ever find out. And that to me is almost worse. Because it shows that you don't care about the people you slept with and who shared that intimate moment with you and recorded it. And it shows to me that if you are going to be able to avoid the consequences of it, you'll say and do things behind closed door that are just unbecoming. And if I...
Apparently, Abba's video on this is really good. We might watch it. I shipped to IT/TJ. We might watch it just a different day.
I'm your friend and I see you do that to your other people that you've slept with and you call friends, then I can only imagine that even for me, I might not be safe and I can't trust you. And what I see is another more failing where it's like, when no one's watching, you're not doing the right thing. You can massage it however you want. It's a shitty thing to share a sex tape, but it's not the worst thing. I'm sorry. That's fucking garbage behavior.
W Bull in chat, guys. W Bull.
And it's like, I don't know how he's going to engage with somebody whose position is like exactly what Abba just said.
Dude, I was just about to say, is Desi gonna, how does Desi respond to this video?
He's not.
You know, like, I mean, Abba is like just, this whole video is great, you know, and he calls out the sweep right there. I mean, Abba really just defines what the sweep is and is like, fuck that, I'm not doing that. Sorry,
no,
I
he's
can't.
going to try to cherry pick and beat out like the most ridiculous points the dumbest people have made thus far. And he's going to wean it down to like, yeah, look, I distributed this picture to a person who I never thought would share it. Unfortunately, that did happen or whatever. And there's nothing I can do, and I'm sorry or whatever, probably.
You know what me and
that's going to be enough for some of his audience.
You know what me and Connor think he's going to do? He said he's going to respond to the Willie Mac video. I feel like he's going to respond to the Willie Mac video, but only play the Sunday part of the video.
No, he has to do more than that.
He has to, like, but I feel like this motherfucker has no shame.
I would be shocked, dude.
Dude, just watch it happen, bro. It's just, he's only going to play the the parts of the video where Willie goes after Sunday and talk so that he can use that as like, you know, his excuse to talk about the situation. I would love for him to watch the full thing. I'd love for him to watch Ryan Beard's video, to be honest, but.
Well, that was what started.
He's never gonna happen.
The fight, right? Like,
it's never gonna happen.
I was on fucking Twitter saying, hey, it's really funny that like Destiny won't respond to Ryan Beard, which by the way, now you've watched the video. Do you agree that 80% of that video has nothing to do with Pxie and Chaeiry and it's all about like previous actions?
Yeah.
This is a video that he absolutely could have responded
this video
to when it was released and abstained on parts where he couldn't talk about it.
It shows his comprehensive history, right? Destiny's comprehensive history of abuse, the patterns of abuse. It makes the argument that Mr. Girl tried and failed to make years ago, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, there's all this drama going on with people like criticizing Willie Mack. I think a lot of the big reason why people are criticizing Willie Mack is because that's the chosen video that Destiny is like chosen, like by word, like, well, actually, I guess, I don't know if Destiny chose the video. Destiny did say, like, I'm going to respond to the Willie Mack video. Somebody asked him, and he's like, I'm going to respond to the Willie Mack video. So I think
I thought he did also at one point say he was going to respond to this video as well, but that was
this video.
Told me. Yeah.
Well, I'd love to.
That was before, though.
I'd hope that they said that. I'd have to see the clip. I don't believe that. But I think that's why Willie's video is being looked at under a microscope so much, is because this is Destiny's approved video to respond to. You know, that's the position that Willie's video is in, and because Willie's video wasn't a look at Destiny's entire history and rather just this one specific situation, and half of it's on present Sunday, right? The video is like safer for Destiny to look at. I think that's like a lot of what the criticism comes down to. So
sure, yeah, but this is how like the whole conversation started, right? So I said like, hey, obviously Hassan is not reacting to his nuke, Destiny's not reacting to his nuke. Why don't these guys just like share links, right?
Yeah,
because I think the reaction videos were like right next to each other on like the same day.
Oh, it was so pathetic. It was so pathetic. The screenshot.
And that's like the thread.
Okay, guys, I'm finally done with the agenda, which is probably gonna get split into 2 days. So I'm just gonna show you the agenda right here, real quick. That's kind of gonna give you an idea of what we're gonna be talking about. All right. So this is our whole agenda for today. So we've got all these things to do. I'm gonna guess we're probably gonna get to. We've done this, we're doing this. I'm gonna guess that we're probably gonna get to this one and maybe this one. And then the rest of them we will save for tomorrow. But I'll give you guys I'll let you guys choose this as a palate cleanser. I don't know why it would be a palate cleanser, but yeah, we got a lot to do today. It's a lot of news.
Where Destiny started freaking out. But before he did that, all his fans were like, Nick, he can't respond. He can't say anything. It'll jeopardize his lawsuit. Are you out of your mind, Nick? It's like, if you watch the video, you can see that like there's a significant amount of this like multi-hour video that he can engage with. But that's besides the point. While they were sitting there gun guarding and talking about how Destiny couldn't respond because of the lawsuit, Destiny was drafting up like a 4-paragraph response to me that he ended up putting out anyway.
Yeah.
So then it's like, oh, okay, so well that didn't really make any sense. And then all he did was kind of signal boost Ryan Beard's video that way. So
yeah.
I guess I got what I wanted, but he should react to it on stream.
He should. Let's keep playing.
Okay. It just is. Call it a spade a spade. It's garbage behavior. Don't mush it over because you like your favorite streamer. Don't mush it over because you think he's important politically. It's garbage behavior.
Right before uploading this video, another woman named Stasia just came out with allegations that Destiny shared explicit material of her without her consent.
Wow.
And a woman named Denims just came out with an allegation that Destiny had recorded her without her knowledge. This recording was non-sexual, but apparently it's illegal to record people without their knowledge in that state. Destiny
even shit like this, like, he could have just as easily not included the fact that like the denim stuff was not sexual, like Mike from PA and all those other fucking idiots on Twitter are doing. But no, he even puts the disclaimer in. This is a good video.
Yeah, he really like checks any little area where he can be attacked. And the reason why he does this is because, I mean, he's been getting flamed by Destiny for years now. So he's like battle torn, you know, he's ready. He understands like how this game works, right? So he was very careful with this video. He knows how Destiny works. He's been studying Destiny for years. He's been honestly getting beaten up by Destiny for years. Now he knows, you know, now this is an upgraded, strong Ryan Beard. This guy is, he understands. I understand it now. That was Ryan Beard making this video. I understand it now.
Well, Destiny's pissed off a lot of people and he's put himself in like horrible positions. He slept through half of Twitch and now that's starting to catch up with him. He made tons of enemies. Now that's also catching up with him. But the problem is it's all happening at once. And he's also done something wrong.
Yeah.
Like everything he's ever done is.
But also, yeah, I guess it helps that Destiny's also a giga rapist now. And probably assist a little bit, but.
Ignore Stasia's allegations for some reason, but in response to Denim's allegations, he sent messages to his public chat threatening to leak the recordings of her in an attempt to silence her, showing that he is still engaging in the.
Sora, I did get that part of the VOD, by the way. I recorded like an extra hour because I fell asleep.
exact same behavior as always. So now we have 4 different women who Destiny allegedly shared nudes of without their consent, 1 woman that Destiny sexually assaulted, 1 woman who felt pressured into sending Destiny feet pics, 1 woman who Destiny allegedly recorded sexually without her knowledge, 2 men on Grindr who Destiny allegedly recorded sexually without their knowledge, and 1 woman who was recorded non-sexually without her knowledge, for a grand total of 10 different victims that we know of so far.
Wow, that part of the video right there, that's like, imagine if the video just ends right there. He counts the victims, lists them all off, shows them on screen. Damn. 10?
Would you rather it say cuts to black or him start promoting his Patreon?
Yeah, just cut it right there. Boom, done.
How about cut in mid-sentence like the end of The Sopranos?
Yeah.
And this is, of course, not including the 15-year-old girl that Destiny shared bikini pictures of, or the 8-year-old boy whose penis Destiny stared at.
Actually, cut it there.
I don't get how they can laugh at this. Like, listen, I understand, like, it's a goofy situation, but it's just like, holy fuck, bro. These two are meant to be debating at some point, right? Because right now they're just jerking each other off. Yes, they will. We're just waiting for the exact timestamp.
When
cut it at the word penis and it just cuts to black.
Boom.
Here, we'll do skip silence on 2, because that will help speed it up significantly. Where's my skip silence? Thank you.
Community, DGG, wake the fuck up and realize that Destiny is just not a good person. I know that I said that I wouldn't focus on my personal beef with Destiny in this video, but I wanted to just point out one thing. I found it really funny that in his Vosh manifesto, he cries about how people online have attacked him for identifying as non-binary in the past.
Many have attacked me in the past for identifying as a non-binary.
Wait a minute, Nick, didn't you?
Hold on, let me see if this is...
No, I don't know. It's some native person. No, it was...
Exact same shit to other people. If you want to be an ass...
If Brian Beard has it, I guarantee this shit's been all over the internet, but apparently...
Get to tell us, like, all the ridiculous shit that he wrote in his fucking Discord.
Oh.
Not his Discord, his chat. I feel like that would just...
Wow.
You have both lied...
Negative connotation that you're prescribing...
Destiny hit piece that I think he actually had to make a response to, because it was...
Okay, pause. Stop calling every video a hit piece. This is something that I think we picked this up from Jason.
Okay, here we go.
Talk or like that community.
I
no,
definitely
you know what?
didn't.
It got picked up from like Doomer Media. He just called all of his own videos hit pieces.
That's cool. What's wrong with that? We're the media now.
Because if you call it a hit piece, that's like a negative connotation that you're prescribing to your fucking video.
Listen, all right? It's fun and cool to make hit pieces, all right? Awesome.
No.
When's your next hit piece coming out on the main channel?
I have a meeting on March about it.
Nicholas Marcelino, epic collab.
Let's go. Yes, the return of the Axis powers. That's right.
Well, Trump won now.
Okay, so that's not good. And I know that Nick must not like that, because Nick does not seem like a Nazi guy. I know some people in here don't like the Oreos, but based on what I've seen of his content, and based on, like, not, like, private conversations, but casual stuff, I've had exchanges with him on Twitter, I just don't think he's that comfortable with that stuff.
I could be, like, super right-wing again, like I always was.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Dude, I don't think we've been on stream since the New Year's stream.
Oh, yeah, dude. Well, it feels like yes.
Okay, I'm gonna mark the timestamp here for the future. 4/40/17.
Yeah, because that's the last time the clip of that stream was sent to me.
I was telling my chat, I was like, I actually really liked that stream. I don't know why anyone else had a problem with it.
The craziest part of that fucking stream is the kinetic hell is the only thing that nobody's talking about anymore.
I'm the only one that didn't get touched.
It's kinetic sin!
Touched that stream. It was awesome. It was great.
Yeah, everybody else got fucking molested. I forgot. What were like there was like 3 things. Oh my god, dude. After all this, I forgot that Bud leaked the Boblack's dress picture's existence. That was the 3rd one.
Dude, that stream was great because I kind of just sat back and watched everyone get touched and raped. And then, like, Chud, like, you guys were talking about Destiny, and Chud was like, Augie's being an awful lot quiet. Why don't you speak up, mate? He tried to throw me into the fire, right? And then I rose up and I went on a fucking monologue about how Destiny's a piece of shit and he's a rapist and he sucks ass. And then a week later, the Pxie allegations drop and it aged like fine wine. Unlike all of you guys' clips, my clips from that stream, I actually do get clips from that stream a lot too. But my clips age like a fine wine. You know what I mean? It just worked so well for me. So we should do another one. When's that coming?
That stream just hit like so many different things though. Like the first clip is like, Boblack is in a dress. Everyone's like, what does that mean? And that would go on to create like 111. Like 11 days later, everyone's lives would be destroyed. And then exactly 11 days after that, Destiny's career.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking crazy.
It was, that stream needed to happen. I don't care what anyone says. It was a prophetic stream. Not every day. You know what I mean?
No, I keep telling people, like, 'cause they want after hours and, like, art co-op streams and stuff like that. And it's like, it's better if we do them rarely.
Augie, Nick, Tom, and Chud should do a new Super Mario Bros. We co-op stream.
Yeah, that won't.
Like, if we do this every like couple
would like to do
months,
that.
I feel like that's significantly better.
Yeah, dude, it's more meaningful. It's more special, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we can't right now because Chud's community has declared war on like every individual person.
Not me. I'm cool. They like me.
So far.
Listen, there's nothing.
Well, you talked about Destiny tonight. Have you talked about all the JStock approved talking points? Have you gone through the list?
What are the JStock approved talking points?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to them, but if you didn't include them, you're sweeping.
Listen, man, I am cool, dude. They like me. Everyone on that side of the internet likes
Wait,
RFC.
did you reach out to Chaeiry?
I'm sorry, Augie, but that's not the case, okay? People like that they like you, but, you know.
Prior to doing the stream?
Yeah, I did actually.
That's okay, because she wasn't going to tell you anything to begin with. That's why you had to reach out to JStock.
Listen, man.
Have you done your research on Kelly Jean?
Kelly Jean? Yeah, she apparently Destiny called her, or Destiny's top mod forethought said that she should get raped or something. You know, I did my research. Of course, I do my research.
Dude,
I'm a
I
good
couldn't
guy.
believe that they were. Did you hear them arguing the other night? I didn't like watch the whole conversation, but it was like, dude, you didn't even fucking interview
Well,
Kelly Jean on her situation. Like,
I watched, so on that specific note, I watched, I think I tuned in live when it was happening, but I didn't really understand what was going on, so it didn't really mean anything to me.
it was
then,
like Royal Rumble. For
well, then
like, retards.
afterwards, so when I first watched it, none of it was really registering to me. I just tuned in, I just heard a bunch of people screaming, and I wasn't really understanding what the context was or whatever, right? But then I watched Willie's video, and I rewatched a little bit of the conversation, and I said this before on stream, I don't think the criticism against Willie Mac show is, you know, all dismissible. In fact, I agree with a lot of it, honestly.
Which criticism in particular?
So here we're gonna go with the actual debate. Yeah, so here we're gonna have the actual debate about the Willie Mac thing. They're laughing at a possible endings of the nukes in the actual topic. True. This is it. Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna reshare the timestamp to this one, even though it is members only. I will re-record it if you want to watch it. If you're a streamer, so if you're somebody like your goddamn Malcolm, or if you're another streamer, I will clip this particular part just for you. Okay.
Because it was like I thought the Queeman one was a little stupid, but then I heard the Kelly Jean one, and then I thought it was really stupid.
Okay, I'll tell
and
you.
Then I heard the JStock one, and then I thought it was completely. I thought it was indefensible. So like, I think you can like. I understand why Queeman had an issue. I understand less why Kelly had an issue, and then JStock was just writing. He was creating. He was on like LSD in that conversation.
I don't know if I listened to when JStock was in there. I only really listened to Willie and Queeman go at it, I think, and then Kelly interjecting. But here's the thing, right? I heard two major talking points that I really agreed with, right? The first talking point that I majorly agreed with was that Willie's video did not establish a pattern. It was a very bare bones and arguably lazy video. That might be harsh to say, but I mean, I don't know. I just thought
think that all the streamer people are gay.
I thought the video. Well, no. Let me elaborate on my point. I thought the video could have come out like a day or like a few days after the initial Pxie allegation, and it would have had value then. But now at this point, like, you know, there needs to be. I do agree that there needs to be. I'm team Total Destiny Death. There needs to be a harsher narrative against Destiny, right? And then my second problem with the video.
I do not promote violence against anyone.
Was Willie sort of praised himself for reaching out to Destiny. He was like, I'm the only guy that reached out to Destiny. But then when he got that statement, he didn't really do anything with it. He didn't analyze it. He didn't really.
No, you're right. This is a very relevant follow-up.
Oh, that's
I'm making a new Hey, young black economist, hell yeah, girl, let's go. Destiny is so fucked. Oh my god, and he just keeps fucking talking. Yep.
Yeah, but I thought that was just such a waste of effort. It could have been.
Actually, once this is over, we're gonna watch potentially Legal's coverage over it, and then we'll do the palate cleanser.
Could have, like, I'm not saying he had to make a whole segment on Kelly Jean, but he could have been like, okay, Destiny's, you know, diverting, you know, into going after a bunch of other people, right? Well, what he's saying true? Because if Destiny lied in his statement to Willie, and Willie caught him in a lie, whatever, that would have added value to the video. That would have made it more interesting. Instead, Willie's like, I reached a dead Destiny. This is what he said. Here you go. Which, sure, he could do that, right? That's fine. I don't necessarily agree that Willie platformed false allegations, because ultimately Destiny's the one making the false allegation, right? I don't agree with that talking point, but I just think it was a wasted effort for him not to really look into all of what Destiny was saying. I mean, you can sit there and say that, oh, it's just a bunch of side characters. I don't want to fall into all these rabbit holes and waste all this time researching all these people, but it's like, okay, well then maybe you just shouldn't do a Destiny video at all then, because if you're going to make a Destiny video, the side characters are usually extremely important to the overall story, because that's what Destiny's community is. It's a whole network of all kinds of different people, all, you know, Destiny's orchestrating them, and he's telling them what to do, and he's telling them what to say, right? These are relevant figures most of the time in the story. So I didn't think Willie's video was like a lie or like a bad video in the sense of like he should delete it or it was a evil video or something like that. I don't agree with that parts, right? But the criticisms that I heard brought up in that stream were reasonable to me, and I agreed with them. I don't know. I just thought it was just, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
All right, so here's the deal. Ready? I think that a lot of people who are talking about this are like online raped. They've been watching this story. They've consumed about 50 hours.
What a way to say that, bro.
Of content on it at a minimum. And those are the people watching the Willie Mac Show video, obviously not the target demographic. This is a 40-minute video that teaches you the bare essentials. Willie was making his Tyler Oliveira video in the time frame that you would have accepted it being released. It's not supposed to be a comprehensive takedown piece. It's not supposed to be the end-all be-all. That's literally Ryan Beard's video. When I see Willie's video, I see like entry-level video that gets you to Ryan Beard's video. And people are like, oh, just go watch Ryan Beard's video instead. Ryan Beard's video is over an hour and 40 minutes. This is a 40-minute video. This is already fairly long, and it's doing exactly what it sets out to do. I think that your point of that he can go further into Destiny's statement is fine. I do think that a percentage of the audience who's complaining wanted him to record Destiny in the private call, and that's what they're actually mad about.
Yeah, well, I mean, look.
I think that they're upset about that, personally. But I think your criticism is valid. I just think when most people are arguing it, that's not what they actually mean. They think that Destiny is guilty, therefore you should record him, because that's what Nick would do, that's what Augie would do, that's what Queeman would do, that's what probably everyone but
to be honest, I haven't heard anyone say that. Maybe they were saying that.
No, but they can't say that out loud. But like, I think that's what they mean.
When you're talking about like I assume you just...
Why do they get the charitability? Why does Destiny get the charitability of a private phone call? Is I think how people are perceiving it.
That's what... When you say that, how people are perceiving, I assume you're just talking about the community, the chat, like just the audience reacting to it.
I think the viewer is upset.
I haven't heard that talking point before. I haven't heard anyone make that talking point before, but maybe they are. I'm not sure. I haven't been super duper plugged in, but
I mean, I think that like, people are trying to like Willie Mac's video is shit. I think you actually have to be retarded to have that position. It's a very like reasonable entry level video.
It's not that the video is like shit, like it needs to be removed or something like that. It's just that it was just very
accurate. It's just not going
it's
as
bare
hard
bones.
As
it's very bare bones and arguably lazy. I mean, I think that's
how
the
is it
take.
like lazy? Like
it just doesn't really go into anything
are able to release
beyond
a
the
video
surface level. I mean, it tells you about as much as like an Cheeto video would tell you about the situation, right?
No, bro. There's no way you can compare that to a Cheeto video.
Well, I'm talking
a guy
to be
just
clear.
in front of a camera talking for fucking 10 minutes is not comparable.
To be clear, I'm talking about the Destiny segment of the video. The Present Sunday part of the video I thought was pretty good, right? But when I'm talking about this video, I'm talking specifically about the Destiny portion of it. I thought the Destiny portion of it was, I mean, it serves its job of just telling you what happened, but I mean, it doesn't really do anything.
On, like, the Pxie stuff. Like, what else is there to say? It goes through like how else?
I mean, I think if you just want to say it's like just it's a mediocre video, just sits there, just says here's what happened, blah blah blah.
That targets the things that he could
reasonably
prove.
I mean that's what what a lot of the criticism is though. It's just saying hey, this video is kind of mediocre, and if that's what you're agreeing with, it's like
on Chaeiry. And like, I'm sorry, a video essay YouTuber is not going to throw in a whole thing about like the Chaeiry allegations that are currently.
Willie Mac sleep. That's what people don't like. But Willie Mac made a good video though, and I will argue from this. For the dawn of time, all right. Well, you can certainly make criticisms of Willie Mac's video. I'm not saying you can't. I think that Willie Mac still did the right thing because he was so intertwined in Destiny's community. So, like I said, yeah, there are individual criticisms you can make of it, but I think it's a good video. He spent time shitting on irrelevant people rather than go harder on Destiny. That's a fair criticism.
As far as I know, as far as you know, she has like filed a police report. Have we seen even like evidence that's I mean, I believe she did it, right? But there's no actionable thing for me to talk about.
Also, Stardust just tweeted out, "I'm not mentally insane enough for this space," and I agree.
With her police report until we have more information on how it progresses.
I think bringing up Chaeiry is relevant in a video like that.
He did bring up Chaeiry. He just didn't dive deep into it because outside of saying
other than
Chaeiry filed a police report, there's nothing else to say.
I think it's relevant to explain what the allegation is. If this is another girl that's accusing Destiny.
All he did though. That's literally all the video.
Well then, yeah. If you brought up Chaeiry, then that's fine.
He needs to talk about more.
Yeah.
Well, what else is there to say?
Well, if he covered everything, I think he covered everything. If I forget how in deep he went to Chaeiry, to be honest, but I mean, if he brought up Chaeiry's allegation, whatever, the only thing we have to say about Chaeiry is like, this is her statement, right? Blah blah blah. This is what she said.
That's exactly what I'm trying to articulate. They're saying that like because J-Stock wanted him to go through every single tweet that Chaeiry made.
What are they saying? Are they saying that Willie didn't talk about Chaeiry enough? Like, is that the argument? And you're saying that Willie talked about Chaeiry, he referenced her in the video, and he talked about her allegation?
Yeah, and Pxie's essentially a sure thing in that like he did that shit.
Yeah.
Chaeiry is very much like an open thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's not
an open thing. What do you mean by that?
Like an open thing being that like it's literally an allegation. Like we don't know how that situation resolves yet. We have Destiny literally confessing to Pxie, but like if you're making a retrospective video, you're not covering the in progress shit.
Young Black Economist, that's just the only valid criticism I have. So much detail about Sunday and Beckett. Yeah, so I actually think that going into detail about Sunday and Beckett was necessary. Not so much with Beckett. I think Beckett's video was more arguably like a timeline video or essentially a summary video. President Sunday's video, though, I think has done actual harm to people. So I do think it is important that Sunday's video got brought up. The first part was okay. Didn't need to talk about Sunday and Beckett so much. He should have talked about Chaeiry and Anna more. And I also thought the video was a good video. Yeah, see, that's a good criticism for young... Yeah, I think that's a good criticism. But I think that, like... I think the reason why Nick is fighting so hard here is because he wants... This is just a speculation. Hello, Jesus Cow. How are you doing? This is just my speculation. But I think that he's arguing for this so hard because he knows that what happened was wrong, right? So he is going to be defensive of Willie Mack's video because he knows what happened is wrong. I don't think Augie gives a shit. I mean, he literally just said, I want to show Matt Walsh Manshee to expose the agenda. You know what I mean? So I feel like we know who's the one on the right, the one on the wrong here. I think these two argue about how some characters are gulp shittles to a normie, I think. Young Economist, also the shit with his first wife, brah, that's so much he could have won besides Sunday, but this is in hindsight, which is 2020. I also think, too, we have to consider, like, does the first wife want to be put on blast like that? You know, like, people may have asked her and she may have said no. Because just of how fucked up Destiny is.
That's still up in the air.
Well, you don't have to cover it and say and repeat it as like a fact because we don't know if it's a fact, right? But I think it's not just like some random dipshit on Twitter making a tweet longer and they have like no verifiable basis to make that. Her allegation holds more weight than that, you know, and therefore I think it should be included. But if
no, I think it should be included, but I disagree with how much they think that he should have added about it. Yeah. I think he covered it effectively.
Yeah, to be clear, I think a lot of the Willie Mac stuff, like, you know.
Also, if anyone wants to challenge me via Discord, I'll send it out now.
It is like a lot of like hyper nitpicking. I'm just saying, based on what I heard from like the Queenman stream, the arguments that I heard being brought up to Willie Mac or whatever, I thought they were valid. You know, I thought it was a mediocre video, and I mean, and it's not necessarily even like a bad thing.
There's a timeline on like an entry point video. Like,
I just think there's
a deeper. That you as a streamer can sit down, and me as a streamer can just record my entire reaction. There's a deeper story there. There's a deeper, more important story there with a more important conclusion than what was told in that video. I think you're just setting a really bad precedent if you're saying like a video essayist has to post by a certain date. Otherwise, their video has to be even deeper than like. It needs to be longer.
A Destiny video at this point needs to establish like a stronger narrative, which is that this is not like a one-time incident. This is not a one-time thing. This isn't Destiny's first ever fuck up or whatever, right? This is a guy who has like had like a giant fucking platform, has had like a giant fucking cabal.
Why does it need
and he's
that?
Been orchestrated. Because it's Destiny, dude. We're in Team Destiny death. It's fucking time to destroy this motherfucker, all right?
If he's making if he's explaining the Pxie allegations, why does he need to include a pattern of behavior from stuff he said 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 8 years ago?
Because
why
it makes for a better video.
Necessary to telling Pxie's story? A better video, sure. I'm not trying to rank them on a tier list. But
I love that Destiny thing. We gotta put some. We gotta... Sora, if you're still here, remind us that we gotta make the emotes for the Kick subscribers. That's right, chat. You can easily subscribe via Kick. You're thinking, Kick, there's creeps on there. Hey, Kick's got one of the best pay structures for content creators out there. That's right. I am an associate with Kick. If you donate to me, that's $5.99 United States dollar or $8.99 Canadian dollar. The payment goes to me in Stripe processing fees. That's it. Kick doesn't take a cut, all right? Sure, weird admin team, but hey, they love workers.
Like, why does that make his video lazy or bad if he only covered the stuff that he thought was relevant?
Well,
it sounds like you're giving a subjective opinion for an objective fact.
Well, my opinion on the video is that it's mediocre. If he wants to make it, sure, that's fine. I'm not saying he has to do certain things or whatever, right? I'm not saying the video lied about anything or that he fucked it up or that he should delete it or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I think that's what the criticism, at least from what I've heard, is that it was a mediocre video and that's it. You know what I mean?
I know, it just feels like a lot of backseat driving. And then when we kind of delve into like what the issues are, it's like, well, I would have done this and well, I would have done that. But like, I mean, everybody else just did a live stream and talked about it off the top. Willie made an edited video. It took him an extra week. I don't really see the issue.
I mean, I don't know how much of an issue it really is. I didn't get the impression that this was like a major issue. It was more so just criticism, you know?
Yeah, this guy's got like 15 videos on his...
Wait, Jesus Cow, is he really doing that? Is that actually happening? Or is this just a reference to his dad being like, thanks for being such a good friend to my daughter?
On Piker. Why is the expectation that he's just never going to talk about it again?
Well, those videos on Hassan Piker go like much more in depth than this video on Destiny.
Yeah, but if you pull up one Hassan Piker video, are you going to look at it and be like, you know, I think it's pretty fucked up that he didn't go back and compare his Palestine takes to the takes that he made on Ukraine? there should be an entire section on Ukraine in this video because of the way he was covering like he's trying to make the argument right now that Hassan Piker is a bad narrator and he does this like breaking news stuff a lot. But we can pull up these clips of him talking about Ukraine and it's not in here. So I think his video is lazy and mediocre.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think that's necessarily like the same argument that people are making about this video. I don't know. It's not that like
it feels the same.
You're saying that they could just infinitely make complaints that, oh, this video didn't go enough on this topic, on this topic, on this topic, on this topic. I think it's more about the narrative, right? It's more about this guy, Destiny, is not just someone who made a fuck up. He's not just someone who made a mistake. He's not just somebody that did this one thing. There's much more to the story. And it would have been nice to see that.
Yeah, but I don't come away thinking that.
And he might,
Willie's
he might do a part
up.
2 or a part 3 or something like that. He said he's considering a part 2,
I would
so
be going
maybe he
super
will.
hard on Willie if he called it a fuck up. I don't think he didn't give me that at all, that vibe. But this was a mistake that he made. Because I mean, Erudite did that. Erudite went on there and called it a fuck up. Absolutely not a fuck up. It's a conscious decision he made to multiple people, by the way.
Yeah.
Not just not a singular one. Again, he went more into like Melina as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like, from what I heard from like the conversation debate or whatever, right? All I'm saying is that I didn't hear criticisms that were entirely dismissible as like, oh, this is like, a bunch of retards just screaming at him about shit. It's like, the stuff that I heard, I was like, all right, I mean, that's a fair critique. That's a fair criticism.
No, the way he should.
Unless his house is nice soup pool that will only get him like 1.2 mil though. I mean, he might have more. Like, I know that Dan Saltman is tied up in real estate, so might have more.
To handle the Kelly Jean stuff, and I think it's the same kind of situation that Beckett was in. Beckett was covering the initial Pxie statement, and that there was a thing about Dan in there that apparently was not true, but it wasn't like Beckett saying that Dan did it. It was the statement that came from Pxie. So he should have probably gave a disclaimer of some kind, like saying like, this is not my allegation, this is what's being read here.
Well,
did Destiny bang Erudite too? Probably.
Clear, I
I think Kelly Jean is a glup shito who megalol and ain't doing any additional research.
How dare you say that about Kelly Jean? She's my glib shub know-it-all, goddammit.
On her probably would have been waste of time than whatever segment you deemed.
I don't think it would have been a waste of time, though. See, when you say it would have been a waste of time, I think if Destiny lied about her, if Destiny said something that was objectively a lie about her, right, that would have added a tremendous amount of value to the video, because then you got a statement from Destiny, you're poking holes in the statement, you're seeing this, and you're showing that this is like a pattern of how Destiny attacks or diminishes his orbiters, silences his orbiters, and redirects hate from him onto his orbiters. No, but it's an example that you can easily like create to show that this is how Destiny engages when he gets criticism online for stuff that he does that's wrong. He redirects the attention on other people and he lies about other people. I don't know if Destiny lied about Kelly Jean. I don't know who Kelly Jean really is, to be honest, but that's why I would have enjoyed if Willie Mack actually, I don't think it would have been a valueless rabbit hole for him to go down. I actually think it would have provided value if Willie discovered that the statement that he got from Destiny had problems in it or holes in it or lies. And then maybe potentially if he did discover those holes in those lies, he could have brought that back up to Destiny and saw how he reacted to it, right?
This is the point that you can highly like articulate, right? Like this is not like this isn't like a breaking new ground Destiny thing.
I think it would have made the video much stronger. I think it would have made the video much stronger to analyze. I mean, Willie he immediately starts the video by jerking himself out by saying, I'm the only guy who reached out to everyone. I'm the guy that reached out to everyone. But I don't really care about that if you don't really do anything with the statement, right?
I'm going to push back on this. I think going through I think your argument makes sense. I think that he should probably have established what you're saying. I just don't think it makes sense to go back and give a whole backstory to who Kelly Jean is and what happened in her side story, because ultimately this is like a 6-minute.
But Destiny directly references her in his statement to Willie. You don't think that matters?
Absolutely. I personally, I wouldn't.
Destiny name drops her in the statement.
I absolutely would not dedicate the time to giving the backstory to Kelly Jean to explain that in my video.
But it's not about who Kelly Jean is. It's about what Destiny's saying about her and the allegation that Destiny is making.
I think your argument is good, and I think going after that talking point is fine. I just think that there's probably a better way to tie it in. I think if you spend like 20 minutes trying to figure out...
You're focused on who Kelly Jean is. You're focused on who Kelly Jean is. I don't give a fuck about Kelly Jean. I'm focused on what Destiny's saying about Kelly Jean and the accusation.
You have to give like backstory to this. This is going to be like a 6-minute segment.
Well, yeah, you have to provide backstory in the sense, but that's...
Before you get to
what you said, you have to put in more effort into the video. Like, yeah, I mean, sure.
No, you have to make it watchable and consumable by an audience. This is something that somebody actually has to consume. So to get to your thing, your crescendo, your minute-long segment, you have to watch 6 minutes of bullshit to establish it.
You don't have... The segment doesn't have to be...
That doesn't involve going
Willie doesn't have to Willie doesn't have to spend 6 minutes telling you about Kelly Jean was born on June 7th, 1999.
This is video versus live streamer.
That's not what Willie has to do, though. He doesn't have to make a 6-minute segment, right? He could just explain, this is who Kelly Jean is. She's someone in Destiny's community. Destiny made this accusation about her.
So much interruption, dude, from fucking... Just be quiet and let Nick make his point!
Blah, 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 blah. Here's whether it's true or not. I did the research. Destiny lied about this. And that would add tremendous value to the video because that would show I reached out to Destiny. He gave me a statement. He lied. I mean, you really don't think it's worth it? Again, you're focused on who Kelly Jean is. I'm focused on what Destiny's saying. That's the part that's interesting to me. That's the part that I care about, right?
No,
Whoa,
I get what
Destiny's
you're- I
saying
get
something
what
about
you're
Kelly
saying,
G.
but, like-
Is this another example of him lying or not? Let's find out. I mean, you're saying that he would have had to spend all this effort into fucking researching who Kelly Jean is. Would it really take that much effort? Honestly, would it really take that much time? And even if it did, that's his fuck. Even if it did, that's his job.
You're saying this is like an effort thing or a laziness thing. No, you need to make a functioning video that people can watch. As a streamer, if you want to keep talking about this and you want to extend this debate another 2 hours, you absolutely can. That's your content model. That's not how a video essay works. You can't just keep throwing things into the video and make it cohesive and make it flow.
But I don't think it's that crazy for a video essay to
intro,
analyze
talking
the.
points conclusion. You have to try to keep this all in like a relatively easy
Look,
to
he
view
already went out
experience
of-
where people are clicking off. Like if you could put all this random bullshit in there too, it could be 3 hours long. It could be an extremely long tro video. But I
Look,
mean, at that point, just go
He
watch
already
Ryan
went
Beard.
out of the way to go into the effort of reaching out to everyone in the story. He reached out to Destiny, he reached out to a bunch of people for the story, right? So he's already putting additional effort that he didn't have to put into this video in the first place, right? I'm just wondering why he didn't do anything with that, why he didn't put in more effort into like the thing that he cares so much about, which is getting all sides of the story. Okay, well, you've gotten a bunch of sides of the story now. Now analyze them. That would make your video more interesting. But instead, he spends more time shitting on Sunday. And I like the Sunday part. Sunday does deserve criticism.
Wow, classic Poppy and Zena debate getting lots of votes there. Let's go.
Right? But maybe instead of going after Sunday, would have
Also, there's 22 of you here, yet only 11 likes. We gotta like that stream. It's for free.
been more interesting to go analyze Destiny's statement and see what's going on over there, right? Because then you find out,
She has a Jesus cow. She doesn't have a broken pussy. Her pussy is just too small, okay? It's not broken, it's just small.
You find out, oh, Destiny made this insane, crazy accusation, this lie about Kelly Jean in his statement to me for my video or whatever, right? Does he do this often to other people? Does he lie about...
The funny thing is I've slept with my girls and guys at Destiny, I'm sure. He's so fucking weak and fragile. Beta true. Well, IDKY anyone sees in him, he's a total loser, I agree.
His other orbiters or whatever? I don't know. I think it would have been a more interesting rabbit hole, and that's, I think, what a lot of the criticism, is. Again, I don't think Willie's video is... it needs to be deleted, it needs to be removed, fuck this video. I'm just saying, like, yeah, it would have been more interesting for it to go down a different direction. And that's just my criticism, right? Like, I mean, that's what a lot of people's criticism is, right? I don't think it's a rabbit hole when it's directly relevant.
If you're a person who's watched 50 plus hours of content, there's not much for you here. It's not made for you. You're not the target demographic. But like, if you're gonna go look at President Sunday's video, who opened the story, that video has less views than Willie's video got in one weekend. It's going out to new people. New people are gonna find out this stuff. They're gonna click on your streams. They're gonna find out more information. They're gonna watch Ryan Beard's video. They're gonna see all those talking points that you love so much. That's how people get through the door. You make the crisp 40-minute video that gets people in.
Well, again, though, Ryan Beard's video didn't cover the Pxie stuff that much, right? This is Willie's video, right? Willie's the one. Willie's the one introducing the new information here. Willie's the one who went out of his way to bring out this statement from Destiny, right? Well, then why doesn't he do anything with it?
This is the same criticism that people get when they talk to, like, remember when I talked to Keffels and it was like, oh, how come you didn't stop Keffels and get them to engage on like XYZ talking point? Because all he's trying to do here is get Destiny like talking and get something out there for like a substantive response.
Yeah, I agree, but then do something with that. That's the more interesting thing. Okay, you got him talking. That's great. Now let's see what he said, you know? Instead, he doesn't do that. So I'm just like, okay, well then shit. Like, I mean, this could have been expounded on a little bit more, right? And it is relevant to the video.
Shocking that a criminal would not admit to their crimes. KJ has a diminutive banjo? Bajingo? The Black Dahlia victim suffered from a similar ailment? I don't know, what's that? Vaginal, no, it's not vaginal atrophy, it's different. It's like a specific medical condition where like you just are born with, it's like micropenis, but vagina version. Does that make sense? Excuse me, my bad.
I think you're saying like, oh, this is a video essay. Like, you got to make something that people want to watch, right? Well, I think that would be something people would want to watch. Destiny lying? You're telling me people wouldn't care about Destiny lying and falsely accusing somebody of something? I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't.
No, because I think that the main talking point is that Destiny distributes people's nudes and like it's like a weird sex freak. So no, I don't think lying
but you don't think
is the real. Yeah, I don't think.
You don't think there's
really
more interesting parts?
here.
You don't think the story gets a little deeper? Like, and obviously that's the most interesting part. That's the main thesis, is that Destiny's a sex-pest criminal. But there's more stuff to discuss. You know, there's more content there.
Sure, but that's not the significant thing. The stuff that's ending his career isn't that he lied about Kelly Jean, it's that he distributed his friend's nudes, which is why it's prioritized in the main subject of the video.
But
and again, I don't disagree
it's how
with
Destiny treats his orbiters. It's how Destiny treats the people around him.
But
With
this
like
video
utter
isn't how Destiny treats his orbiters. That's Ryan Beard's video.
Vaginismus? Maybe that's what it's called.
This is the Pxie video.
Sora, Nick is so right about demographics though with Willie because he's a lot more easy to follow as a normie. And that's, I think, one of the best points made here is because yeah, if you don't know anything about Destiny, all right? If you don't know if you are not like stuck in these communities like we are for many years, I do think it's a good introductory video. It doesn't go into as much detail, no, but I think that you could easily watch Willie Mack's video and then watch Ryan Beard's video, like back to back, and get a really good idea of what was going on.
Well, that's the more interesting narrative that I think people would have wanted to see.
But then you didn't like the subject matter that Willie chose for the video, not necessarily like the...
I just think the video could have gone a lot deeper.
I'm lazy.
Get fatty
So-
on face cam. I want to see.
Don't
these
understand.
20
Like,
pinball
I'm
machines.
confused at like...
I don't sweat what do you mean I don't sweat correctly? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean I don't sweat correctly? I'm not sweating because it's cold. What are you talking about? I sweat just fine. I smell wonderful. All the ladies come to my house. That's why all the commentary people are jealous. Yes, I am wearing my Queeman shirt, Morale. It doesn't mean I love you any less.
Just a criticism, man. It's just
like, but how is this not like a I would write it better criticism? Like I would make better video.
I just wanted to see the thing that Willie brought to the table expounded on more. You know, I wanted to see that analyzed and discussed.
Whoops.
He didn't do it. I mean, okay,
I forgot to change the scene. I'm sorry.
that's his decision. That's fine. I mean, I'm not angry at Willie Mack, but I'm just like, bro, like, I mean, it's just that's just how I look at it. At least.
I struggle to see, like, if I went back 5 years ago or whatever, 3 years ago, back when I was regularly posting video essays, I struggle to see how I would do this meaningfully different. I like it would be 3 weeks late. Absolutely. Check that off the list. If John Swan was here, his video would be 3 weeks late as well. It'd probably be between 30 and 40 minutes, and it would stuff as much as you can possibly say in that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of people who have access to 6 hours of airtime, who have talked about this for fucking 7 straight days, have a lot to say about what should have been included or what should have been cut. And I don't think it's necessarily reasonable to hold Willie to that standard, especially.
I'm gonna check where the M60 stuff is. Okay, if you guys are if you're a fan of my friend M60, aka Ursi Internet, great guy, real funny. I bought an entire outfit of his merch. So once it comes to my door, I will be modeling M60's merch. I even bought a special t-shirt with that D face on it to wear for Curse streams. You kind of want rose socks, so maybe I'll get those too.
When I'm talking about the guy who wrote me like 7 days after the drama was coming out, saying like, dude, this Destiny stuff crazy. Did you even look at this yet? After I published 3 VODs about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he made a tweet about like the story, like I think like 2 weeks after it happened, where he was just like, "Holy shit, Destiny leaked revenge porn or whatever. People in DGG are on fire. Like everyone's left. Like damn, this is crazy." And it was like 2 weeks after the story happened. Yeah, I mean,
I think like if you don't like this
I'm
video,
aware
you
of
don't
that.
like any of Willie's videos. They're all extremely.
No,
surface
Willie's
level
videos go deep all the
summaries.
time, dude. Willie has plenty. I mean, his videos on fucking Dark Viper are evidence of that. Willie's perfectly willing to go deep into a subject. You're telling me he has to make a watchable video that people care about? Meanwhile, he has like fucking 3-hour-long fucking videos on Dark Viper or Dark Viper AU. I mean,
the thing is, there 3.
Excuse me, you are dead naming him. His real name is Dark Diaper PU. Thank you.
Videos. Yeah, he's definitely talked more about Dark Viper in 3 videos. But I guarantee if you go back and watch the first one, you're not going to find half the funny clips from the Chud Logic live
okay, well, if he
streams,
like, continues the Destiny series, then I'm all for that. That's great. And to be fair to him, he is considering a part 2. So I think he should.
Yeah, and I think he will. I mean, he made like 17 Hassan videos.
Right.
He'll probably eventually get what you
Yeah.
want. I just think that Willie's like a turbo boomer too. And again, I think that's also being removed from this conversation as well. And he's being compared to like terminally online fucking Adderall popping live streamers.
Well, yeah, but it's also his fucking job. So I mean, we're all terminally online by necessity because it's how we make a living, right?
But you're not. You're having more fun right now.
Well, yeah, but
You're not locked
that's
in.
because I suck at my job, Nick. I'm fucking lazy as fuck.
Just got over telling me
Well, the M60 shoes aren't really outside shoes. They're like slippers.
how much you like not being super invested in stuff.
Yeah, that's because I suck ass at my job, dude. But you know, I'm cool like that. I can do whatever I want.
I mean, yeah, I
getting
don't know. I
paid
think it's
every
being held to a
response
completely
hashtag
different
Ring
standard.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't want, at the risk of making this argument too circular or whatever. I just thought that was the basis of the criticism against Willie that I heard. And I mean, I agreed with it. You know, it's not that Willie's a bad guy or anything like that. It's just like, I would have liked to see this video take a different direction. That's just my personal criticism, you know? Like,
And I'm also super biased here. I'm going to defend this on principle too, because none of us make video essays anymore. Like, there's no video essay people in this community. Everyone's a streamer now. So like, everybody who made essays is either like done or out or doing something or streaming.
or covering other shit or something. I mean, most people that do video essays now are covering like lolcows or whatever.
I think if there were more video essay people in the space, I think it would be like viewed differently. But I think Willie's the only one, so he's looked at as like the lazy last guy to the story.
I don't know, like
when in reality, that's just how long it takes him to do these
You
things.
say that, but even that point I have to push back on because it's like video essayists are making like 3-4 hour long videos on lolcows and they start the video off Wings of Redemption was born in 1970. Those videos are fucking...
they steal them.
Nick, those videos are full of useless, boring-ass fucking information that I don't give a fuck about. I just want the clips of Wings,
but
like,
Willie
crying or
doesn't
something,
make those
right?
videos.
But
Willie makes,
you're
like, a
comparing him to a video
vintage
essayist saying that
19
he's got to make a watchable video that people care about. Well, all those videos, whatever, like 5 hours long, made for ad revenue, full of a bunch of useless junk and filler. I mean, clearly...
That's the point, though. Willie is making the same exact videos he was making in 2019. That's why I don't understand this criticism, because I think this video interchangeably has about the same amount of information as any other video he's put out in the last 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. He makes the same length, same like amount investment or whatever time investment into research. All of the videos are like this. If you hate this video, you probably hate most of his backlog. You should probably go back rewatch.
No, I disagree. I like Lomax videos, but I didn't even hate this video. Like, it's not like I watched this. I was like, fuck this video. I just watched it. I was just like, you know, I was not.
Hi, welcome back. You're just back in time for me to read out when my M60 shit is going to get here. Alright? So, my pants and my stickers, at least I think these are my pants and my stickers, are now sitting at a port of entry. So it will be here soon. Okay? It will be here soon. Now, my other stuff, let us check. The shirts might take no, not share on X. The shirts might take a little bit longer. And I'm not showing on screen here just because I don't want to dox myself accidentally. Alright, so the pants was shipped, but the shirts haven't been shipped yet. So, they're expected to arrive February 25 through Sunday, March 9. The pants and my stickers are actually expected to be delivered on close to today. It's shipped today, so I hope the t-shirts ship soon though. Message you content warning for Discord about what might come up. Uh-oh. Oh no! Chaeiry! I'll be homeless! Chaeiry! Yeah. Dawson showing his face. Okay, well, we won't do that part.
The strongest. That's how I walked away from it. I don't know. But
yeah, you should watch the I think that
you're knowing about my pants because I'm gonna model them for you. Okay, I'm gonna model them for you. They're great sweatpants, and then once I have the shirt, I'll have all M60 wear.
If you watch the J-Stock stuff, you'll get more radicalized. Because I thought that was my point in the conversation.
Has the cabal ordered J-Stock's head? Am I supposed to hate this guy? Who is J-Stock? I mean, I know who he is, but what was his point that you hated or whatever? What did he say? Because I didn't listen to that part.
Oh, he kind of said, like, that was the quote. I was making a joke earlier in the stream. He said, did you talk to Chaeiry? And he goes, yeah, I reached out to Chaeiry.
Stuff. MC Stands and M1 Das on X are calling any commentary YouTuber an essay defender. This includes Tom, Lyrics, Nick, etc.
Oh, I know about that.
The Withers stuff is blowing up right now,
Who's that guy who keeps calling us out like every 6 months? The Connor Eats Pants guy?
Oh, that guy. That guy's been eternally asthmatic.
I thought he was a Minecraft YouTuber. I don't know what he... Okay, hold on. Fuck, what was I saying? It was important. Oh, J-Stock thing. The funniest quote from the thing when I think I turned it off was he said, like, did you reach out to Chaeiry? And he goes, yeah, dude, I reached out to Chaeiry. He goes, yeah, she couldn't tell you anything, but you should have reached out to me. And he's like, what?
Wait.
Chaeiry's an illegal thing. You can't talk. Obviously, you can't talk to Chaeiry. You should have contacted me. It felt like he was like self-inserto man. It was like, what the fuck am I watching?
Well, I don't know. I don't know their extensive history, but aren't J-Stock and
Dude, J-Stock is self-inserto man. Let's be real.
Chaeiry like super close because Chaeiry's the one that showed like the audio to prove that it exists to J-Stock or something like that. So they're super close.
I get why he's like emotional about it, but you have to realize I haven't heard that, and like Willie hasn't heard that, and we don't want to hear it, obviously. But like, I can't just pretend I have because J-Stocks patted me on the shoulder through Discord and said like, it's there, buddy. It's there.
Interesting.
If I knew more information about it, I'd be gung ho. You know, I don't. And I could wait till the rest of the internet finds out. I'm not looking for it exclusive.
Well, I did not. I think I tabbed out of the stream when J-Stock called in, and I haven't really seen too much. I know people in commentary are very upset at him, but I haven't like Alex Gekmo debated him the other night. I still don't even know what that's about.
Why are people obsessed with J-Stock? Why? Because he doesn't shill for for Destiny anymore. That could be the only thing I could think of.
I think that was about.
Dude, I was laughing my ass off about this because they're like, he shouldn't have included the President Sunday segment because it takes away from the Destiny narrative. And then all the people who hated that part sat and talked about it and litigated it on stream for 3 days.
Well, I don't.
Willie, you're taking eyes off the Destiny situation. Then they spent 3 days talking about why President Sunday shouldn't be talked about.
Well, I don't even
instead of the Destiny thing.
I don't even disagree with him going after President Sunday so much, but that just like adds to my point more, which is that okay, you're saying it like who gives a fuck about all these side characters, but half the videos on President Sunday, like. Who the fuck is President Sunday? Like, what the fuck? Like,
well, he's the guy who released the story, and I think it's important to
well, yeah,
identify
and
how
Kelly
Pxie's been
Jean,
fucked.
Dude, fucking Augie with the who's J-Stock Omega lol. Oh boy. J-Stock is Chaeiry's person that's not inserting himself, that's his friend. Okay, that's fair.
is the person that Destiny directly fucking responds to when he gives his like exclusive response to Willie. I think it's like
the President Sunday stuff has to be in there because Pxie's been fucked over by every angle of this story. Every person in this story has fucked over Pxie, including accidentally, of course, me.
Yeah.
Like everyone has at some point treated Pxie like complete shit. That's why that's in the video. A Beckett interview might not have been necessary because I don't think Beckett.
Yeah, I mean, he's interviewing Beckett. He's playing President Sunday's ex-editor and stuff like that. There's plenty of side characters included in this video that are like literally.
That was great. Did you hear that clip?
I mean, the clip was good.
I never heard that clip of Sunday.
Sunday's editors to talk about the lawyer or whatever.
No, the clip where Sunday's talking to his editor, he's like, "What if Nick DeOrio has something that could like stunt our income?
Oh,
you won't get paid." No, I think that had to be in the fucking. I'm sorry.
Of course, you like that part. You're sitting here saying Jay's like his main character, so of course you like that part, motherfucker. Anytime your name drops, you're just like, yes, yes.
I was personally fucking screwed over in this, so I thought that was a great clip. And I said I was biased. You heard me.
God.
I said I was biased.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like Willie's clearly has no problem going to all these side characters, like President Sunday's ex-editors in the video. So I don't want to hear the excuse of like, oh well, who gives a fuck about Kelly Jean, right? It's like, I don't know, like, who gives a fuck about it? Half of the people mention this video. It's still interesting. It still provides for good content. It still adds value.
Like one of the girls, I think I would be more inclined to say, yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, then we can go into who this person is. But she's just not. Like, she kind of just jumps in. She said something on Twitter,
have like a history?
Why did Destiny go after Kelly?
Well, I was about to ask. I was like, do you have a history? Do you know context about who Kelly Jean is that's informing maybe your...
Why don't you know who Kelly Jean... She's like an important part of this. Sora Trail says he's restreamed Dan trying to defend Destiny for context. Cause J-Stock was considered the tightest Destiny follower on the commentary side, and even restreamed Dan's Patreon. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Now that makes sense. Thank you for that.
Dislike of her because I don't really. Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, is there some like missing lore that I don't understand? Like Kelly's just.
This is my interaction with Kelly. Okay, I went on J-Stock's stream the first time and I cracked a joke saying Destiny's like fuck every one of his co-hosts, and then she took it personally. She's like, well, I didn't have sex with Destiny, and then that turned into her getting into a 3-hour or like a 4-hour fight with Destiny on the stream the next night, like an offhanded comment. But that was like the only thing I know about her, other than the fact that like there was some I forgot, there was like a second interaction. I don't know. None of these are like super meaningful. I don't think this is like I don't think like a super relevant part of this.
Okay. Yeah.
But what did she say that pissed off Destiny?
I don't know.
And then there's I was recently informed about the Destiny's community manager said that thing about her. Like the Reddit guy. What did the Reddit guy say about her?
Oh, Forethought, he said that.
So Forethought, I'd like to mention again once we get more into the Reddit drama, which will be a separate stream, just because all of the drama I've experienced on Reddit as a former major Reddit Janny, it belongs in all run stream. Forethought is a piece of shit, okay? I've had personal interactions with Forethought, even though they were many years ago. Dude is a fucking prick, okay?
There's no wonder you wish you got raped or something. Your biggest claim to fame is being like a fake rape victim or something like that.
Yeah, he like dead on Dave's girlfriend him.
I don't know what that means.
Like Gabby had a quote, iconic Gabby had a quote.
I get that reference now.
Yeah, he did on Dave's girlfriend.
Usually when somebody says he dead on Dave's girlfriend someone, it takes me a minute. Oh my god. By the way, speaking on that, if you're a new member of the stream, be sure to check out our first bonus show we ever did on Christmas night where we watched...
Oh, speaking of that, if you guys would help to let me be financially supported, I would really like to move soon. So you can always donate at the following donate links. They're going to go right through the chat right now. The easiest way to donate is to either go through my Ko-fi, which has commissions. You can change the stream subject, you can kick a guest, you can do all kinds of stuff on my Ko-fi commissions page, Or the easiest way to donate is to go to kick.com/KELDOGE. That's kick.com/KELDOGE. And you can buy with your phone, with Apple Pay, with anything. It's $5.99 a month for a sub, or $8.99 Canadian. Thank you so much.
Dead on Dave and his girlfriend eat chicken. It was a fantastic show. Anyway, I don't know if I have anything
Also like the stream or you will get a nightmare.
else majorly to say about this topic in particular, but it's good to have a little bit of a spar, you know, for old time's sake.
When is your video essays dropping? You remember when you were gonna be a video essay channel?
No.
Yeah, dude. You were like, bro, I'm thinking I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna make like a long form. This is obviously before your like side project gigs, right? You wanted to do this, didn't you?
I think I remember wanting to do a big project on Mr. Girl with you, like way back in the day.
Dude, we were gonna do the Mr. Girl video. Thank God we didn't. Thank God we didn't. Holy shit, dude.
What do you mean, thank God we didn't?
Lazy? Dude, if I wasn't lazy, I would have a Hassan Piker video with Destiny on my channel. Okay, I would have a Vosh video that references Destiny talking points. I would have a Mr.
Yes, good night, Sora. Hope you sleep good, okay? Thank you for coming on.
Girl video with you. Dude, me being lazy got me out of so many bad fucking takes over the years. There are so many horribly aged clips.
Wait, hold on. What would have been the bad take about our Mr. Girl? I don't even know we had a take ready for that video. What were we going to cover?
I don't know what we would have said, but it would have engaged with like some pro Destiny talking points at some point.
Oh, yeah,
right?
true.
So it was after the Mr. Girl manifesto.
I've won.
Could you imagine if we wait? What the fuck?
Sorry, I just wanted to prove. You said I don't make video essays. I have you know that my video essay, commentary YouTuber defends a predator, probably has more views than your last video. I don't know. I didn't double check, but
it probably does. Isn't it like 700,000?
I don't know, but I'm gonna say that it does. So fuck you, motherfucker.
It definitely does. It definitely does because it was. I don't know if it does, but it definitely has more views in a faster pace.
Fuck you, motherfucker. My last video essay has way more views than you and Willie Mac's last video essays combined. So fuck you.
Well, just to be clear, doesn't. But like, it got to 500K faster. That's more reasonable.
Okay, all right.
Because I think my last video essay has 600,000.
Can't let me have a win. I've always got to be number 2 or number 3 in the cabal.
No, you're right. You're right. I posted the Kiwis thing. The Kiwis thing has less views.
Get fucked. Get fucked. I'm the new.
You're right.
I'm the new leader of the cabal.
Child abuse live on Twitch. Imagine if you open.
This will be ending soon, so remember, guys, vote. We might do a Fortnite break while we're voting, so we get more votes. We've only got 10 votes for the classic Poppy and Zena debate as a palate cleanser.
And every video.
Yeah. Wait. You don't know my other video essay?
Yeah, that's your iconic video essay.
Oh, I don't even. It's not even on this channel. Oh yeah, YouTuber.
You know, I wasn't.
YouTuber crushes cats to death on camera. You don't know my famous video essay? I think I have another one, right? I have. By the way, I put all my video essays on different channels as a flex. Oh yeah.
You know what my
Dude,
highest view
you don't know. This actually got more views than your last video. Child Abuse Live on Twitch has more views than your last video essay.
You know what my highest viewed video was once?
What?
Back when I was early starting out, I got my first 20K video, and it was a 20-minute looping video of Shane Dawson holding his cat saying what sounded like the N-word.
What the fuck?
And it was my highest viewed video while I was producing like video essays.
How many views?
In the very beginning, like it still might be something I can pull up.
Holy
Let me see if
shit.
I can find this. It was like the chat was like, "Is he saying doggo or the hard R?"
Wow. Awesome. I probably watched that video at one point.
Dawson. Yes, here it is. I found it. I can set it to unlisted. This was my highest viewed video. Actually, it's a pretty good thumbnail. Here, pull this up.
Oh God.
Shane Dawson. Oh yeah, Daddy likes.
Daddy likes. All right, I think that's enough of that. I think we got the main debate here. I don't know why that's there. That's, wow. That's yikes. That is yike. It's so yike. It's so yike. It's so fucking yikes. Okay, guys, let me just put the Poppy and Zena tags in here so that people are attracted to them. Oh, what is it? Poppyverse, and I think it's trans girl therapist is her other tag. Trans girl therapist. Alright, so the poll is demanding Poppy and Zena. Fortnite is the real palate cleanser. Yeah, let's play one game of Fortnite, and then we'll start the Poppy and Zena thing, okay? Just uno momento of por favor game of Fortnite. Thank you for my own sanity. I'm gonna open the Poppy and Zena link in another tab here. So this debate is, oh my god, this debate is with President Sunday. Oh dear. Alright, let's go. Let's go, motherfucker! I knew this suggestion would be worth it. Okay, I knew when I got it. I said there's something going on here. So let's do Fortnite, quick Fortnite game for a palate cleanser, and then we will continue. So don't go anywhere, folks. Remember, I too need a palate cleanser sometimes, alright? If you haven't seen my new background, let me know how much you like it. I'm gonna put the Canadian flag up again. I feel like it gives my room a lot more lighting, but it's not so, like, direct in my face lighting. You know what I mean? I'm gonna open... Well, actually, I won't open up VC for a bit. I'm just gonna keep it like it is. So, I'm only gonna play one game, even if I die right away. And then, when you come back, we do love Trudeau. Honestly, I don't think Trudeau is running, though. I think Trudeau is, I think Trudeau is done. I think the Liberals are gonna pick somebody else. Like, I just don't think he's got... I don't think he's got it left in him, boys. Call Morale, he's crying. Morale can call me, he's not blocked. Why does he think he's blocked? What's happening to him? I don't know why he would think he would be blocked. That's real weird. I never did that. You think JStock is covering the Canadian elections? Probably not. Block his ass? Why? He's never legit bothered me. I'm not a big blocker. Unless, like, there's a reason. Call streamer name, he is crying is a meme. I know, but I like to entertain it. Just for fun. You know what I mean? Just so we can have a little bit of fun. That's good that he doesn't think I blocked him. To be fair, the other day you said that he thought I hated him. I don't. I think I've even donated to him before. Maybe like in some other world. Oh, there's quests available. Let's see if we can get another good battle royale again. Where are the other quests? You sneaky. I hate how they changed the quest, so you have to go to, like, each different item now. It's, like... It's so dumb! I get it. I should start playing the Lego one, maybe. The Lego one looks cool. I know Queeman was playing Pokemon TCG, which I'm pretty good at, so I might actually join them. I got it! Oh! He doesn't think you hate him. Wait, then why did you say that he thought that? Oh, what the fuck? Why are you lying to me, girl or boy, girl, boy, MB? Why are you lying to me, girl? Or was that like a misunderstanding? Why you always lying? Why you gotta be lying? I've got them all. If it doesn't believe I've got them all, then well, they're stupid. I gave myself my original things. Reread what I wrote. I said does. He does think you hate him. Well then wait, what the fuck did you say before? I don't hate him. Can you please tell him that? I feel like it'd be weird for me to just message him and be like, you know I don't hate you, right? I feel like he might interpret that as flirting or something, and I'm way too old for him. I should start playing ranked. So quiet. The only thing with ranked, though, is that if I lose, I lose. I went into Morale's chat and I got timed out for 24 hours. I said something twice. What did you say? What did you say, Jesus cow? What have you done? Where is the missing one? I swear on my holy God. I will find it. It's gotta be in like Fortnite Lego, because I never go in there. The fuck? What's happening? It's fucking. Oh, there we go. He said, I already said it? Okay. What that means, I'm not sure, but hey. You never know what could happen. You never know. That's too deep. I'm trying to find a place to dance that's appropriate. Alright, ready? Now remember, this is just a palate cleanser for me. We're gonna come back with the Zena and Poppy debate. And I'll probably get really high and scream a lot, so you guys will like that. Look at my dragon, he's from Dragon Ball Z, he goes... You know, you ride this dragon like a very similar way as when you ride a skateboard. Did you guys know that? I bet you didn't. I'm never gonna change characters, by the way, unless there's like a furry wolf character. It's just not happening. Now we gotta be careful where we land. Let's land right there. There's lots of cover. And a gun! I love guns. Ah! Wow, that was very close to ending my leisure time. Can I go up this? Oh, yes I can actually. Nope. Nope. What the fuck? Where is it? What the devil? It's gotta be up here, I guess. Okay. I mean, at least I have a shotgun, but like, I really need health or else I'm gonna die real fast. Okay, I was just up here. Okay, that's useful, thank you. Uh-oh. I need more fire, Captain! Don't mind me, I'm just chilling. Where are they? Okay, they're in that building. Oh, hello. Fancy seeing you here. How is it that Mouse Chat has more anal moderation than us here? Because, I don't know. How do I... Can I pick this back up? Okay, I guess not. I purposely don't moderate as much because I feel like people deserve to have a voice. Unless they're, like, you know, just absolutely spurging out and creating, like, a TOS issue for me. That would be an issue where I probably would not, you know. Oh. Oh god. That was lucky. Holy shit. Uh-oh. That's not good. I could have got that one guy too if I just would have aimed a little bit better. I was freaking out a little bit too much though. Uh-huh. What is this? The same thing? Yeah. I need health, though. That's the problem. Like, if I can just get a health kit from one of these, we'll be Gucci. There we go. Hallelujah! Praise... I already have a Furious on it. Praise, the Lord. Please stop doing that. Actually, you know what? I gave you $3, give me one chest challenge. Okay, the challenge I have for you is to do the high as fuck challenge. Okay? How does the high as fuck challenge work? I want you to be as high as you possibly can and only use, alright? Only use. You can only use the first weapons you find, but you have to be stoned as fuck, assuming it's legal in your jurisdiction, okay? If it's not legal in your jurisdiction, you can also complete it with booze as well. It's called the High Challenge. Alright, you get fucked up if you're over 18 and you can do it legally. And then you play a game of Fortnite using... Oh god! Oh! Alright, we gotta move on to the debate now. How can I return to lobby? I got 16 though, which ain't that bad. You have to win. Yeah, that's how you win. You get high as fuck, and then you complete the challenge, and then you win. If I would have got a headshot on that guy, I would have probably killed him, maybe. Welcome to Crime City. What the fuck is that? I don't commit crimes. What are you talking about, good sir or madam? I don't do any of those things. Alright, I do not do any of those things. Alright, let's get back to the brain rot. Next on the brain rot list is... give me your drum roll, please. Bo Black's in a dress! Is his cock's out? His cock's out! Woo! Okay. That's not what it is, but we're gonna... I'm giving you the don't rape challenge. You can't rape any of your orbiters and you have to win. Good, because I'm planning on having 0 orbiters. The closest thing I have to an orbiter is Emery, okay? And I can assure Emery that he is safe from sexual harassment. Because I love Emery, alright? In a friendly way, not in like a weird way. Let me open up my Word document here. Okay. Next up, we've got the classic ZNP debate. I don't know what it's on, but it's supposed to be funny. I think it actually is. I think it actually is relevant. It does include President Sunday. Oh, I already brought it up. I'm retarded. Okay, so Zena and Poppy. This is from a year ago. The difference is we have skin in the game. Zena and Poppy's first debate panel. Oh god. Well, this is about to go horrible. And yeah, I am gonna keep covering up Poppy. Because fuck her! And her stupid avatar. Put skip silence on too.
I am really frustrated with a lot of the people here that aren't queer, or at least as far as I can tell, aren't queer.
I am so frustrated with the lack of queer people in this space. Okay, they cannot make art. Sorry, I hate it when people shit like that. I hate it. Okay? I hate.
Because it feels like, this feels like a lot of mental, when in reality this is, hey, depending on who wins the presidency, I can end up in a mass rape.
Okay, that's too fast. We don't need to have it that fast. It apparently considers Poppy's silence. So we'll do 1.25 there, and then hopefully it will be fine.
Thank you, everybody, for joining me, especially in the audience. Technically, you're the people who actually make this financially viable.
So this is a Wick panel, as we can see. This is Wick. This is Wickerus the Tooth Man. This is Poppy and Zena, I guess when they were thinner. I don't know who that is. That's President Sunday. I don't know who that is.
Well, so you're the only ones who really do matter. Screw these guys. So welcome to the Sunday Symposium, which I just named about 20 minutes ago. A weekly panel show in which I will attempt to facilitate high-quality discussions on topics of cross-aisle political and cultural interest. Today,
wow, he fell far in here, didn't he?
I'm joined by FairyQueen, Professor McMannis, StarPanda, Wick, and Zena and Poppy, who are cheating and having two people on the same screen. So, we are here to discuss the problem of reconciling the value of toleration of religion and of religious diversity with the problematic fact that many religious beliefs directly oppose that value, as well as the existence of other groups, whether these be groups identified by religious, gendered, ideological, or political characteristics. My role today is as a facilitator, which means while I may intervene to ask clarifying questions or to maintain order in the event that it grows too chaotic. Wick, I'm looking at you. I will not be taking sides or taking part as a protagonist in what follows. So how this is going to go down is we're going to do...
How much you want to bet that he does it? I'll put up a bet on the thing.
We're going to go around the group. You're all going to give a roughly 1 or so minutes long introductory statement so we know more or less where you fall. We're then going to have an hour and a half of open discussion, after which we will be taking call-ins. Now, you are obligated to stay for the call-ins, but it'd be great if you were. If you would like to call in, please join the Discord server pinned in the chat and go into the waiting room, and I will pull you in the order in which you arrive, hopefully. So with that out of the way, let's start from the top. We'll go around clockwise. FairyQueen, would you like to begin?
Thank you. I would.
How do you spell fair? Is it just FairyQueen, like a fairy then queen?
Topic tonight is, can we reconcile tolerance of religion and anti-progressive religious beliefs? And I will come to all of you in humility in that I don't know, but I am prepared to listen to what our conversation will reveal. I am leaning towards the answer that no, I am not sure, and that it probably depends in some circumstances. Before we begin our conversation, I have a few pitfalls I'd like to ask that we try to avoid. Number one, arguing about what the doctrine of a faith actually teaches. The first reason is that even if the doctrine of the faith doesn't actually translate to an intolerant belief, that does not necessarily mean that people do not sincerely hold those beliefs. So an example would be the classic Leviticus translation of the verse, "Thou shalt not lie with a man as you shall with a woman," right? But if you actually go into the actual word that is used to translate man, and we can go more into depth with this as the debate carries on, it is actually proven, it's not proven, but there are many scholars who believe that the verse actually is supposed to condemn adultery in that context. It is not a condemnation of homosexuality. It's supposed to be a condemnation of adultery, and in some instances, it's also interpreted to be a condemnation of rape, male on male rape. So, but nevertheless, even though that can be an interpretation, it doesn't mean that there aren't people who don't sincerely hold the belief that homosexuality is immoral due to their religion, which means that arguing about whether or not the faith actually is homophobic or is not homophobic is besides the point, right? Secondly, I would like to avoid any literary interpretations, right? So, there's a quote from C.S. Lewis. Any theory which bases itself on a supposed historical Jesus to be dug out of the Gospels and then set up in opposition to Christian teaching is suspect. There have been far too many historical Jesuses, a liberal Jesus, a pneumatic Jesus, a Barthian Jesus, a Marxist Jesus. They are a cheap crop of each publisher's list. I believe I'm running out of time. I don't want to...
Thank you very much for the 1 minute long opening.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate it. No,
I'm sorry. Here are the two things I'd like to ask my fellow panelists, and I can go through the pitfalls later as well. I'd like to know, one, what does it substantively mean to reconcile tolerance? Does it mean that we decry Salman Rushdie when he's stabbed after 33 years after a fundamentalist answered the cry of that 10,000 protesters outside of Islamabad? Or does it mean that we slam Rushdie's work for its insensitivity towards
Yes! No, I'm just kidding.
Muslim populations in Europe. Does it mean that we think that the law should not intervene on behalf of a child, of a Jehovah's Witness, allowing her to die on the operating table if parents do not consent to their daughter receiving a blood transfusion? So, number one, what does it mean to reconcile tolerance? Number two,
about to update titles. If your screen freezes, refresh.
I want to inquire on what makes a belief anti-progressive. I know there's a normative understanding.
Matt McMannis, I'm terribly sorry, FairyQueen, but I said 1 minute. I gave you an extra one. Matt, you have 2 minutes if you so choose. No, don't sweat it. It's all good. Continue.
Of course. Well, first off, thanks a lot for inviting me. It's great to be back. It's great to have our new panelists and get to meet everyone. Very briefly, like I'm in a kind of a weird situation whenever it comes to this, because as a liberal Christian socialist, I have my own inclinations about this, but also as somebody who ends up writing a lot about Marx, Nietzsche, and secularism, I'm also attentive to the problems that are associated with the dynamic secularization and some of the emancipatory dimensions of that as well. So my approach to religion is inherently dialectical. I think that there are elements of every religious tradition that we can look at that have emancipatory and progressive qualities. And certainly I'm not alone there. I also think that there are many elements.
Who is this guy? Chat, can you tell me who this guy is? Wait, did she fuck Destiny? Did she? Uh-oh. Do we know who this guy is? I'm forgetting his name. I'm sorry.
Of every religious tradition. So much with the dynamics.
It's all good. Continue. Extra one. Matt McMannis, I'm terribly sorry, FairyQueen, but I said 1 minute. I gave you an extra one. Matt, you
okay, McMannis is this guy's name.
2 minutes if you so choose. No, don't sweat it. It's all good. Continue.
Of course. Well, first off, thanks a lot for inviting me. It's great to be back. It's great to have our new panelists and get to meet everyone. Very briefly, like I'm in a kind of a weird situation whenever it comes to this, because as a liberal Christian socialist, I have my own inclinations about this, but also as somebody who ends up writing a lot about Marx, Nietzsche, and secularism, I'm also attentive to the problems that are associated with the dynamic secularization and some of the emancipatory dimensions of that as well. So my approach to religion,
I will also label them, by the way. Just give me a second to type everything in.
Is inherently dialectical. I think that there are elements of every religious tradition that we can look at that have emancipatory and progressive qualities. And certainly I'm not alone there. I also think that there are many elements of every religious tradition, certainly that I'm familiar with, that have regressive qualities, that support various forms of hierarchical organization, that entail the subordination of vast numbers of people. And those are the kind of things that I don't necessarily want to get behind. So in terms of, do I think that we can reconcile progressive social policies with religion? I think the answer is yes, but with a very long but and about a million qualifications after that we'll probably get into over the course of this discussion.
Thank you very much. StarPanda.
So I wasn't sure about the question. I didn't necessarily like that it seemed to presuppose that religion is inherently anti-progressive, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But essentially, it feels like this is an issue of a culture of anti-progress and anti-intellectualism, where I guess people don't really want to think critically, like in the general populace. People want necessarily an easy answer and often don't want to take nuance into consideration. And ultimately, this isn't really a religion problem to me. It's more like anyone seems to be able to be anti-progressive, and it seems clear to me that even atheists can lead the charge in that respect. So that's my position.
Thank you very much. Wick, take it away.
Yeah, so it comes down to, do we tolerate the beliefs of others, whether religious or otherwise, who seem to be antithetical towards progressive values or antithetical to our own values? And I think that we can do not else to do, like often is brought up, and I'm sure it might come up today, is the paradox of tolerance, Popper's paradox of tolerance. I reject the framing that if we do not stop the intolerant, and by we I mean the state or other institutions, that people will simply fall into intolerance from those preaching it. I have faith that people can be and should be and will be better. That if we allow people to make their own decisions and you give them options between tolerance and intolerance, yes, sometimes they may choose the intolerance. But if we take away their choice and simply exile or censor anyone or anything that espouses any intolerant views, we've taken away their choice. And I think that's fundamentally anti-progressive. We'll get into it in the open. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Zena and Poppy, so there's two of you on the one screen. I've just received confirmation that Eudaimonia will not be making it today. He has some personal obligations that popped up or something along those lines. If you would both like to take a minute, be my guest, because we're one man short.
I can start us off, and then you want to go?
No, we'll mostly kind of figured out our opening statement together.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
So I guess I find myself in a place of sort of, again, it comes down to looking at things in a practical sense. Is there a way to reconcile this? And to me, I don't have a problem with someone necessarily having an intolerant belief until that belief becomes political action. So for me, the issue is that
interesting. Now this is only a year ago, remember? So it's not like we've gone way back in time. I think that's very interesting that she puts it like that.
You can have an intolerant belief, but when you try to exercise that belief in a way that then does harm, for example, preventing a child from transitioning, from allowing a person to explore themselves or to do whatever is necessary for their own personal growth, benefit, medical well-being, etc., that's when you've stepped in it. And to me, the issue here is that, at least from our perspective, the way we've talked about it is that I think it comes down to a fundamental philosophical discussion about what beliefs should be tolerated in a just society. I think we have to come down to actual individual beliefs. And again, I agree with the notion that we shouldn't get hung up on this notion of what, the doctrine actually says. I don't give a fuck what the doctrine says. What I give a fuck about is the people and the way in which they enact their beliefs. So if someone thinks that me and mine are going to go to hell, that is unacceptable. I don't care what their magic sky daddy tells them. At the end of the day, that should not be allowed within a just society, because that belief, fundamentally, if it starts being used as political action, will lead to some form of social violence, one way or the other. Go ahead, Zizi.
Yeah, no, I 1000% agree. Yeah. A lot of the issue comes down to, okay, on a personal level, like things that just exist within me, totally cool. As soon as those beliefs start fueling actions and affecting how we treat others, then we have a problem that we actually need to start looking at, okay, how are we treating others? Are we doing that with kindness, or are we harassing people? And
All right,
in
thank
fact,
you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, you're still going. My apologies.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's okay. You paused. I thought you were finished. Continue.
Especially on, the left and in progressive spaces, there does actually tend to be a wide variety of religious beliefs among everyone. I've been finding that a lot of people tend to just keep those close to the chest. So I would rather find a space that can be open and accepting.
You guys, Poppy's actually being allowed to talk. What the fuck? Poppy's actually talking. What the fuck?
Various beliefs.
And solidarity to everybody this Labor Day. Feel out. Very important to get that out there.
Thank you very much.
I want to, if I may, is this open now? I don't.
It is. I was about to say it's now open, so be my guest.
Okay, sorry, I sometimes forget.
We're going to go for it for an hour. It's all good. It's because you're in the center of the screen. I understand why that would give you ego.
I want to talk to Zena and Poppy.
Sure.
Zena is the one on the right or the left?
Zena, Poppy.
Okay, I'll try to remember.
Even he doesn't know.
Forgive me if I don't. Poppy, you mentioned that you wanted to. We can't tolerate certain beliefs. Like if someone believes that you and yours are going to go to hell. Right? Sure. If someone really believes that what you and yours is doing is sinful, wrong, and immoral, that we can't accept that. How would we? What mechanism would society use to stop that? Is my question.
I mean, my joke answer would be putting them in the stocks, but the actual answer would be something more akin to, I think, genuine just social pressure. I don't like the idea of using the state because the state tends to overextend its use of violence. To me, it would be more a question of by reformatting culture to.
How is that supposed to work? What? How is that supposed to work? I think this is a hot take, but you can't debate people like Poppy and Zena because their worldview is so warped and centered around themselves. Oh, I know. That's why we're watching this. Why wouldn't you be allowed to tax this? So it's a joke within the Poppy and Zena drama community. Yes, very sneaky Poppy Zena content. It's a joke within the Poppy and Zena community that Poppy, is Poppy erasure, or not Poppy, is Zena erasure, because Zena is very rarely allowed to, go up there and not do the narrative.
To allow for religious beliefs to exist, but also be willing to temper those beliefs against what are essentially, I would consider forms of spiritual violence. Like to say that somebody's going to hell for being trans or for being gay is a kind of, in my mind, spiritual violence. You're making a claim. One of the reasons why I settled spiritually on Buddhism, I'm an ordained Zen priest in the Hollowbones, or at least I was until I stepped away, is that Zen made no sense.
Remember, guys, Poppy claims to be a priest, alright? Just a reminder, this is WhickTV, this is McMannis, this is FairyQueen. I still don't know who this is.
Claims. There are orders that do, but those are individual. I went with that because it seemed the best at the time, and it's also didn't make any kind of prescriptive statements about how I should be other than awake. I come from that school of thought, which is that I think it's fine to police our own behavior. I think it's okay to have principles that you hold to because of religious values. But when you start to bring those onto other people, no, I think there should be social pressure to go away from that line of thinking, because almost always these types of things start to bleed into other aspects of reality.
I was raised, full disclosure, I was raised Mormon. So
Well, that explains a lot. This performance must have impressed Sunday a lot. Yeah, it must have. I don't really think they're doing that great, but it must have.
Oh, I'm still technically Mormon. I'm now doubting Thomas type of deal, right? One of the things that I struggled with growing up was how in the doctrine it would preach we need to be accepting of others. And for example, Jesus, when he was alive, if you believe in Jesus, if you follow the scriptures at all, in the Bible it says that he befriended the sinners, he befriended the tax collectors, the adulterers, the whores, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I would see the juxtaposition of that versus how I was told, oh, don't have non-Mormon friends. Don't date non-Mormons. Don't associate with non-Mormons because they will corrupt you and they will take away your ability. So when we say things, right, like we cannot tolerate, we need to socially pressure these groups out because they're not like us, they're different than us. I hear echoes of that, and I understand what you're saying, that you don't, the spiritual violence term is interesting. I want to
I don't know. QQ's gonna have to answer that for you.
Investigate a little later. Sure. But this idea, right, that we cannot tolerate those that have beliefs that contradict and are at odds with us. I don't know if I believe that. I think that like social pressure, I don't want to social pressure them out of their beliefs by exile. I want to social pressure them out of their beliefs by just example, by providing a better way, by showing the benefits of tolerance. But yeah,
could I interrupt on something there? Because I think there's a miscommunication we're having, and that is that so when I say social pressure, I'm not necessarily saying punishment. When I say social pressure, what I'm referring to is any kind of social pressure. So I could even change out the word and use incentive. To me, whether it's a positive or negative incentive, my goal would be to incentivize them away from those types of beliefs, because to me, those types of beliefs inevitably lead to certain types of, well, there's two parts. One would be they first lead to an issue where inevitably, due to those judgments, people will then start trying to enact those things on the ground in reality, right? This is why somebody who can be very, very sort of religious and aggressively so will start, engaging in things like transphobia or hate speech, things like that. But the other part of it is that at least at some level, those beliefs actually stand in opposition to the values we hold as a society. If we believe if we believe in
I want to let Wick respond. I want to see if anybody else wants to jump in.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to monopolize things.
Oh, you're good.
No, it's okay.
So that's the crux of it, right? I think that like even if there's groups in society that want to change society, and they don't have to be religious, right? That want to make society less tolerant. And this is where kind of the crux of the issue is that if we are to make our society less tolerant for those groups, then I mean, we've done their work for them in a way. I think mechanisms and procedure are very important. And what is decried as a hateful religion or an intolerant religion one day can be expanded by bad actors, either on the legislative level or on the cultural level. And by feeding into that, we have to stop the bad guys by pressuring them out is going to lead to bad actions. And that's my only worry and concern. And I've seen it play out. And I think we have to, and as unsatisfying as that may be, is we have to turn the other cheek. We have to accept the spiritual violence as
He's not misunderstanding Poppy, he's disagreeing with you. Shocking, I know, it's very shocking. It's very shocking and sad.
Well, because to fight against it just makes us worse as a society. But anyway, that's me.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else want to jump into this?
I had a question for both groups, if that's possible. Wick and Zena, Poppy. That cool?
Yeah. Sure. I know Zena had something too, so Zena go after that, but go ahead.
Okay, cool. So this is just whoever wants to answer the question. So just a little bit of way of background, right? I grew up in actually a very conservative town. The leader of the Conservative Party of Canada is now in my writing. I grew up Roman Catholic. I tended to believe that homosexuality was wrong, abortion was wrong, and it was a real transition, and a difficult transition, I should say, for me to give up those beliefs. But I'm very happy that they are gone. And one of the things that really inspired me to transition away from these kind of belief systems when I was like a teenager or something was the fact that I had queer friends and queer cousins and a trans cousin, all of whom said, this isn't right. You should change your attitude about these things. And gradually over time I did, because I realized that I was being an asshole about these things and that I didn't want to be that kind of person anymore. And I'm very grateful for that. But I think it was a tough thing for me reflecting on this because
Hey, what's up, Jack? How's it going? Is it Jack on the go here? Are we going to review some food? Nah, I think Wick misunderstood. Wick said it should be incentivized rather than punished, and Poppy clarified she was talking about incentivizing.
On one hand, there is no doubt that having positive queer role models in my life was essential for me to give up some of my more reactionary views. On the other hand, it makes me really uncomfortable when I hear people say, like, well, this is what the thing, they should model this kind of good behavior for you or other people like you in that similar situation, and that will lead to the kind of transitions that we think are important, because it kind of lays the onus on the victims of prejudice to actually model the kind of correct behavior to enable people to move away from prejudice. I don't really have a good answer for this, and I'm just wondering if you guys kind of know what you think the right formula would be.
Do you want to go first and I'll...
Sure. I mean, I know ZZ and I've talked about this on our channel before, but like the big thing for us is always like, again, it's exposure therapy, right? I'm a therapist by trade, and so like for me, this comes down to exposure therapy. Like representation is huge. So making sure that people have good examples of queer, like we'll use queer people because that seems to be coming up. Like queer people is a good example. Like again, like a little girl, like a 4 or 5 year old little girl sees, even if she's in a conservative family, watches Shira.
God, I don't want to hear them talk about little girls. I don't want.
Parents are off doing whatever they're doing, and she sees, Catra kiss Adora, and even though the social systems around her prescribe this as being wrong, if she's a little gay girl, like that seed is now planted. Like, wait, girls are an option. So to me, representation is huge. Giving people the opportunity. I am a big fan. It's interesting because like even though Wick and us seem to come down on a different perspective, we're also a big fan of choice. And so to me, part of the way you create this is by giving people as many options as possible without, obviously creating like the paradox of choice. My issue, and I think ZZ's as well, is just giving people as much examples as possible. The more there are trans people in existence, the more people get used to our existence, and it becomes less and less of an issue.
I think this is actually a really good place for me to hop in.
Go ahead.
Because part of the thing with choice is that you actually need to have the knowledge to make choices, right? If the only thing you've grown up with is this thing is the bad, then that's all you've got, and that thing is bad. And so I slightly disagree with Poppy from earlier. I do think that there are a few ways that our legal system can still help with this issue. I'm a big fan of enumerations on non-discrimination policies. That has been shown to do a lot of good as far as bullying and harassment.
All right, you guys are gonna get to see how the The monkey purple affects me in my my commentary. Let's go.
And so this is helpful in schools, in the workplace, and a lot of other places to make it clear to people like, no, these groups are protected. We're not going to go harass and harm them. Okay. And I think that the more education we can do, particularly like in schools, okay, or even on like just a local level, just hosting events, can be really, really helpful to be a social pressure to move people away from these things. Because suddenly there is now more options for them to learn and see other examples. And usually when you're doing events, it is a bit easier to solve like the role model issue of, okay, not everyone has to be a role model, but now you have people identified in your communities that are. And like I grew up in a town that is very, very Christian, has all kinds of mega churches, and actually it does have some of the fire and brimstone churches, and like put in the paper that certain people were going to burn in hell, all right, for supporting gay rights. Like that was a thing that happened.
To be fair, you're going to burn in hell for completely different reasons.
So, I think we do need to find demonstrable ways to actually like address this stuff. Even if we want to let them have, the choices, what they're doing is essentially harassment.
Is that harassment though? But I want to answer, Matt, is that your name? I'm sorry, Matt's question first. But I want to talk about that. To your question, like about putting the onus on the victims of oppression to be the examples. And it feels icky, but I think it's the only way forward. It's not fair, it's not just, but it works. Contact theory works. And while in an ideal world, they wouldn't have to, I don't know if we live in an ideal world. In fact, I think we don't. And I think that we need to just go with what works. And while people who aren't members of those oppressed groups can be allies, it's not the same. And it doesn't have the same effect that it does when members of those groups do it. I think that, again, being an example is just powerful. It has a lot of influence. And yeah, like it's maybe not a satisfying answer. I just, again, over and over I've seen where you have to give, even if it hurts, in order for people to tolerate you. And it's not fair, but it is, so.
All right, would anybody else like to jump in?
That's a really weird one. It almost, because the effect of that, right? If you're like constantly having to be in the state of a role model, you're basically like, okay, eyes are always on me. I have to constantly act like people are watching me. And then it also separates you out of now like, wait, do I actually get to be a person? Like I have my flaws. Okay, there are things that make me cranky, and then that's gonna happen. I'm gonna get into fights with people occasionally.
Like the migraines and the hormonal condition which causes her to lose all control, or them, excuse me.
Like, oh no, you always need to be a role model. Like, no, that doesn't, like, groups aren't a monolith. That gives like a really strange impression anyway.
We saw how well that worked with Keffels.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I'm not.
Dude, you have no. Okay, this is the one simp mode I will turn. You, madame, have done way worse than Keffels could ever dream of. Okay? I know about your crimes. I know what you've done.
In the Keffels thing, but I will say, yeah, it sucks. I mean, there's no two ways about it. It's not fair. But how else are we to do this? Like, if I could wave a magic wand and make people more tolerant, I would, but I can't. And I don't have the same effect that you do, for example. I can't talk about things with the same air of authority that you can, for example. And again, yes, that's one of the problems here. But the thing is, that's just true of any group and organization. I remember being a missionary for my church. We were told over and over and over again, even if people hit you, beat you, attacked you, you were to not fight back because you represented the church, and that you were part of this. And while it sucked and it wasn't fair, you needed to be a better person. I don't think it's wrong. And I think it's a good thing to be tolerant of others who do bad things to you, to an extent. There's lines, obviously. I think that makes us better people. And
if I may interject with a clarifying question. I can see a potential problem in your analogy, Wick, in that the person who is going out to proselytize on behalf of some persecuted religious minority, say, is doing so willingly as an incursion into the comfort and territory of other groups in society. One of the ways in which this is disanalogous, even leaving aside whether or not this is a practically efficacious way to proceed, is that, for example, for a trans person who is mistreated in this way, they aren't mistreated in this way in the course necessarily of going out and proselytizing in a school or in a neighborhood or at someone's house or wherever. They're persecuted for existing, for being visible in the media, for walking through the store, for going into a washroom. In fact, increasingly, we've seen even cis women are being targeted in this way. So intense is the paranoia at this juncture. So how do we reconcile this? Because it seems like what is being asked of persecuted minorities who are just living their lives is to take on the responsibilities of a proselytizer, when it seems to me that's a statement that stands in need of some justification.
I guess my
I just wanted to interject and say, I think FairyQueen wanted to say something a couple times.
FairyQueen, please jump in and assert yourself if you'd like to speak.
If I may just address this real quick, then FairyQueen can go, and I'll shut up for a while.
Okay.
So if you don't, I'm only speaking to the people who want to make change, an effective change. If you just want to exist and you don't care about society or things. And that's a kind of a weird way to say it, but it's there's no judgment there. Why should you, right? You should live your life, you should be happy, you'll be fine. Then ignore what I'm saying because I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people who want to advocate for effective societal and cultural change. And if and you are a proselytizer, you are an advocate. That's what it is. It's synonymous. And so that's what I would say to that. So if you want to be an effective agent of change, then this is how you should behave. If you just want to live your life and you don't care, then yes, absolutely, do what you got to do. Anyway,
FairyQueen.
Hey, on the one hand, I deeply sympathize with what Poppy, Zena, and with what Wick are saying. On the idea that we do need representation, yes, that having contact, in the example being given.
Has the VTuber talked? Am I just tripping balls? The VTuber hasn't talked. Not once.
Like with more queer people probably will make you, in the long run, less homophobic. I do agree. I do think that is true. But part of the issue that I have, the question that we have today is, can we reconcile tolerance of religion and anti-progressive religious beliefs? In my mind, the people who are most at risk are minorities who exist within religious minority communities. So an example of this would be the FLDS community. How many of you saw the documentary series, Keep Sweet, Pray, and Obey? That's, if you haven't seen it, it's not a wonderful series. It's very horrific, but it's about the systematic abuse of teenage girls who were married in these polygamous marriages. Some of them were pregnant at 16. The young boys, the teenage boys, they were run off. They were thrown into the middle of the street to fend for themselves. These people cannot be helped with more representation in media, and I don't know that they can be helped even with representation in schools because of the fact that these communities are isolated in nature, right? And I also was raised Roman Catholic, and I also went to youth group clubs.
Roman Catholic, okay, unless you live in a fucking little town. To be fair, FairyQueen might. I don't know. I don't know much about her personal life, okay? Unless you live in, like, a little-ass town in the Midwest, Catholics, I feel like, of all the, you know, they're kind of like Jews in that respect. They mingle with all the groups. I don't know a Catholic that's like, I only spend time with other I mean, I'm sure there are, like, cults and stuff like that are sexist in Catholicism, but that's just a weird one to point out there.
The thing that I remember that was consistently said within those religious settings was, we are not of the world, we are in the world. This is something that is repeatedly said when you go and you attend certain religious communities. It's that you might live in society, you might live, but you're not supposed to be of it, right? You're supposed to belong to the church, the bubble, right? And it's a sort of an us versus a them dichotomy, right? Another series that talks about this is the DOGE series that recently came out, right? How is more representation? Well, seriously, how is more representation?
To give some context, at this time, DOGE, which used to be a part of, I think it was 19 and counting or 18 and counting, they were a family. They had a very religious lifestyle. They believed that the only reason you should fuck is to procreate. So they had like 18, 19 kids. And it turns out that the oldest brother? I could be wrong on that. One of the older brothers was like molesting all of them. It was a huge, huge scandal. And, you know, let's be for real. Who was fucking surprised about that, considering their lifestyle? Excuse me.
Media going to help, you know, one of the DOGE children, when every single one of the books that even has a mention of homosexuality, even a whiff of it, is ripped out of the curriculum and thrown to the wind.
Well, that's why we can't tolerate those actions. That's why it comes back to what I said earlier, is that I think that the social pressure, and again, like Zena said, even possible legal pressure needs to be dealt with. I mean, the problem is that you can't use representation to fight someone like DeSantis. Like, you can't fight a cult like the DOGErs or like the people.
To contextualize DeSantis, for anyone that doesn't know, DeSantis is the governor of Florida, or was the governor of Florida. He's a weird fascist, man.
You're talking about in the same way. Like, that's what these groups are. I mean, to me, they're extremists. And at least to some degree, if people have isolated themselves to such a degree that, you know, like you said, they're in the world, but they're not of the world. They've made themselves a separate organization where they are so deeply disconnected. To me, that starts getting into a question of, should we allow those groups to exist?
Well, and like,
bro, the irony. Bro, run that back.
Organization where they are so deeply disconnected. To me, that starts getting into a question of, should we allow those groups to exist?
Well, and like, the stuff that you're mentioning, especially, is starting to bridge on abuse, just straight out abuse.
I mean, look at the DOGErs.
Yeah. So I think
no, we gotta read back farther.
A cult like the DOGErs, or like the people you're talking about.
Whiff of it is ripped out of the curriculum and thrown to the wind.
Well, that's why we can't tolerate those actions. That's why it comes back to what I said earlier, is that I think that the social pressure, and again, like Zena said, even possible legal pressure needs to be dealt with. I mean, the problem is that you can't use representation to fight someone like DeSantis. Like, you can't fight a cult like the DOGErs, or like the people you're talking about in the same way. Like, that's what these groups are. I mean, to me, they're extremists. And at least to some degree, if people have isolated themselves to such a degree that, you know, like you said, they're in the world, but they're not of the world. They've made themselves a separate organization where they are so deeply disconnected. To me, that starts getting into a question of, should we allow those groups to exist?
Well, and like,
yo, hey Poppy. I'm be real with you, homie. Hey Poppy, what would you say about that now? Where has your ass been? It's been months. Come on. Dude, you are running from a what? How many YouTube subs do I have? I'm just checking it right now. It's low. But you guys should subscribe, then it'd be higher. You are running now from a 365 subscriber YouTuber. That's right. I haven't even hit 500 yet, alright? You've been running. Now I see you being directly hypocritical. What is this now? Stop running. Or never go online again. I will also take that option. Because I think that is the moral thing to do. Ron DeSantimonious? True, bro. Wait, no signal. What the fuck are you talking about?
The stuff that you're mentioning, especially, is starting to bridge on abuse, just straight out abuse. And
look at the
some of
doctors.
those cases, yeah. So I think those almost fall into another legal category of, okay, now how do we actually like structure laws to protect from abuses happening in those situations? That's a little bit, you know.
Yeah, we don't allow human sacrifice.
Very quickly, StarPanda, I see your mouth moving. I don't know how much you can actually gesticulate with your VTuber. Did you want to weigh in on this?
Her name is StarPanda, finally.
I did. Probably not what was said just now specifically, but there was something from Wick that rubbed me a little bit the wrong way. So when you were talking about good
Yo, what doesn't rub people the wrong way with Wick?
Role models for certain minority communities, it rubs me the wrong way because even if you do have those good role models, if you're going to, like, let's say a very conservative place, they're going to be deep in that sauce. They may see that one person as like one of the good ones. So it doesn't really help that much in that way, where like it happens with like Black communities too. They'll see a person as one of the good ones rather than seeing it as the whole community being like people, right? So like you need diverse kind of perspectives, I guess,
so if
to be able to, you know.
If I can just very quickly, just for the sake of clarity. So what you're pointing out is that in the event that you even have maybe like a high concentration of people who are deliberately attempting to model good behaviors on behalf of the group so it looks decent and acceptable.
You're naked now. Well, that's cool. Alright? Remember, this is a chat. That is not... We're not doing porno tonight.
To groups on the outside. Nonetheless, there might be a perverse effect that takes place where the people who sign on to the bad view of that group in the other groups that are judging it, they may be taken as the good examples of that group, and the rest of them are essentially canceled out. Is that more or less reflective of what you're saying?
Essentially, yeah. Basically, like, you can't really control how other people see you, and it becomes frustrating, even if you're an advocate, when you're trying to, like, put out this good image, I guess, and they just see the good image coming from you, but then, like, extrapolate other things from the other parts of the community.
Okay, if I could just add to that.
Okay, Matt, and then Wick, and then whoever else wants to jump in next, put your hand up, okay? Continue, please.
Thank you. My comment is extremely brief. I think that's a very good part.
Jesus, cow. You know that this troll does not work on me, okay? One, because I'd know if you DM'd me. Two, alright? I'm a Volcel, okay? Just so you know. Oh my god, you're scared? Lol, don't be scared, bro.
StarPanda. I spent a lot of time writing about the right, sometimes success. But one of the most consistent features you can see of right-wing talking points is their ability to rhetorically deflect any association with hate while still advancing what are ultimately bigoted policies. You can see this in multiple levels, right? I am not a racist, but, you know, I don't want these people living near me, and also, you know, I want my community to look the same as it did before. Really common one we can hear about from Tucker Carlson. I just reviewed Matt Walsh's extraordinarily transphobic book, you know, What is a Woman, for Jackman Magazine, and he consistently says, you know, I don't...
Yo, that's a book? Poppy, oh no, that's why we're watching it. Fuck, I gotta move my Kwiggler away from her. I don't feel comfortable. For once in my life, I'm gonna hide in the arms of Wick. Alright, I just feel more comfortable with Wick. But yeah, no, this is a panel Poppy and Zena were on a year ago, so that was last February. So this would have been before a lot of stuff came out. It's quite a thing. Also, whose chat is this? They are writing some essays, dog. No, this is Zena's and their chat. What the fuck? They're writing essays, dog.
hate trans people. There are even trans people that I like. He doesn't use that term, right? You know, love the sinner, hate the sin, right? And to my mind, that is about as fig leaf as you can possibly get for advancing what is extraordinarily hateful, very transphobic rhetoric. That is
Jesus cow, I would never want. Jesus cow, listen. If anyone ever did that, okay, I would put your ass in federal prison. Like, if y'all think that Pxie and them are like aggro, just you wait for something like that to happen. Ooh boy, that'll be. Don't worry about it.
Abetting any number of extraordinarily cruel policies in red states right now. So I think that we need to be very skeptical of instances where we see that kind of rhetoric deployed for exactly the reasons that StarPanda mentioned.
Thank you very much. Well, please.
There's a lot to, I'll be as brief as possible, but I want to tackle what FairyQueen said, and I also want to address StarPanda's criticism. So I guess it comes down to whether or not you believe contact theory works. And I do. I think it's a sound theory. I think I've seen the effects of it, and I think we've all seen the effects of it in society. Like, I'm a little older. I'm 40 years old, right? I have seen society shift.
Bro, what? Bro, WhickTV was 40 years old a week ago? What? He's 40 years old? No way. Dude, I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that. Ooh.
Because of these good examples. And that's the thing. It doesn't happen in a month, a day, a week, even a year. This is a generation.
Yeah, I know. It will. My artist is working on it, okay? She's a great artist. Which means she takes her time, alright? Why do you think it's so cute now? Which is actually 25? I don't think that's how that works.
Shift that goes on. It's incremental and it's frustrating. I understand. I get it. But the arc of justice is long, or the arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. I'm fucking up that quote, but you know what I mean. And it's very true. We see through the sacrifice that individuals and groups have made, we have come a long way, and we have a long way to go, but we are much more tolerant today than we were 50 years ago. On almost every metric, life is better today for minority groups in America than it was 50 years ago. So while yes, it can be frustrating in the now because we don't see any shifts, we don't see any changes, and we see some backlash coming out, and we can't ignore the backlash, like the Matt Walshes, the Tucker Carlsons, the DeSantises of the world. There are problems, and what we need to do is take away their base of power, right? The reason that they have influence and power is because they have an audience that wants that kind of thing, that are looking for justifications towards their prejudice and things like that, and their fears.
Please go for it. And then Zena and Poppy, you were waiting. FairyQueen, and then Zena.
Yeah, I did want to get to FairyQueen's point, though.
Okay, but you responded to one, so I'm going to let FairyQueen respond. I'm going to let Zena respond. I'm going to let you come back to it, and then we're going to switch gears a little bit. FairyQueen, please.
Wick. So I don't disagree. I believe, obviously, that over the course of history, that obviously we are in a much better position than we would have been 50 or 100 years ago. I also think that point is besides the point. Because even in the golden hill that we are all striving towards, you're still going to have some people that are within, if you promote religious tolerance, who are going to have extremist views on the fringe, who are going to want to self-isolate, who are going to probably discriminate against minorities who are within the minority community, right? So even if it's true, and I don't disagree, and I certainly hope that it's true, and I still, to be very clear, I'm not disagreeing that representation doesn't matter or that it doesn't work. What I'm saying is it is not going to be effective in all cases. And when we're talking about discrimination within these communities, we are talking about communities that are often on the fringe. We're not talking about your average churchgoer. We're not talking about your average person. That we're talking about people who have deliberately extremist views. And I do want to respond to something that Poppy and that Zena said. And listen, I sympathize with.
You know, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think I fucked up with judging FairyQueen. I'm not saying her arguments are correct all the time, because they're not. But just, you know, shit, dude. Why did Twitch poll have to do this?
That, and I agree that, especially with the FLDS and with the Duggar family, clear instances of abuse. But you're going to come into a problem, and this is why I really wanted to interrogate what that meaning of the word an anti-progressive belief really is. This is the reason why I brought up Salman Rushdie and the Satanic Verses, right? That's a very clear example where different people on the sides of that argument had very different ideas on what it meant to be, what a progressive value was, right? So what if, for instance, you go into a community, it's a closed Muslim community, and you have a man, for instance, who has 4 wives? Is that something that we should socially pressure men to not be able to do within our society? Because you can provide that, but if you do, you're probably going to get some pushback that your pressure is Islamophobic and that it's intolerant and that it's a colonial Western attitude that is being imposed upon these communities, right? You're going to find that that's true for many religious communities, which is a concern and something we're thinking about.
That's a very interesting point you've actually brought up, FairyQueen. You know what you should actually look into, though, is not necessarily the treatment of Muslims. You should look in the treatment of Indians in Britain and Canada in particular last century. It gets really interesting that way.
I was going to say, Canada has exactly that problem with when we introduced religious courts for family law.
Bro, did you just say Indians? Did my man just say Indians? What? My man, look, maybe he meant those from the South Asian or not continent, but the South Asian area of Asia. But if he meant indigenous peoples, dude, bro, you live in BC. What? Bro. Bro. There's lots of South Asians in Canada, that's true. But that sentence did not sound, it could be a coincidence. It could be a coincidence, but it didn't sound, hold on.
Of Indians in Britain and Canada, not. That's a very interesting point you've actually brought up, FairyQueen. You know what you should actually look into, though, is not necessarily the treatment of Muslims. You should look in the treatment of Indians in Britain and Canada, in particular in the last century. It gets really interesting that way.
I was going to say, Canada has exactly that problem with when we introduced religious courts for family law, starting in the early 2000s in the province of Ontario. So it's not even hypothetical, right? It's a very real problem. Very real.
Okay, maybe he was talking about South Asians then. We'll just assume that. Alright, you feel like you alright, maybe it's just me then. It's just me. My bad, y'all.
I'm so sorry for derailing. Zena and Poppy, you were just directly addressed if you want to respond.
So as a woman who is 42 years old and has been around since the beginning of the Reagan administration,
as a woman that's been 42 years old and been around since the Reagan administration. Okay, bro, fuck off.
I guess I kind of disagree. Like, yeah, progress has gotten better, more representation has gotten better, but I've also seen the backlash against trans people become, instead of a silent killer that slowly murders my community over the course.
Oh no, not Intuit erasure. The Intuit peoples and the Métis peoples and the other independent peoples that live in northern Canada absolutely are important. Okay? Why is that a flex? I don't fucking know.
Time, a very real day-to-day life threat. Like, I can go online to any place, and basically my bottom surgery that just happened on the 10th, I can get told by any number of conservatives that that's a rot pocket. There's a very real way in which, yes, things have got...
Bro, the narcissism is so strong.
Better, but just barely. If you look, like, you can go on LGBTQ Nation and look at the list of horrors that the Trump administration did against queer people, and everything Biden fixed is day one. Like, one vote, one presidential election changed whether I had certain rights. So to say that, like, it's getting better, no, this is a constant tension and fight. And also, it's not just a peaceful fight through representation, it's also throwing bricks.
Okay, we gotta, who calls them Indians? Jesus cow, what do you mean? The South Asians? I am just using that, you can certainly call somebody from India Indian. I'm just saying that to, like, differentiate between, like, the derogatory term Indian, which would be for, like, an indigenous person, or, like, a Native American. Because I wasn't sure, but I think he was talking about, like, Indians from India. Like, I think I misunderstood that. That is what I meant.
Like, so part of this comes down to, like, first off, that question is that I reject the notion that it is a simple essentialist, we're always moving more towards progress. No, this is much more complicated than that, because I live it. I literally was in Target last night, and a teenager walked by me and called me Mr., then Miss, then they, them, because he knew it would get a rise, you know, get an interesting reaction.
So what? Who cares? This is why I need my soundboard, bro.
The two girls he was with. Did it affect me too much? Not really. But it still fucking happened. Now, to respond to the notion about how you deal with that, I guess my problem is that, yeah, I guess I just reject the notion that shutting down intolerant, horrible groups is somehow Islamophobic or, you know, somehow anti-Christian or whatnot. To some degree, we have to kind of take those on the chin in some cases, because at least from my perspective, you're still describing groups that fundamentally are engaging in behaviors and beliefs that to me are directly in opposition to what we as a society...
Well, that was not the one that I wanted to play right there.
I'm having a faggot for dinner tonight.
At least ostensively claim. Like, again, from my perspective, the Republican Party is in direct opposition, but I'll let Zizi go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One of the big things that I want to bring up that I think he's getting confused here is we have a whole series on our channel called Harm versus Offense. Okay, and so we talk about what actions are harmful versus what is people being offended. And not that the offense is invalid, that's not the point here. Like, no, sometimes you got to deal with, you know, interpersonal stuff, okay? And so the point is kind of teasing out what's a individual harm or offense versus what is a large systemic harm versus offense.
I know that this is off the topic, but my favorite soundboard one, my favorite one by far, is this one.
Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen!
It's just...
And I think those values absolutely need to be used here.
Who cares?
Ways. Okay.
I know, I'm looking for the who cares one, but I need to find it without the N-word, because I can't say that on YouTube.
Is this a situation where people are being hurt? Are they being harmed? Are they being coerced? Is that why, like, or is this a situation where, like, they're all consenting adults, they all feel fine in their situation, right? They feel safe, they feel like they have, you know, the independence that they need. And so I want to use those are the values that I would use when I'm picking out, okay, well, what situations are the ones we need to call out and which ones aren't?
Thank you. And Wick, I'm going to let you respond.
Sure. I think that there's like almost two separate categories that we need to deal with here. There are the, I think, where we talk about abuse. I would say abuse rather than harm, because I think some levels of harm are just going to be with us.
Well, we're generally talking about like systemic harm.
Sure.
In this case, that's what that series means.
I'm trying to address FairyQueen's point about abuse in like the FLDS movement, things like that, where people are literally kept prisoner, right?
In Yemen? I can't remember which one was the destroyed one and which one wasn't, but in a lot of Middle East, you can find some pretty nice-ass shit in certain places. It's a weird place, you know? It's a weird place.
And married off at 14, 12, 16, right? Like really, really young. We can recognize that there are certain things that are beyond the pale. It's not about belief in that case. It's about abuse that we have decided, right? That we are just going to not tolerate. And I think that's a separate thing than a belief. So my separation is I would allow someone to advocate for that thing. To say, hey, I think we should be able to marry 12-year-olds. I would think it's abhorrent, but I wouldn't shut that down. I wouldn't exile. Yeah, I wouldn't censor that person from having that belief. I think there is value in knowing who believes that kind of thing, right? I think there's a lot of value in knowing who the Nazis are in the room, right, so to speak. But I wouldn't allow them to act on it, right? I think that society can enforce its laws. And I think the laws of you don't get to perform human sacrifice, even if it's your religious belief. You don't get to rape people, even if it's your religious belief. You don't get to marry kids, even if it's your religious belief. I think that's where I would draw the line. But I would keep the ceiling high on that, right? Into those cases like the FLDS. I'm not familiar with the Duggar family. I can't comment on. But the FLDS things, the fundamentalists, Latter-day Saints, absolutely, that's a very, very high bar that you need to clear. Someone who marries 4 women, a Muslim who marries 4 women, I don't think that's necessarily abusive, and I think we can and should tolerate, so to speak, with that. So I wanted to address that, and then I wanted to talk to not Poppy, Zena, sorry. And I hear you, right? When you say that there are people still pushing for very homophobic, transphobic, racist things, that absolutely is the case. I am not saying or advocating we do nothing by tolerating them. I think tolerating is a positive action that will help to fix it. It won't solve it. It won't solve all of it. It's not doing nothing. It is, in fact, combating it through killing them with kindness is probably the wrong way to put it, but by being better than they are. I think that it won't fix all of it, but I think it will fix a lot of it. And it's unfortunately going to have setbacks, and it's going to be a long time. You are right in that we can't just expect it to happen. We have to work towards it happening. That's why I advocate for people to be better and to be to turn the other cheek in a lot of ways. Anyway, that's
okay, great. Thank you. No, it's okay. I'm going to let Zena respond, and then I'm going to give StarPanda. You've been quiet. If you want to make a comment, feel free. Matt, you too, and we'll go in that order. So Zena, StarPanda, Matt, and then we're gonna change it up a little bit. So please.
I'm honestly finding like the tolerant talk to feel like doomerism right now, because it doesn't really feel like you actually have like a lot of ways to actually deal with this stuff. If we're talking about child brides, for one, that's already a big deal like in the political scene. We already know that there's massive issues with that, because there are some really conflicting laws with how children are able to represent themselves, okay? And they can't actually get out of those situations because of conflicting laws, and this all depends on what state you're in. We also have data about this that describes how harmful this is to kids. That's a thing, right? So, like, that's already covered. And as far as, like, the tolerance, like, yeah, we might not be able to reach every single person in every single corner of the world, but the more we can add in, education in our schools.
Hold on 1 second.
Serial insemination.
Okay, that one worked. I don't know why it's opening over there, but whatever.
Who cares?
That one worked. Perfect. Thought there was a third one. Oh well.
Education in our cities, okay? The better we are. And this can be any kind of religious tolerance, including various groups. Most schools already have clubs that are geared towards this. There's one's called WISH, Will Intolerance Stop Here. A lot of schools have some form of a gender sexuality alliance or other versions of, diversity clubs, right? And the thing that I would advocate for is absolutely backing them up, giving them more resources to do the work, and also like support policy decisions that some of these groups are working towards. We've had cases where, like, at my community college, we worked with our school to get preferred names on everybody's IDs, and that be allowed. And that was extremely effective in reaching the entire school for, you know, for helping like diversity and tolerance. And we can do similar things with religion and making sure that like everyone actually has access to education about this.
Sure. Can I ask just?
I was just going to finish up what I was going to say because we got to let other people take a turn.
Yeah, hang on. So, Zena, finish up very quickly. Wick, I'm going to give you a couple seconds to reply. Then it's going to be StarPanda. We're going to proceed as before. Please.
Yeah. Right. Damn, I lost it. Anyways, doing this with tolerance stuff, making sure that everyone has access to education, and I would also include access to education to be including anyone who is in the homeschool or unschooling or any of those like outside of a public school focus as well, to also address the cases that are on the fringe, like FairyQueen has been talking about.
Okay, Wick, brief reply.
Just a brief question. Recently, a 12-year-old boy was sent home from school from wearing a shirt that says there are only two genders. Do you support that action?
Being sent home?
He got, I don't know if he got suspended. I don't know if he received any other disciplinary action, but he wore a shirt that said there are only two genders, right? And he was sent home.
Yeah, I mean, there's trans kids. What does that say to them?
Yeah, the same way I would send home a kid who's wearing a flat earther shirt.
No, hang on.
And beer shirts.
I think.
Okay, we need to make a digression on that in a moment because that's an interesting distinction there. StarPanda, I'm going to let you weigh in if you would like very quickly.
Sure. I think I have two things. Like, real quick, there are rules in school, like from what was said just now. There are rules in school for what you can wear, and usually, even if like you have a beer shirt or like inappropriate attire, you'll be sent home or told to change that shirt. Like, this doesn't just happen with like people who have, you know, just like political statements on their shirts, right? I'm sure someone who is who's like super lefty kid will also be sent home if they have like an Antifa shirt or something. But like for something else, for before, what Wick and Zena and Poppy were talking about, there was something that you said. I don't mean to take umbrage with everything you say, but like you did say before that I guess generally that our rights were getting better, or like it was getting better for minorities. For gay and black people, I would say it has gotten a little bit better. Specifically, like certain things have gotten better. Certain things have gotten worse. But in particular, I would say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, like anyone, but for trans people, it has gotten significantly worse because in the 50s, I remember there being, like not me personally, but like I remember seeing articles from the...
All schools do have dress codes. Why did it give me that marker twice? That's amazing. No, but hey, Mrs. JF is still missing. That's true. Where is Mrs. JF? Like, for real.
Serial insemination. First man pooped 3 babies.
50s being like, not trans, but like a man becomes a woman, and it was all like celebratory and stuff. Like it was a GI or something who had become a woman and gotten these surgeries. Like there was no ill will in that. And nowadays we have so many like conservative news sources who are going after trans people like for pretty much anything, like just existing, basically. And then there's the fact that there's like 500, 600 plus anti-trans laws that are going through. Some of them being stricken down, but they're all going through, like to restrict people's rights, specifically to target trans people, trans kids, and all that. So I think in that way, trans people are getting a lot of the brunt of all that, and it's getting significantly worse, very clearly.
Two questions.
Very quickly, Wick. Matt?
I don't mean, like, sorry, I can shut up if you guys want me to, right? It's just everyone.
No, I want to let the people who are in the sequence go first, and then you can reply. So we just hold that thought for a second.
No, let them go first.
Yeah. Matt, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment very briefly about some of the rhetoric that we're using to describe this, because I think it'd be helpful to interrogate that a little bit. I'm deeply fond, as Wick is, of Dr. King's statement that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. I think that is a spectacular example of progressive rhetoric.
Totally
not only that, it's by telling that it comes from a Christian socialist or a democratic socialist that really demonstrates, again, how it is that you can integrate religion very successfully for progressive causes. People often forget that the most successful religious movement in this country's history, in terms of advancing a religiously tinged politics, was the civil rights movement, followed quickly by the American evangelical movement, which is deeply...
That's a good point. One article not being positive doesn't mean, or one article not being negative doesn't mean it was positive. Sunday is great at this. Yeah, he's definitely a lot better in this environment.
When we think about Ronald Reagan. But one of the things that I think is problematic about Dr. King's splendid statement is that it does imply that there's a kind of direction to history. In academia, we just call it like a telos, right? That's a pretentious word for it. And it can be very tempting for many progressives to buy into this idea that once we've won rights for X, Y, or Z group, they're there, they're not going away, and there's really nothing that can be done to take them away. I think that we've seen, as many people have articulated here, very clearly on the trans issue, that is not the case when it comes to many things, right? Oftentimes, if you look at this country's history around things like, say, racial equality, it's been one step step forward, 2 steps back, or 2 steps forward, 1 step back, depending upon the time period. Reconstruction, desegregation, and I think we're seeing something very similar right now when it comes to the attempt to achieve human dignity for trans citizens in the United States of America, where there have been strides taken since, say, 2002, 2003 with Lawrence v. Texas, and a few other decisions that were essential in advancing the queer community. But the level of vitriol that I've seen directed against trans individuals is incomparable with anything else I've seen in my lifetime, which includes the immense wave of Islamophobia that broke out during the War on Terror. And this makes me very deeply concerned that the arc of the moral universe will not bend towards justice when it comes to security for trans individuals. It may very well bend.
Actually, this McMannis guy, I like him. He stays pretty on point. He might get a little wordy sometimes, but I'm sorry, that I have criticisms for your husband, okay? Sorry. I'm just kidding, I love you. But I haven't seen much of, like, his old stuff, so, okay, you can win, you can prove me wrong, alright? Okay?
Towards very, very serious danger, especially in many red states. I don't even think it will. It is bending in that direction. So I just think it's very important for us to inoculate ourselves against this temptation of assuming that just because we've won very partial dignity for a X, Y, or Z given group that has been long dominated, that is secure forever, and that there aren't millions of people out there who would be very happy to claw back those rights and then go back even further if you're somebody like Terrence Thomas.
I don't make stuff up about him. I might be too harsh sometimes and make assumptions that don't pan out, or that are based off of something that's biased, so my logic is biased, but I don't make stuff up about him. No, okay? No, okay. You can say that my criticisms are bad, or that I'm not substantial. I don't make stuff up about him.
Opening was available to them.
If I can be permitted a brief comment before I move to FairyQueen, and then we'll let Rick respond to the addresses made towards him. I think in addition to that, Matt, something else that might enter into the calculus as well is even if the overall arc of history tends toward justice, the arc seems to have teeth where you have in the last century alone, like a significant number of situations where, on balance, does the justice actually compensate in the end for the immense level of deliberate destruction of entire human groups in the process? If you could be very brief, Wick has a few things to respond to. I don't want him to lose his thought.
What do you want claims for? What do you want claims for? Zeppo can probably find them better than me, but dude, I'll admit, just because I'm good at some stuff doesn't mean I'm good at other stuff. And even if I was wrong, alright. Like, Zeppo, just say what claims, and then Zeppo can find them, okay? I'm sorry, Zeppo, you're being forced to do this, okay? I can PayPal you money.
So please go fast.
Of course. I have a very brief question that is very similar to Wick's. So he mentioned like the case of the boy that went home, was sent home with a shirt. I'm going to give you the example of the Supreme Court case with the Westboro Baptist Church. Do you think that they made the correct decision?
Also, I will clarify that there probably have been times where I've made claims and gotten upset and not substantiated them. That's completely a possibility. But I don't want people going around thinking that I just make up stuff about people. If I do think that something inaccurate is accurate, there's a reason for it. It's not because I'm just making it up.
Do you agree with the Supreme Court case decision?
Can you specify what that is for the audience, for those who aren't familiar?
Yeah, so this is Snyder versus Phelps. This is a case, this is a landmark decision, and I'm reading off of Wikipedia. It's 2011, in which the Supreme Court held that speech made in a public place in a matter of public concern cannot be the basis of liability for emotional distress, even if the speech is viewed as offensive or outrageous. So for context, the Westboro Baptist Church often would picket fence at the funerals of veterans. They would often have signs that would say, and I won't say it on stream, but horribly homophobic statements about gay people like going to hell. And this speech was supported. It was upheld that they have a right to have this public display. What are your thoughts on that? Because I think that's the gesture of what Wick is getting at, right?
Okay. Okay, thanks very much. So Wick, you've been addressed by 2-3 people. I'm going to give you a few minutes to make a reply, okay? Sure.
FairyQueen, thank you for that, because that plays into kind of my argument here, that we maybe get a little lost in the sauce. So one of the reasons I oppose almost any legislation to combat intolerance, almost any, there's, again, in extremis, like when kids are being abused and things like that, we can make exceptions. But because any tool, any...
Now you tried to weasel up to Keffels, Vosh, and Destiny, claiming his bad choices are due to be money hungry. I have no idea what point that was supposed to be made with the Edwin thing. I will say, I will respond to one of those. I just don't want to get one gag because I want to do something else today. The trying to get close to Keffels and other communities thing is true. Go and ask them. Like, go and ask, like, people in Demon Mama's community. Go and ask people in Vosh's community. He's banned from Vosh's Discord. Go to join his Discord and ask his mods right now. Like, those things can be verified, but I feel like you are intelligent enough to probably do that yourself, right? So, like, if you don't believe me, like, go and ask those people. As far as claiming his bad choices are due to be money hungry, that is an assumption. I could be wrong on that. You know, there's maybe multiple factors. You have no idea what the point was made with the Edwin thing. My point was that he treated the Edwin thing, which is similar to the thing that happened recently, in a very different way, and I think there's reasons for that. $15 million or 14 pages. I didn't list Demon Mama in there. He was friends with Demon Mama as an actual friends. Well, go talk to her community now, okay? Is 14 pages on your soundboard? I don't think so.
Mechanism, any procedure that we fashion in order to combat this. If we believe, and I do, that there exists systemic discrimination.
Go join. Making a Discord is not that hard. If you are worried about a phone number, then just buy a really cheap phone number off of Google or something. And then go and then sign up for a Discord account. And then go and join Vosh's Discord and ask the mods why he was banned from there, okay? That's your challenge for today.
Against minority groups, such as trans individuals, such as gay individuals, such as black individuals, we can recognize how these tools that we give the system are going to be used, again, whether intentionally or not, to primarily hurt those groups, because of course they are. Because of course they are. So,
thank you, Gayfish, or thank you, Zeppo. Excuse me, my mind eludes me. He burned the Demon Ball Bridge for Tyler because he didn't like Gayfish. Yeah, and Gayfish is based and cool. And people that don't like Gayfish, like really hardcore, it's a bad sign.
Do I have data on this? You want me to have data on whether or not
like,
a systemic
non-discrimination policies all across the board already have religion in them, by and large. So, like, what you're saying seems to be a conflict with that's already there. Like, you're saying that that is being used, essentially, that sort of thing is being used to further discriminate against religious groups. But I don't think that's what I've never seen data that that's actually a thing that happens when that's been legislated.
Okay, now Wick respond.
Okay, well, I'll give you some examples of how this is used, right? We can look at DeSantis is passing these laws. You can't picket in front of, you can't like demonstrate in front of, very anti-First Amendment laws, right? To stop people from trying to demonstrate in front of a politician's house.
Speedrunning, getting banned yourself? You DM'd me on Telegram? How do you know my Telegram? What the fuck, Jesus cow? If this is real, I did not know that Telegram had my number in it. The fuck?
Or things like that, or really controlling when and where you can demonstrate these things. These aren't going to hurt the politicians. These aren't going to hurt the people in power.
Focused. Like, do you have something that's religious focused though? Like, we're
just
talking
religious.
about religion right
Well,
now.
again, an example of a kid being sent home, and I think the courts upheld this. I could be wrong about this. It might be still going through the courts, but again, a kid being sent home from wearing a shirt that says there are only two genders, and that is kind of religious, right?
Okay, so I think for clarification here, I think what Zena is asking is, in this case, given that we were talking about different religious beliefs, do we blanketly consider something religious, quote unquote, if we draw a connection to a religion sort of outside of the location itself? And does that in some way ameliorate the fact that it is still a message that is targeting a group that is represented in the classroom, say?
So this is why we can't make these laws, because it's also up to and open to interpretation. I think that if you ask 10 different people whether or not Christians believe that there are only two genders, most of them will say that yes, that's a Christian kind of belief. Whether that's accurate or not, I don't want to get into the debate. I think that we can see, at least through the rhetoric of a lot of Christians in media.
You did not. That was rude. Yeah, Zeppo, Zeppo, can you please do that with Oz so I can just move on? But it's fine if you guys argue in chat. I need to move on. Thank you, buddy. Okay. Ask me to... Well, actually, I can't pay you, but I can't PayPal you. Ask me to e-transfer you, because that'll be less fee anyway.
And in general, we see that as a case. Matt mentioned that we can't take advantage of this idea, or that we can't expect these rights not to be stripped away. Again, the way that they are going to be stripped away is through building these tools to take down misinformation, disinformation, all these things. Well, as soon as Trump gets into power,
And if people are like, oh, why would you do that? Why would you pay somebody that you've already paid his staff to engage in this argument? Because I believe in Zeppo enough that Zeppo, I know, has good arguments or arguments that are similar to mine. And I just want to move on with the topic, you know? Like, if there was more than one of me, I'd love to do that. But I do think that is getting it. No, because Zeppo, you guys can say whatever you want. I really think the way is free speech, okay? I'll let you know if things are getting weird. Just try to not insult each other. Sorry that you're totally raped, who cares? You know what, Jesus Cow? I could time you out. That's how much I care. How can you expect me to take you as born without a heart to be a valid criticism? That wasn't a valid criticism. That was me being rude.
or again, if he does, if God forbid, in 2024, Trump is elected president again, right? He's going to use these tools that we have built in order to destroy and to target these groups. We saw this happen with the filibuster in 2013.
Yes, it is true, okay? Look, it is true. I am not, in fact, 100K worth AI. I have human feelings too. And sometimes I say things that might be insults or that are too extreme. Alright, alright. Can we be done now? This is like when my mom would argue with me about my math homework, okay?
Reid did the nuclear option, if you will, about the filibuster, where he said, okay, you can't filibuster presidential appointees, right? And so that was intended because the Republicans were really filibustering Obama's appointees. And so Harry's like, no, we're gonna shut this out. We're gonna stop you from abusing the system like this. Mitch McConnell in 2016 is like, okay, you open this door, we're gonna walk through it. And he made it impossible to filibuster Supreme Court nominees. And we all know what happened. We had the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And so, well, I wouldn't put the blame on Harry Reid for this. I don't think he is directly responsible in that way. We can recognize.
I didn't. Okay, well then I didn't know I said it. Excuse me, my bad. If I did say it, I don't remember. I generally don't remember. It, you know, like I said, we're all humans. Okay, I'm sorry.
Recognize that he made it easier for the Republicans to enact this thing, that we saw rights being stripped away from half the population because we decided we wanted to change the rules to try to stop this intolerant.
What if I sing you a song?
Kind of pressures being. So that's a very recent example. We can go back further if you want.
All right, very quickly, Zena, I'm going to let you reply, and then FairyQueen.
A lot of the Roe v. Wade
something after that too, please.
Okay. Yeah, Poppy's got one after me as well.
I had my hand up for a while.
Do you want to go first? Or do you want me to
respond to Wick, and then I will. I have mine.
To go real quick, the Roe v. Wade example kind of goes against the whole thing that you've been advocating for this whole time, which is that you don't want to use state power to interfere to like spread progressive values. Okay.
No. Like maybe I miscommunicated. My advocacy is we can't use state power to oppress groups that we find anti-progressive.
Right. But that if a group is anti-Roe v. Wade or anti-abortion, like the state's still overruling that. Like that's still a thing. And then as far as all the other examples, like you just brought up a lot of like politician examples, and I'm having a really hard time with this because this is a panel about reconciling with religion, and a lot of your examples aren't really on point. And so a big thing that we've been noticing as trans people is that the laws, in fact, that are supposed to protect people are being used to protect the really toxic ends of religion. The very same policies that are being used to protect trans people sometimes get twisted around to do the opposite, and that's an example that's contradicting what you've been trying to say.
Okay, very quickly. Just
and
very
you're
quickly,
raped!
FairyQueen,
And
was
you're
your point
totally
pertaining directly to this conversation?
You have no idea how hard it was for me to give her that compliment, okay? Or them, excuse me.
Not precisely.
Okay, can you hold that thought? I'm going to let Poppy go. I'm going to let Wick respond to both of you, and then we'll let Matt go, and then we'll let you go, all right?
Yeah, so...
I think FairyQueen was ahead of me, so... And then I think StarPanda was
Okay, I just don't want to cut the flow of this.
I will try to be succinct. So back to the shirt, because this keeps coming up. Yeah, send the fucking kid home. Like, I'm going to be really clear. This is decided. I don't want to have a debate about genders, because let's be very clear. The DSM-5 clearly outlines that within the notion of gender dysphoria, it specifically outlines that a person who has gender dysphoria either wishes to be the other gender, i.e. within the masculine-feminine spectrum, or another gender. This has already been outlined for like the last 10 years, give or take. Like, this is literally my job. I literally diagnose people with this so they can get gender-affirming surgeries. So, like, the idea that, like, that kid gets to wear that, no, I go back to my original statement. This would be like some dumbass kid wearing a flat earther shirt to his science class. No, send that fucking kid home. That kid wears hate speech, send him home.
Well, and if anything, actually work with the kids too if you get the opportunity.
The other thing I wanted to add on to is that, so you were talking about should they have upheld that the West Bureau Baptist Church was allowed to say these things? No. We have rules against obscenity. I do not trust a bunch of people in random gowns who get, without any say and without any checks and balances, to make random decisions about what they think the law works to. We already know we have activist judges on the Supreme Court. They have several times gone with freedom of religion as an excuse to allow bigotry. And they literally went back on previously held legal tendencies to get rid of Roe v. Wade. An unprecedented thing in the court. Fuck them.
Okay, very, very quickly. Wick, respond briefly, please, and then
I'm going to try. But this kind of gets, I know we want other people in. I'm trying not to, but I seem to be the only one holding this position.
Okay, what do you mean I've switched it? I'm just picking different examples that I think have better, that get into topics that are a little bit less divisive and that I'm less emotionally involved with. Keffels is a person that I know, so I don't really want to argue about her, like, openly. She also doesn't want that. And with Destiny, that's just a topic that I just feel sensitive about right now. I mean, you are kind of sweeping, though. Like, that's a real criticism. And, like, that doesn't mean that you're a bad person or anything. We all do it.
And so it,
well, that's why I'm granting you the opportunity to respond.
So I think Zena, right? Zena's the one on the right. Okay. Zena's the one on the right.
Yeah.
So you mistake. These laws aren't meant to protect minorities. They're meant to protect everyone. And that's the thing. We can't.
Specify these laws for me.
Hang on, Zena. Let him.
As soon as we weaken this shield for the people you find disgusting and abhorrent, and I don't disagree on a lot of these, right? I think that the Westboro Baptist Church is disgusting and abhorrent. But as soon as we weaken the shield that protects.
Okay, I think that me not wanting to talk about Keffels because I know her as a person is a pretty... Shut up, Jesus cow. I'm fucking explaining my boundaries right now. Okay? God, be a better feminist. Okay, Keffels, I think it's a good boundary for me to say I know her and that I don't want to speculate on it and I shouldn't have said it in the first place. Destiny, give me like a week.
Them, we weaken the shield that protects you. It's a shield that protects us all. And that I strongly disagree with Poppy that I think it's okay for someone to have a very wrong belief, unscientific belief, untrue belief, and say, I believe this, I think this is true. I think that because we are so bad at figuring out what is true, we do not have a way to know forever that something is true. And because we don't, because
Thank you, Jesus cow. You have joined the Enlightenment.
And society and culture in the state are really, really bad at saying this. Free speech and freedom of expression is a tool that protects us from being trapped in false beliefs. If it was not for freedom of speech, if it was not for freedom of speech, we would not have the rights that you have today. And to take them away now because we have power is just...
Hold that thought. FairyQueen, you, Matt, and then I'm going to let Poppy reply.
Can I have a meta
if
thing
you would like to
real
reply
quick?
as well.
Can I have a meta thing real quick? As we're going through this conversation,
please.
trying to specify exactly like which laws you're talking about or which policies would be really, really helpful, because that's why I'm actually getting lost. I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier. I really am struggling because when we say these laws, that could mean like anything, and there have been numerous attempts over history for stuff. And so if we could just try and specify,
we're going to be going directly into that very. Hang on, we're going to be going into that very directly shortly.
Yeah, sounds good.
FairyQueen, please. Yeah, you'll have an opportunity to bring that point up again. FairyQueen, please.
Yes, so I am going to come in support of Wick, and the reason why I am going to is because I'm hearing a lot of terms.
Also, I would like to make it known that I've been getting my ass reamed in private because I've been defending Aiko, okay? So, now you all have to deal with that emotional manipulation, except for Aiko, okay? Everyone except for Aiko. The rest of you, shame.
I'm hearing harm, I'm hearing offensive. You mentioned the word obscenity. I mean, to be very, very clear, like the obscenity test, Naked Lunch passes the obscenity test. Lady Chatterley's Lover passes the obscenity test. A Tropic of Cancer. Like, these are all, with maybe the exception of Lady Chatterley's Lover, which I think is a lovely book, which everybody should read. These other two books, I'm sorry, they're straight up pornographic trash, and they were landmark, they were landmark cases that allowed, it's the reason why you can watch South Park and why that doesn't fall underneath the obscenity law, right?
And if she says, oh, don't do that, no, bitch, I'm doing it because I want to, alright? I do things because I fucking want to. Why is it sweeping to want people to back up claims that don't match with any observation? Because you're sweeping for Precedent Sunday by constantly making excuses. That's why. That's how you're sweeping. You're thinking about it too hard. That's what it is, okay? I'm sorry. I did not mean to yell. It was inappropriate. Jesus cow. I like Aiko, although she is kind of boring. I don't care. She's not boring. She just has slow pacing, and some of us need that.
I'm not sure why we're bringing up obscenity when it seems that we have plenty of things that are able to get by just fine, right? But they aren't prosecuted or persecuted for obscenity law, simply for being offensive. Number two, I've heard the word hate speech. It depends on where you are. I don't know. I'm assuming by the lilt in everyone's voices here that you are either American or Canadian, though I obviously don't know that for certain, right? But it's worth mentioning that. Okay, Canada? Okay. Well, it's worth mentioning that at least in the United States, I just quickly Googled, I don't think hate speech is technically a legal term in the United States.
Yeah, actually, he's pretty good at this. Why didn't he do the panel thing? Why did Wick do it? Huh?
Certainly, like if you are, like if somebody goes and spray paints, let's say a racial slur on a, I don't know, like let's say they spray paint a racial slur on an ethnic minority's like garage, right? Obviously, that's something that they're going to be arrested for, but that's not because they're not allowed to write the slur. It's because they have trespassed first of all on the person's property, and it's because they're harassing them, right? So talking about hate speech, that's going to necessarily apply to where you are located in the world, right? If you're in Canada or if you're in the UK, you can probably reasonably talk about the hate speech laws. I don't know.
I don't think they were arguing the legality of hate speech.
Well, but I think that it's important to talk about the legality of it because we're talking about the involvement of the state in what you're able to say and what you're allowed to think or believe. Right?
So we're talking about this in a school setting, aren't we?
But we're also talking about like, well,
schools are the state.
Okay, hang on. Let these two develop this a little bit. Continue, please.
So I work as a public school teacher, and the school is not the state. I mean, I grant you, it's not a judicial system, it's not a prison, but don't kid yourself. I mean, it is run by the state, right? It is the state. It's public funding, it's public land, it's a state-approved curriculum. You, as a teacher, you have to be licensed specifically within that state in order to work there, so much so that you have to make sure to apply for a new license if you're going to teach in a different state. I do not necessarily, the different states teach different history depending on like what county you might even live in. The books might even be different. It is absolutely a product of the state. So much so that it's even the case that some religious families will send their children to parochial school to avoid having any influence from the state.
Have you finished your thought, FairyQueen? StarPanda?
Yes.
I just want to ask a really quick question. Do you think schools should have a dress code?
Do I think they should have a dress code?
Guys, you want to know my controversial answer to this question? Okay, should schools have a dress code? Alright, get ready. I actually think schools should have a dress code, but it should be like variable. So basically like you wear jeans and a t-shirt, and that's just what you wear, even the girls. Okay, because it gives people like enough to customize, but not enough that, you know, it would be difficult to get like kids that didn't have like proper clothing, like access to proper clothing. Or if you want to, maybe have them wear the same like couple school t-shirts that have like the school name on it or something. Now, why would I make this bold claim? Alright? This bold claim I'm making because it is true, and this bears out in studies, that when kids go to school and they're all wearing the same uniform, they don't experience nearly as much classism, since obviously rich kids can afford to buy certain brands and they can show that off, and then, you know, poorer kids obviously don't have access to even adequate clothing at times, and that is the answer to that question. Alright? That is the answer to that question. I am getting one god by myself right now. Yes, true.
I don't know, and I'm going and so there are two ways I can answer that question.
That's a huge claim to back up, and we're not talking about it. We can do it when I talk about it again, okay? I think you might be... I'm trying the sweetest way to say here, because I do enjoy you as a viewer, but, like, sometimes I just don't want to talk about different stuff, okay? Just save it for a different time.
Right? There's the... I know it's frustrating. There's the... I can answer to you what would be easiest for me as a public school teacher.
I'm a person. I'm not a human debate encyclopedia machine. I know sometimes it can appear that way. I am quite autistic, but... And it can be confusing, but... Alright? Or you can get a Discord and we can DM about it, because then I can talk to you when I'm not talking in front of a bunch of different people.
What I would like to see my students do, I can answer in that. And I can answer in the other realm, which is, do we as a state have the right to enforce a dress code upon our students?
Jesus, Kyle, I don't know. I went to a private school. I went to a private school too. I actually thought that it did do that, but at the same time, the private school I went to wasn't like some ritzy-ditzy private school. It was just like the local K-8 Catholic school. Ban them and make them come to kick? No. I'm asking you to back it up, but I'm saying that I don't just do this about Sunday. I don't like unsubstantiated claims in general. Okay, fine. Whatever. Okay. I shouldn't say whatever in that way, but okay, I get it.
Right. It's this secondhand that I am not certain of. So what you have...
So in New York, it's legal to be topless. Should we enforce that?
It's the if it is again within schools, is it legal for children?
Just very, very quickly. So
wait, if it's illegal to be topless, should we enforce that? What? So everyone should have to be topless all the time?
That I am not certain of. So what you have?
So in New York, it's legal to be topless. Should we enforce that?
It's the if it is again within schools, is it?
Well, like, what do you mean? What if that was a thing, bro? What if they were like, you must come without a top. You must go topless. Oh, bro.
Legal for
children? Just very, very quickly. So by enforce that, do you mean should the right to be topless be sustained on school property?
Yes.
Well, chances one kid taking a picture of the cell phone and that becomes
I assume that the answer to that is no, for the same reason why, just because you have the right to go buy a beer at the local bar, doesn't mean that Johnny, who's 12, gets to go up and slam back some Jack Daniels, right? Well, there are some rights that you as a child, you may have them as a human being when you reach the age of adulthood. You don't have them when you walk into the school gates, right? We do, the rights that you have as a child are different than what you have as an adult.
Right, you don't have those rights when you walk through the school gates. So like when you have some kind of speech, when you have some kind of speech on your shirt, which will...
Hey, Tipster, how you doing?
Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen!
I wanted to tell you that, okay? I thought you'd find that interesting.
Cause distress in certain people. I think they should be allowed to send that kid home.
Well, to be very clear, I don't think, so I looked into the legal background for this case, and I don't think that the legal reason why the kid is sent home is because it causes emotional distress within the classmates. The reason why, so a corollary to this is a student that comes to a school that has the Confederate flag on their shirt, right, as a different example. The reason why
can I very quickly, I don't mean to interrupt you, but actually I want to reorient the discussion a little bit.
I'm good. I was getting paragraph guide, and then we figured it out. Because I am the communication master. KFC sucks. Well, you know what? You know what? You know what? You suck, alright? That's right. You suck.
I'm having a faggot for dinner tonight.
That faggot is you. I'm gonna have to remove the Twitch VOD again. God damn it.
Suppose we flip the example, and I'm curious how you both would carry this forward.
Wow, you want to genocide Palestinians? Yes, I do, because I am Jewish, and that's what all Jewish people want to do. You fucking retard. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I love you, Tipster. I love all of you. I'm being performatively angry right now. I shouldn't be. I should just play video games while I'm listening to this.
Because I think there seems to be two things that are sliding in here. There's the inappropriateness of the dress wear, and then there's the nature of that inappropriateness, whether it's because it causes offense, whether because it targets a group, whether because it's intrinsically obscene, something like that. When I'm listening to this conversation, the immediate flip side that I hear, that sort of melts these two sides together a little bit, is it was very distressing at one point in time, or such was the argument at least, for there to be black students in university.
True.
So how, in the light of that, how would you parse this out? How would you parse these different things out? What would be the precise reason that you would give for why the offense of one should be permitted and the offense of the other shouldn't, or whether blanketly they all shouldn't be?
Can I weigh in on that, actually, because that's related to the comment I want to make anyway?
Be my guest, then FairyQueen, I interrupted you, and then StarPanda, please reply, continue.
Okay, so I think this is actually at the heart of the conceptual and normative puzzle that we're trying to sort out here. And there are two things that I wanted to say about this. The first is that there is evidence that compelled integration does work and does have positive and ameliorative effects in the long run. Now, on the LGBTQ issue, there isn't as much historical data to draw upon, but let's take the issue of desegregation of schools along racialized lines. It's very important to note that this was not brought about as a result of long and tedious arguments that eventually compelled people to abandon segregation, right? We could very well still have segregation, as far as many people in the South are concerned, if it wasn't for Brown v. Topeka, where the Supreme Court essentially said, it's over, move on, get on with your life.
It's just in a different way, but go on.
Sorry. And then, Dwight Eisenhower, against his own inclination, forcibly sent troops, basically told George Wallace that, it's not going to really matter, and gradually schools were integrated over time. And it's worth noting, to build upon Wick's analysis, Danielle Allen has a very good book on this called Talking to Strangers, where she talks about how it was actually a combination of legal reforms, coupled with the fact that people were now compelled.
I yell at Sunday as much as anyone else. Okay, well, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
To interact with one another on an interpersonal basis that led to...
I really don't. I don't watch him, so I'm sorry.
Very marginal shifts in attitudes that gradually compounded over time. And the example she gives that actually speaks to FairyQueen's point is that for a lot of students who went to these schools, now they segregated, this would be their first encounter with a white professional who was treating them sometimes a little bit coldly with a certain degree of respect because there was a white teacher. And the same is true inversely, where a lot of whites felt that, well, we know how to interact with blacks, and our attitude is going to have to shift in response to that. And the ties of loyalty that emerged as a result of this are gradually, according to Allen at least, what ameliorated the circumstances. So I don't necessarily think that that's an either or in terms of should we use the state to compel integration or should we look to interpersonal examples and the social cultural realm. I think the two can go hand in hand, as it very much did in the history of this country when it came to racial issues. The other thing that I want to say that I think makes us uncomfortable is that these kinds of examples of compelled integration and compelled liberalization are the ones that the right is very adept at weaponizing to try to accuse the left of hypocrisy, which is what I think that many of us are concerned about here. And I'll just give a good example drawn from the post-liberal tradition, since I know Eudaimonia isn't here. One of the arguments people like Adrian Vermeulen, very famous legal scholar, Catholic, will make, or Patrick Deneen, very famous conservative intellectual, will make, is listen, liberals are just as intolerant as conservatives because if they get their hands on state power, they will use it in order to ban the expression of conservative views wherever it is that they want. The only difference, therefore, between liberals and conservatives is we are open about the fact that we have a theological viewpoint that condemns certain kind of activities, and we are willing to use state power in order to advance that, whereas liberals aren't willing to be honest with themselves or others because they constantly flip back and forth between saying we're neutral and we want to be tolerant and allow everyone into these spaces and saying, no, you're not allowed to do this and you need not apply. And I think that that is a bogus argument. I certainly think that there are gradations of toleration that one can show in a society and that liberalism and progressivism and indeed democratic socialism is a lot better at integrating people regardless of their background and normative views, certainly than a socially conservative Catholic or evangelical state would. But it is a tricky puzzle that we have to think through. And I do think that a combination of compelled integration by law and the use of state power with interpersonal examples and a shifting cultural conversation on these issues is probably the way things are going to go and the way that we're eventually going to get to the shining city on the hill that we all seem to be wanting the United States to become in Canada.
Thank you very much. FairyQueen, I interrupted you. If you wanted to respond first, you have the prerogative.
Thank you. I do want to shift away, and I agree. I understand why we are discussing these interpersonal case by case, like the Confederate flag shirt and like the kid that was sent home with the shirt. But the gesture of the question, the reason why I brought up the case of the Westboro Baptist Church, right? The question isn't, would it be good for society? The question isn't whether it would improve society. The question is, do we have a right to do these things, right? Do you have the right to stand out with your picket fence? Do you have the right to have 4 wives and to have the state not put its nose in your business? Why do you have the right to have this? On what basis do you have this right? In the United States, the basis is the Constitution. The basis is this a constitutional law? Does this law follow the Constitution, which we find through legal precedent, right? And this is a problem that what you're going to find, especially within extremist like fringe communities, is they are not going to respect the law as it exists because they're going to ask the natural question, which is where do we get these rights? And the answer is we get them from God, right? In which case, why do I give a damn about what rights you have in the Constitution? These are the rights that I have enlisted within my scriptures, right? These are the rights that I have, right? Which is the reason why you have people that are willing to break the Constitution and are willing to break the law in order to do things like hold the FDLDS.
I'm glad you went in that direction because that actually segues directly into where I would like the conversation to go now. Because naturally, and you're going to go first, don't worry, we're going to go counterclockwise this time. Naturally, when we are talking about issues of toleration, we are also talking about the threshold beyond which rights are in some sense curtailed. We are talking about like what is to be allowed or disallowed at some level inevitably. That seems to be embedded in that discussion. However the disallowance or the allowance takes place, whether it's through social pressures or whether it's through legal pressures enforced at the barrel of a gun. If we can give our positions on the threshold, if indeed there is one, maybe some of you are absolutists when it comes to this, I would like us to go counterclockwise in that direction to give a brief, emphasis on brief, try to keep it to within a minute, statement on that, and then we're going to open the floor again for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to let call-ins come in. Very quickly, if you want to call into this conversation, we have room for 1 slot at a time. Join the Discord server pinned at the top of the chat. We'll try to get through as many of you as possible while respecting the time of the guest, so you won't be on for long, but you will be able to ask a pointed question, and I will allow you to reply. All right, Poppy and whichever one of you wants to go first. I'm going to let you both go, Poppy and Zena. Try to keep it to 1 minute each, okay?
Sure. Could you repeat the prompt, though, because I want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
Absolutely. So when we are talking about questions of toleration, we are fundamentally talking at some level about at what point, where's the threshold at which rights may be curtailed? Is it low? Is it high? Is it at the point only of harm? Is it at the point of offense? Is it at the point of prospective offense, prospective harm, et cetera, okay. Or however else you want to reorient that? But
sure.
If that clarifies.
So this actually goes into what I was going to say. So one of the things I have a frustration with FairyQueen about is that I feel like she's conflating offense versus harm, like extremely. So like, for example, we were talking about things that the Supreme Court has ruled on as far as that are art. Like these are things are protected under free speech because they are defined under that artistic ideal. Well, comparing that to the Westboro Baptist Church who makes hate speech flat, like signs, like these are not the same thing. And so to me, like, this feels like a false equivalency. It also feels very strange to me. Like, again, my question is always, what does systemic harm? The Westboro Baptist Church did harm. The people who are making the laws against trans people, my people, are doing harm because they want us to commit suicide and die. I am really frustrated with a lot of the people here that aren't queer, or at least as far as I can tell aren't queer, because it feels like this feels like a lot of like mental masturbation, when in reality this is, hey, depending on who wins the presidency, I can end up in a mass grave. So can we please, like, actually, instead of jerking off about where these lines are, let's talk about where these things actually do very real systemic, very real societal harm. The Westboro Baptist Church did harm. That was their intentional goal. That's what their stated goal was.
All right. Thank you very much. That's
easy go.
Going off of that, I'm very much still on the belief that things that interfere only with you as a singular person and only inside of you, cool, fine, whatever. Okay? I don't care what people think. Not like hugely, okay? The problem is when beliefs and certain stuff lead to actions and how you start interacting with other people. At the point where you are acting with others, we're in a society, and at that point, that's where we start to ask the questions of what's appropriate ways to treat each other and what isn't. what are legally protected ways? What are ways that like the legal system can come down on you if you start hurting others? So yeah, offense versus harm still takes into account, you know, the individual versus the group, and that's where we got to figure out what's going on there and how much harm is actually being done.
Thank you very much. Are you concluded?
Yep.
All right. Wick, please try to keep it within a minute if you can.
I'll do my best. So I think the threshold, there is a threshold, there is a line. I just think it's way up there. It's very, very high. I allow a lot of harm to be done, right? I think that we should allow. Society does not have the right, just because there will be some harm, to stop all these things. We cannot save people from all harms. We simply cannot, because to try to do so will be an even greater harm, in my opinion. Where I know this will be frustrating, but I don't know where the exact line is. I don't. I'm not smart enough to be able to make that distinction. I don't pretend to be. I can point
Wow, what insightful commentary.
out extreme examples, as these are obvious.
What was the date of this? Sorry, I was just fixing something. The date of this was October 27th, 2023.
Over that line, such as, again, child marriage. I would like the state to step in for that, right? Human sacrifices, you know, things like that, obviously. But the Westboro Baptist Church did harm, but I think that trying to shut them down would, in the long run, do more harm. And that's my statement.
Okay, it's a good line to end on. StarPanda, please.
I apologize. Can you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. So when we're talking about questions of toleration, we're talking about questions of, at some point, there's going to be a threshold beyond which you curtail someone or some group's rights to some kind of action. Where do you think that threshold lies, or should lie? If indeed you do. Maybe you're an absolutist about.
Hold on, I want to check that date again for my own records. Yeah, October 27th, 2023.
About these kinds of things. You don't think the law should curtail verbal positions or ideas at all? I read that's not the case, but just laying out the question originally.
So I think ultimately, like, where we should be with how much harm we allow. I think we should do our best to curtail as much harm as we can while giving as much people freedom as we can. Obviously, there's going to be disagreements. Right now, there's court cases going through about people essentially like using their religion to justify things that are very harmful to people. And it doesn't really matter if it's constitutional, they're still putting it through. And these kinds of things, I think, should be curtailed because it's going to do a massive amount of harm to people, not only to those minority groups, but to the people who they're trying to, I guess, like keep as the norm or whatever. So essentially, I think that, sorry, there's a little bit of an echo that's going on. Essentially,
on our answer, you're good.
Yeah. Basically, I think, got the line. I don't think intolerance should be tolerated, essentially. Like, you can believe what you want to believe. I don't care. Like, Westboro Baptist Church can exist. They can say what they want. But, like, once they're going to events that are designated for specific people who want to be in a safe place, I think that crosses a line. And there should be steps that we can move towards protecting those people a little more than just allowing Westboro Baptist Church to get right up to that line of being harassment, or in some cases, crossing that line.
Thank you very much. Matt.
I wanted to say that I think one of the foundational semantic problems in thinking through these difficulties is the fact that a lot of the way that people think through issues of free speech and religion in this country are through the language of the Constitution. The American Constitution is a very crude document in many respects, particularly in terms of the grammar of rights that it deploys. So if you look at the U.S. Constitution, for example, it tends to guarantee rights to freedom of expression in very absolutist terms. And, you know, there's a nice American quality to that. You know, think about New Hampshire, you know, live free or die. And yet, in practice, of course, we know that the right to freedom of expression in this country has never been granted, absolutely. And I'm sure that FairyQueen could give you numerous different examples that'd be more articulate than I could. But, you know, since United States versus Ulysses, at the very least, the general orientation of the jurisprudence of the court has been to take freedom of speech rights very, very seriously and to only compromise them in very selective instances. Sometimes I think to a repellent degree, if you think about something like Citizens United, where apparently corporations are now entitled to politic if they wish and to spend money to politic. All that's to say, I think that it would be far more easy if we were to adopt a different kind of grammar if they're thinking through about these issues and recognize that any kind of rights that we have in a liberal society are subject, and this is Canadian language, to reasonable limitations.
Okay, we're gonna get through this whole thing. Wick is a right-winger, that's true. Alright, so we're gonna get through this whole thing, but what we're gonna do is we are going to get some visual autism going to also keep me awake. Because I am actually very curious about this. Where is my OBS? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are gonna turn this on, but we're gonna do this, but wow, it's really zoomed in. Why? I'll do this. Just like your other favorite streamer. So you guys should still be able to see this quite well, including my gameplay. There we go.
That includes on issues like hate speech, for example. And I think that the rule that has been adopted by Canadian courts is a lot more exact and a lot more reasonable than what you find in American courts. And the general rule of thumb when it comes to freedom of expression is that Canada tends to be broadly tolerant, even of hate speech. However, it becomes much more stringent in allowing hate speech in settings where there are particularly vulnerable communities, especially children who might be harmed by it. A very famous case involved a school teacher called Mr. Keekstra, excuse me. Mr. Keekstra propagated neo-Nazi propaganda in a high school, and that was within his rights to freedom of expression. But the Supreme Court decided that no, you cannot propagate neo-Nazi material to children. And there are similar cases when it comes to things like the promotion or the sale of child pornography or allowing cyberbullying, you name it. And I think that we have to assess this on a case-by-case basis, ascertaining who is particularly vulnerable to expressions of hate speech. And there's no firm rule that we can apply in those circumstances, but a loose rule that says that we can inhibit the expression of speech in circumstances where it does not contribute very much to society, as neo-Nazi speech does not. And the expression of the speech really damages this vulnerable community that we have reason to be particularly concerned about in these circumstances. So that, I think, is the better way of approaching these things. And I think that the unfortunate reality is that as long as we continue to rely upon the inadequate grammars of American constitutionalism and its absolutist viewpoints on rights, it's going to be very difficult to culturally have these conversations, which is why, frankly, we need to abandon various forms of constitutional idolatry and try to think about these things from a more pragmatic viewpoint.
Thank you very much. FairyQueen, please.
Well, as much as I agree with most of your takes tonight, I'm afraid I cannot allow you as a Canadian to colonize the United States. So I am here to bat for freedom of speech, as American as that may be. I do have a couple of things to say on the note about obscenity. So this is the Miller test. This is very specific what the Miller test for obscenity includes. So whether the average person applying community standards would find that the work taken as a whole appeals to prurient interest. So prurient to me is a synonym of lascivious, right? Usually that implies sexual. Normally what's implied by that is bluntly pornography, or at least it used to be until like certain landmarks mark Supreme Court cases. Number two, whether the work depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law. And three, whether the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, okay? So it is not true. So I grant you that like the horrible signs that they held may not necessarily have artistic value, but they do have political value in the sense that they are expressing their religious freedom of speech in a public area. And the other sad fact of it being that even though it's extremely offensive, it's not strictly sexual, right? This is not, they are not showing like huge giant billboards of naked people, for example, out in public, right? So I'm not sure why we would think that, and so I think that's a misinterpretation.
Hang on 1 second. No, hang on, Zena. Let her finish her point, and then I'll let you reply, okay?
Well, I apologize, Zena, but I literally am reading directly what the Miller test is. That is the Miller test. That is what the Miller test.
No, Zena, I'm letting you all go around and make your statement, so I need to let her do that.
But secondly, the question is, at what threshold do we restrict someone's freedom of speech? Is that, or restrict somebody's rights? Is that sort of the question? Is it more directed at freedom of speech or rights? Is that feels like
finish your statement, and I'm going to let you do it.
Okay. I would say to broadly address the question that you proposed, my answer is at the moment that your right violates somebody else's right? That's the minute that you restrict somebody else's ability. You have the right, for instance, to go in to buy a gun at the local store, right? You don't have the right to go to somebody's house to shoot up the windows, right? You have the right to
and then the game music doesn't interfere too much, right?
As many offensive things as you please. You just don't have the right to go and distribute them to school, right?
Thank you very much. Zena, did you want to make the first comment? We're going to run for open discussion for 15 more minutes to try to keep it brief.
I don't really want to make like a commentary so much as like, I wish there would be more stepping in when people say things that are just blatantly false or inaccurate about a situation. Like when you're talking about the Westboro Baptist Church, no, they wrote awful things on their signs that were like obscenities or sexual, horrendous. Like it was not pretty, okay?
Am I allowed to use the F slur?
No.
Okay,
no, I'm
good. That's I'm checking. That's why I asked, because I was about to say, what is the political value of calling me that?
And so, like, I think my thing is like, if we're
there's a lot of political value in calling you that.
To have this discussion, like, we do need to actually like be accurate about the stuff that we're talking about. Because that's where I'm taking issue. I don't want to interrupt you, but like if you are outright saying things that are false about a situation, that is utterly misleading to the entire conversation.
Oh, I am specifically referring to the sign, and I will not say the slur, but God hates, fill in the slur word at the end, okay? That is not a sign it is a derogatory statement, it's a hateful statement, it's a disgusting statement, but it's not a sexual statement.
That's not the only sign that they had. It still does harm to the community. That's what I don't understand.
Also, that wasn't the only kind of signs that they had.
The Miller test, that's why.
I don't care about the Miller test. I'm using these terms in a generic sense, not in a legal sense. I'm talking about how do we actually prevent people like me from dying? Because that's the fine. Like again,
Does that sign? No. I want to be
Wait,
respectful.
finish your sentence, Poppy, quickly.
Yeah. Let me just say this really quickly. Again, this is again the mental masturbation thing. We're getting lost in the weeds because again, it's not real for you people. I don't understand this. This is so strange to me. Like again, we have neo-Nazis in 2023. These people want us dead. And you're talking about, well, it doesn't meet the Miller test. No, it's still obscene to me.
I will
does harm.
Very quickly. FairyQueen, if you could clarify in your response what the relevance of the Miller test is to this particular conversation as it pertains to this case.
Well, I believe Poppy specifically claimed that it violated obscenity law. And
No, that's not what I said.
I believe you said it was obscenity, which is why I'm focusing on the Miller test, because it's supposed to judge what is obscenity and what's not.
No, it was obscene to me. I didn't say it was against obscenity as the Supreme Court sees it.
That was a misinterpretation. I thought you were saying it was illegal because
I was saying it could be under that. To me, that could be under that thing. Because to me, if we don't allow things such as child pornography and other things because they are demonstrable harms to society, why the fuck are we letting these people do this at military funerals?
Can I chime in real quick? I think the thing with me, Zena, and Poppy is we don't care about the legality of anything right now because essentially we are being legislated out of existence. So like, I don't care about what laws you bring up. I don't care like what you're saying about what should or shouldn't be legal. Like, they want to kill me. I don't want to die.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
If I could weigh in on that for a second.
No, but let him go first, and then because I have a lot to say. So please.
I just want to say, first off, I do think that, based upon my own presentation, I'm absolutely in agreement with you that the law should be doing everything it can to abet and support the trans community and the queer community. And there's certainly ways that we can go about doing that. One of which will involve, I think, transitioning the way that we think about rights and rights to expression in this country along the ways that I'm talking about. Saying that, I do think it is important to look at this from a legal standpoint because having a firm kind of comprehension of what can be achieved given current context will better allow us to use the law strategically and tactically in order to achieve the kind of gains for the community that you're looking for. And the reality is that it's a very difficult course to chart right now because the judicial system is becoming increasingly reactionary and, as you know, is dominated by Supreme Court judges who have very little interest in supporting the LGBTQ community. If we look at the DOGE decision, we see Clarence Thomas actually chomping at the bit to roll back LGBTQ rights. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with asking what can we expect the law to do in these circumstances and how can we chart the right legal course going forward. But that does mean being clear-eyed about what is obtainable at these moments. I almost have to paraphrase Gramsci right now, right? Optimism of the will, pessimism of the intellect when it comes to something like law right now.
With all due respect, I don't care what's, attainable. Like, my dreams for attainable are, like, whatever I can do to keep myself safe, right? And if the law doesn't allow that, then I'm going to do whatever I can to make it allow that.
What would you do to someone who held a sign? Like
to someone?
Yeah.
Nothing.
On a interpersonal level or a legal level?
Neither one.
I mean, interpersonal level, I would punch them in the fucking face.
Okay.
Or stare at them very disapprovingly for a while.
I'm sorry. When you're
at them disapprovingly based. Okay, that's
when your
fair,
belief, when your belief is that like because of who I'm attracted to or who I am is going to send me to an eternal damnation of fire. That's crazy talk. So guess what? I'm going to push back on that. Sorry, I don't care about religious beliefs in this regard. Like I feel like we're being very protective of this in a way that makes no sense.
So maybe I can
very quickly. So Wick, please make your response.
Sure. So the reason that I care about it, because I agree with you, it's horrific. I don't disagree that these are things that we want to get out. Matt, I think we need a separate discussion at some point on your views on hate speech and free speech.
No
That's beyond the scope of today's. I just fundamentally disagree with you. But to address Poppy here and StarPanda as well, the reason that you should care about these processes is because these processes are how we get things done. And unless you want everyone individually deciding when it's appropriate to punch someone in the face and when it's not, and I don't think we want to return to vigilantism because of like lynchings and all sorts of horrific things done in the name of righteousness, right? Then we need some sort of process, communal system in which we educate these things and say, okay, in these cases we can perform some sort of state level of censure or violence, and these instances we cannot and should not. And the reason that I'm saying we need to stop and not legislate or try to remove these things through hate speech laws or anything like these is because by restricting someone's right to harm or offend by words, then a lot of people are going to catch strays for that, and it's going to be a worse world overall. You're going to have more harm done to you.
Yeah, that's a good place to stop.
You keep using this threat that there's going to be this magic harm that's going to be used later. You haven't demonstrated that with any examples except for one that had nothing to do with religion.
I do not remember the McCarthy era, right?
I do, and that had nothing to do with religion. Can you please give me a religious example? Let's come back later to bite us in the ass.
See how this could be analogous, right?
I understand how analogy works. I'm very, very knowledgeable about that.
Okay,
but again, can you give me an actual example?
Do you think that people who were Jewish?
Again, I still feel like this is fear-mongering. I really appreciate it. It's great.
Okay, fair enough. I think, okay, no more Mr. Nicewick. You said you would kill yourself because of the sign.
No, I said I would punch someone in the face.
Talk about fear-mongering.
No, I'm talking about I punch someone in the face over it. I'm saying that those signs lead to people dying.
If they're allowed to...
I love being misrepresented. Like clearly a liberal who has no spine. I love it.
Okay, Zena did not say she would kill herself because of the sign. She was pretty clear.
She kept saying, they want us dead.
They do.
No, but hang on. But the invocation of, I will commit suicide because of the sign, that wasn't actually in anything that she said. So just
I never said this. Please be honest. God.
All right. So it seems
Yikes.
that the interesting point that we're kind of spilling all around here is at what point does discussion about the enforcement of thresholds for toleration, at what point does that switch to questions for the threshold of legalization? So what I mean by this for clarity is it seems like a solid half the panel, roughly, is drifting to a position where the discussion about what should we, quote unquote, tolerate has sort of fallen apart because the we part, the state, the law, whatever, the thing that is supposed to represent our collective judgment, that has increasingly turned categorically against their existence. And so that we is in a lot of asterisks. At which point now it becomes a question of tolerance in the form of, do you abide by the social norms that allows that we to sustain in a normal situation? It's a long way to put that, but I hope that was more or less clear. In your closing statements, I would like you to comment on that, about the investment in the collective enforcement of threshold of toleration. Where does that end? And at that point, what do you do? Does that make sense? Is everybody following that more or less? Because I can understand if you had trouble following that. That is my pathology. We're going to start from the top this time. We're going to go back and forth. So,
I mean, Josh, all of their, I'll be able to summarize all of their positions at the end. This is actually quite interesting.
Matt, if you want to go first, then it's going to be FairyQueen, then it's going to be Zena and Poppy, then it's going to be StarPanda, then it's going to be Wick.
Thank you. So, how long do I have?
Just try to keep it brief, a minute-ish, okay?
Sure. I think that if you look at the history of this country, it has consistently demonstrated a willingness to take the kind of steps that are needed to move in a progressive direction. But I also think that if one looks accurately at the history of this country, it's also demonstrated quite consistently that it is willing to take as many steps back as it is forward, and sometimes more steps back than it is forward. And I think that looking clear-eyed at the history of progress in the United States demonstrates that there will invariably be some combination of state-imposed integration and shifting cultural norms, which will occur in order to bring about a less homophobic and less transphobic society. I don't think that there's any silver bullet that is going to get us there. I don't even think necessarily that the same policies should be applicable in one place that they would be in others. However, I do think that when it comes to evaluating which rights to prioritize, we need to recognize that there are going to be certain circumstances where certain rights might be qualified relative than others in a process of rights balancing. And I think in these kind of circumstances, the most important imperative that we should follow is to try to ameliorate the conditions of the most vulnerable individuals in our society, particularly children and particularly trans and queer children, who I think are being very, very vulnerabilized at this point. And that's inevitably going to produce some pushback from religious groups who might say things like, listen, you are inhibiting my social freedom by not allowing me to, for instance, pass legislation that would allow me to be more active or more militant in expressing my homophobia. And I think as liberals and progressives, we need to acknowledge that there's some truth to that, right? AJ Mule's freedom is being limited if we say that he's not allowed to pass an ordinance which will admit him to discriminate against LGBTQ people. But what we should respond to to that is by saying that the freedom of your right and your freedom to discriminate matters far less than the freedom of this individual to live their life as they see fit, with all the dignity and all the equality that should be attended upon that. And these are going to be difficult choices, and I don't again say that I have the answer in every circumstance. I need to think about it on a case-by-case basis. But that should be the overall principle I think that we should adopt when trying to adjudicate these extremely painful and very difficult issues.
Thank you very much. FairyQueen, please.
If I understand your question, Sunday, just to be very, very clear, you're asking what if the state is opposed to your existence and thus does not recognize you as an individual that is deserving of rights? Is that?
That seems to me where the stakes are dividing here. We have one side, because this was a challenge that was laid forth by Poppy and Zena at one point. There's a skin in the game question here, where one side is able to say we with the assuredness that there is a we, and the other side is not. So if you can comment on that.
Well, I will invoke Martin Luther King again, and this is the last speech that he gave before he died. And one of the things that he said just before he walked off the stage of the podium was, all we say to America is to be true to what you said on paper. If I lived in China or Russia or any other totalitarian state, maybe I could understand the denial of certain First Amendment privileges because they have committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read about the freedom of religion, of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read the greatness of America is to protest for your rights. The reason why the Civil Rights Act worked, the reason why they were able to push that through, the reason why that movement worked, wasn't because Martin Luther King merely claimed that it was harmful or merely claimed that it was offensive. It was because he consistently argued that these laws were illegal. That's why he uses the word illegal injunction. He is stating that, in fact, despite the fact that the United States has had a long history of discriminating against Black people within the United States, that on paper, Black people were included as a part of that we. And that in order for the law to be properly applied, they had to be considered to be a part of that we. And I think that that same principle applies to trans people and applies to the struggle that many queer people are facing right now at this moment. All you have to say is be true to what you say on paper, right? If you live in the United States, that means that you get to be treated as an equal citizen with equal rights. You live in Saudi Arabia, I'm sorry, that's going to be a different story.
Thank you very much. All right, Zena and Poppy, one of you go, and then I'm going to switch to StarPanda, and switch to Wick. I'm going to let the latter one have the final word, if that seems fair to everybody involved.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. So, in 1933, the Institute of Sexology was burned by the Nazis. And the reason I bring this up is because we keep talking about what's legal and what's that. My enemies don't give.
Okay, I mean, like, I'm not saying it's not necessarily completely irrelevant, but okay.
The fuck was legal. They will wield the systems of power as a means by which to kill us. We've had people in Texas talk about making lists of trans people. DeSantis is literally trying to legislate us out of existence. And you can say that that's fear-mongering, but I hear this literally every day of my life. To me, I think the issue that I'm coming down to is that the problem is that everyone wants to be rational about this. They want to say, oh, it needs to be equal. We can't be hypocrites. It needs to be legal. You know, it's what it says on paper, this is what it should be. But these are irrationally held beliefs by people who hold them with hate, and then they use their religion to justify this garbage. To me, your faith stops being valuable when it leads to harm towards others. And to me, the Nazis had very deeply held beliefs that then led to them burning down the Institute of Sexology, using those files, and then hunting down every single person there. And putting those people in camps, because we were the first ones to go. So again, I just have to be really clear that, like, right now as somebody who is deeply afraid to go to a red state, a lot of what you guys are saying is falling on deaf ears. I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. StarPanda.
Okay.
So, I really enjoy the conversation that's going on. Like, I know it's gotten a little bit heated, but like, I enjoy the conversation with people. Like, I don't think you guys are having any ill will or anything, but like that. What I will say is that, like, when I said I don't care about legality, it was true. That's not my job. Like, I'll leave that to ACLU and whoever else is doing that in the courts, because like I can't control that. I don't have enough knowledge. I don't have enough of that to like do anything about that, you know? And when you're asking me to think about that, what you're really asking me is to—
Are we sure that the disabled weren't gone earlier? I actually don't know.
Be civil about what we do in the face of people who want to kill us. Like, they're literally trying to legalize, or I'll say this, in Florida they have a law where you can legally leave a trans person to die if it is on the basis of religion or a belief. And those kinds of laws should be unconstitutional, but they're still there, right? So I ask you to forgive me when I say, like, that shit doesn't matter to me, because they're already doing it, right? They're already coming after us. They're already creating laws that are making it illegal for us to exist. And I'm done. I don't want to be civil anymore, right? It's not like I'm going to be violent or anything. Like, I don't like violence, but if I need to protect myself, I'm going to protect myself.
Okay, thank you very much. Quick.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it comes down to what we think will move the needle, what will get us and keep us, and by us, I'm including every single person here, even the Canadians.
If I play Pokemon games, I do not play for the story.
You're welcome,
I'm
Canadian.
sorry.
Okay, but we want to make sure—
If we burn down your White House once, we can do it again.
We want to make sure that everyone has dignity, has the right to be wrong, and the right to say what they honestly believe. Now, when it comes to actions, we can step in, right? If someone's coming to your house to take you away or something because of any reason at all, we can step in and say, hey, don't do that. We're going to stop you from doing that. But if someone wants to be wrong, I don't think we should come in, step in, and the state should stop that from happening. Hate isn't bad just because it happens to you. Hate isn't bad just because it happens to an oppressed group. Censorship isn't bad just because it happens to an oppressed group. These things are just bad, regardless of whether they happen to a bad person or a good person. These actions and these things that we do one to another are bad. Punching someone in the face, last resort, if they're coming at you. But if they're saying mean words to you and you punch them in the face, then yes, I think the state should come in and stop you from doing that. Regardless of whether you think that you have every reason in the world to stop them from saying what they said, the state should come down with the full force of the United States government and stop you from doing that. And I would stand that, and I would bless them as they did so. But if you want to call them really mean names, if you want to be uncivil, I don't think that the state should step in. And in fact, I would stop the state if they try to do so to the best of my ability. That's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And Zena, final.
How would Wick stop the state? I guess he was in the Air Force.
Statement.
So, on the matter of having skin in the game, I still look at this stuff as offense versus harm, and look at what harm actually is, and making sure that our response to things is in proportion with that. Alright, it's one thing to say that something is bad words, it's another thing to understand what those words lead to. Okay, and we do have data in a lot of situations of how this applies. You can look at, trans kids, or, how Muslims are treated across the country, or any other demographics. I think the biggest thing for me is that, like, as a society, I have a belief that, like, every person, when we say that dignity part, people all have needs. We all need to show up to public in some format and get our groceries. Okay, we need our car fixed, or we need transportation, or we have to show up to work. And without valuable, legal and social protections, like, a lot of us will just get harmed. We will lose our jobs. We'll be discriminated against at work. And this could be for religious reasons, for any number of religious reasons as well. Okay, and so I would advocate for, in any way possible, having laws that actually address the issues, right? And working towards addressing those issues. Wherever there is harm, doing what we can to minimize the damage from that is a plus in my mind.
Thank you very much. All right, so I don't see in the event server, I don't see anybody waiting. Oh, I do see one person, so we're going to bring on one guest in a moment. Before I do, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this because there's only one person waiting. Brooks for the $10 has a question for the panel. Thank you very much. I'm going to let whoever wants to respond to this respond. Question is this: why do you believe that quote-unquote religious beliefs should gain a special exception amongst all the possible reasons for you to be stupid and bad?
Because of the Establishment Clause. That's the reason. That's the short reason. Because it's in the Constitution. It's explicitly outlined as a protection that's provided to you under the American Constitution. That's
I think that religion shouldn't have any more or less protection than anyone else's speech. I think everyone's speech should be protected.
I think that religion is a very personal thing, and whenever it becomes not that, it becomes problematic by its nature. And to me, honestly, like, I don't think it should have special protections, but I also think that there are things that people should not be able to do because they promote harm. There was a statement made earlier about the use of bad words or offensive words, but again, like, words have systemic and long-term histories to them. There's a reason why no one on this panel can see the N-word. Like, to me, the idea that
True, Brooks mentioned
religion is this protected thing is very strange to me because it seems to work when it works, and
He
it seems to
blocked
not when
really?
Let's be clear, evangelicals weaponize it. And that's what's been happening for the last 20 years. The last 20 years, there's been literally everything under the sun has basically been put under religious freedom because they keep abusing us with this. Well, if I had my way, it would be out of the fucking Constitution.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
I think that religious speech is important speech, and I think it's because the grammar of religion, or sometimes called the grammar of a set, is meant to express
I'm
what each of us
fighting,
individually
that's
and indigenous
why.
communities take to be of highest concern, or ultimate concern, metaphysically, normatively, and spiritually. And I think that therefore...
I got a little stone there and was like, why can't I catch that thing? And I forgot I was in a bat. Oops.
Metaphysically, normatively, and spiritually. And I think that therefore we should cherish our ability to interact with one another and to share our religious beliefs. However, I do think that there are limits to one's right to have one's religious viewpoints expressed within the law, particularly in a liberal and progressive society. And again, this is where I think we need to recognize that a religious person's liberty to express their religious viewpoints is something we should cherish. But their liberty to advance a homophobic or transphobic piece of legislation and what is ultimately supposed to be a partnership where all are treated equal and all are treated as equal, that is something that I have to deny.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody else? We do have some callers waiting, so if you don't, we can move into that. But if anybody else
The
wants to
callers are gonna be great.
What was the question again?
The question was, why do you believe that religious beliefs should gain a special exception amongst all the possible reasons for you to be stupid and bad? And of course, we'll extend that to maybe you don't.
So I think, I guess generally, I'll answer this question. I think religion should be able to be followed if they so choose. I think people should be allowed to be stupid. But when we cross that realm into it harming someone, I think that should be curtailed. And when we talk about harm, we're not talking about, oh, somebody's feelings are being hurt. That's not what we're talking about. When we talk about harm, we're talking about like substantial harm to oneself. Like these laws that are being made, threats to our lives. And when people are gathering and let's say holding signs up, saying awful things, saying we should kill ourselves, I think that is extremely harmful to people, in general, not just the minority group, but if these kinds of ideas spread, it can spread to constitute other groups being discriminated against. And then it depends on whether you're on the in-group or the out-group, and I'll just leave that there.
Thank you. Zena, did you want to say something, or shall we move on?
I think StarPanda and Poppy covered my thoughts pretty well already. I feel like we can move on.
All right, so we're going to bring on our guests one at a time. When you come on, I will give you the same rough amount of time I've given our panelists to make statements. If somebody wants to respond, you may try to keep it brief. There are 4 people waiting, after which I will let the guest reply again, and then they're going to be kicked because we need to get through these reasonably quickly. So first, I'm hoping I'm going to use in the order in which they've appeared. Cascadian Unionist.
Wow, okay, let's see who all these guests are gonna be.
Welcome. Try to keep your comment or question as brief as you can, please. But take it away, Cascadian. Oh, Cascadian is gone. All right, we're bringing in Brooks. Brooks, same deal. Try to keep it as brief and efficient as you can, your comment or your question. But
yeah, it's mostly just a follow-up.
Hang on. You're so loud. Let me fix it. It's because I boosted you the last time you were on, so my bad. Sorry.
God damn it, Sunday. Does that count as my time, you dick? Did you do it on purpose?
Only if you piss me off anymore.
Fair enough. I actually just wanted to follow up on my question because I found the answers of a few panelists basically deeply unsatisfying. The question being, why is religious belief versus other generalized bigotry created as a separate thing? Why are you allowing it as a separate thing? If your reason is literally the exception clause, I mean, there's no rules around religious belief actually as a thing where belief doesn't come in there. So I'd ask where exactly you as a person, why you believe religious belief versus, say, astrology or any other sort of justification a person may have for bigotry allows them to be in a place of basically treating people horribly.
Okay, very quickly. First of all, that looks like it was directed at FairyQueen, so I'm going to let her reply first. Brooks, just a heads up.
Also, Matt nodded.
Matt as well. You're Brooks. Your microphone is blasting. So
it's doing violence to me right now.
This is the one time I will agree with Wick.
I mean, everyone in this panel right now.
We're actually united on this one front. You need to turn down your game.
Yeah, it wasn't on my side. I'm just letting you know, Sunday. It ain't on my side.
It's definitely not on my side.
I'll just respond very briefly by saying, again, I want to reiterate that I don't believe that one's religious viewpoints are a license to be able to pass discriminatory legislation, particularly in a moment like this where the trans or the queer community are very vulnerable to the forms of discrimination and marginalization that were very powerfully articulated by Zena, Poppy, and StarPanda. However, I do think that we need to respect that people's religious viewpoints matter a great deal to them, precisely because they have this character of expressing our most ultimate concerns about metaphysical, normative, and spiritual issues. And appreciating that does not mean licensing people to act on those viewpoints in any way that they wish, but it does mean respecting the gravity of those beliefs to them so that we have a good understanding of what precisely is at stake in these very, very tense political times.
I mean, I will simply go back. I'm not quite sure what the substantive difference is between your follow-up question and your original question, to be perfectly frank.
Why do you allow a categorization of the difference between religious beliefs or other beliefs? Why is not just having the belief itself a thing, and that is the thing we're going to discuss? Why do you separate out religious beliefs as being basically categorically different?
Because it is spelled out as being categorically different within the Constitution. That's what
it is not. The word belief isn't used there.
Okay, well, nonetheless, it is nonetheless strongly implied there. Let's see if I can find exactly what the Establishment Clause states.
While
I need to be pedantic about this, but...
Now, while she's finding it, again, I'll reiterate, I don't think there should be, I don't think that a minority group or religious group should have their speech protected in a way that is fundamentally different from any other reason, right? I believe in equality in this. I think that even if you believe you're right and you're an atheist, you should be able to say what you believe, right? I just categorically would say that we should stop trying to treat different groups differently in this regard specifically.
Which is basically my point. Someone like Sam Harris, who comes out with Islamophobia and pushes laws in that direction, or other people who basically espouse a sort of atheistic transphobia or homophobia, utilizing science or some other thing, they're put in a very different category. We actually very much shun them in society, yet we actually very more terrified of this religious belief versus other somehow more rational beliefs or other things that we consider to be different. And I'm curious why that is.
All right,
I think there's a long genealogical reason for this that we need to appreciate, right? So when we look at the history of the Establishment Clause, this is very much predicated upon the debates that took place within liberalism over the course of the 17th century, many of which concern how the extent to which various different religious groups should be tolerated, the extent to which the state should promote one of those groups over and above others, or whether or not liberalism could flourish and coexist with a wide variety of different religious viewpoints, and indeed whether or not those religious viewpoints might actually benefit from the adoption of something like a liberal approach. Excuse me, just please let me finish.
Sure.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to be beholden to that genealogy, because I think it's possible to extricate the insights that one finds in the liberal approach to freedom of expression as iterated in the Establishment Clause from that history. But when we try to ask ourselves, why is it that there's all this fuss around freedom of religion and freedom of speech? That's because that's really where the origin of a lot of these debates came from.
Yeah, I just wanted to say with that like I think my problem is that I understand that there's this long history of this legally speaking. I think my concern is that like, but we already have the system being bent in a direction where one religion is being promoted over others. We saw this during the War on Terror. We see this now with evangelicals, where they're making like nonsensical religious arguments against the existence of trans people, despite there being 40 years of research on our existence. Like, again, like I have no problem with people being wrong, but with this idea that like the religion should be this fundamentally like separate protected thing. Again, I don't care about the genealogy. At the end of the day, I don't think people should be able to weaponize which particular sky daddy they believe in to decide whether I get to live or die. Simple as.
And I would absolutely agree with you. And I think that both normatively and politically. But I want to say that I would actually emphasize that the danger is even more grave than we really articulated here. So for instance, there's been some very interesting research done sociologically on the rise of Christian nationalism and its association with white nationalism by people, particularly in the Midwest. And what they frequently found is that Trump and MAGA supporters, particularly evangelical MAGA supporters, about 45 to 55% of them are okay with Christian nationalism as a term. Now, what that means to them varies quite considerably. But when you look at the ways Christian nationalism overlaps with other kinds of symbolic and political associations, it's always tied to whiteness, heteronormativity, misogyny, very, very important one that's sometimes less discussed than it should be, and of course support for things like militarization, and of course minimal intervention of the welfare state to try to elevate the least well off from their current social conditions. So I think that this demonstrates that the struggle against white Christian nationalism is absolutely about securing the dignity and the equality of trans and queer individuals in this country. But one of the reasons I support this struggle is because it is so deeply tied to other things that are very dear to me, which is why I consider myself an ally to the community, and why it is that I think that any progressives or liberals should also get on board with the struggle as well.
Okay, I'm going to let Brooks have the final word. We need to bring in the next guest. Brooks, you want to say your piece before we move on?
I got nothing.
Okay, chat, what should I name this Zigzagoon? Okay, should I name it Brooks? Yes, I'm gonna name it Brooks. If I can fit it in there. Based.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have who's waiting here. Looks like some noir. I think that's who this is. Hang on, give me a sec. The way Discord abbreviates things is absolutely obnoxious. Okay.
Yeah.
If you disable streamer mode, that'll go away.
Thank you, Mr. Overachiever. Okay, here we go.
So is that Skeletor in your background, Wick?
Oh, this
no,
guy's not
my
bad.
nephew got me for this. It's a transformer of some sort. I don't know.
It's the only possession Wick has. He's just in a white room.
I am poor, and you should give me money, Gaster.
All right. Welcome. Do you want to introduce yourself, Brown, etc.? I can't see your whole name for some reason. Guest. You with us? I'm gonna give you 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Silencing
5,
voices.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's because I'm not a liberal. All right. Oh, I don't want to kick you. I just want to kick from the call. Disconnect. Here we go. All right. Sorry. And now we have. Why are all of? Oh, I see. It's because I'm streaming. Oh, that's so annoying. Whatever. Whatever. It's fine. In you go. We've got somebody called Jay. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Let me unmute.
We'll need to unmute.
Everyone went to the bathroom at the same time.
Hello, guest. Gonna count to 10. You got to unmute.
Sorry, is my audio acceptable?
Oh, thank God.
Perfect.
Okay. You're back. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Make your comment or ask your question, and she'll let you have a quick back and forth, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in like a lot of what Matt's been saying. So I have a sort of different tack on this topic. I feel that the right wing, or the political right wing, at least like in North America or whatever, really has sort of laid claim to being religious, as like a sort of identity, part of their identity, right? So, and like that sort of defaults the left to having this sort of atheistic identity. But I've met a lot of leftists who are religious. I've met a lot of LGBT people who are Christians. And like, I've also seen like a sentiment among lefties that finds a lot of disgust with what they call like edgy Reddit atheists. Like people don't want to come off as like an edgy atheist. So I was wondering, like,
no, not the edit.
Is it really possible to decouple how much the intolerance of LGBT is attached to religion, to like maybe possibly allow the left to reclaim like a sort of a proud religious identity? You know what I mean?
I'm gonna name this low tad after you, Jesus cow.
Where like they don't have to be like hide that they are religious because they're surrounded by people they assume are atheists.
Would you like me to respond to that first, or Poppy, would you like to go first?
Anybody, but I just was naming you out because you said something about decoupling.
Matt, go ahead and go first, and then we'll go, because this is something we've covered recently. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is a very complicated question, and I'm not going to be able to do the question justice here. But there are two things that I want to say. One is that the association of the political right with a religious worldview has deep roots in the history of European thought and European political practice. Now, I'm not going to get into all the details here, but the short answer is that the kind of religiosity that the right is attracted to is very much a synthesis of Aristotle with usually a particular religious belief. And the reason why they're attracted to this is Aristotle laid out a worldview that is, from their standpoint, harmonious, ordered, natural, and hierarchical. It's defined by a model of what Charles Taylor calls hierarchical complementarity, where everybody within the society has a role that they are intended to fulfill, but that role is by no means equal in its dignity. And people who do not understand their place within this hierarchical...
There you go. You're now part of the game, bud.
Complementary society, they have to get into line. And what really occurred starting in the 17th and the 18th century was various progressive groups challenged the religious worldview that was supportive of these fundamentally conservative worldviews and opened up space for the emancipation of those who had previously not been guaranteed equality within society. Whether we're thinking about male property owners who come from the lower middle classes, but also women. It's important to note, starting in the 18th century, and then gradually that has come to include demands for racial equality, queer and trans equality, all of which I'm extremely supportive of. And to the extent that the religious right mobilizes around these rhetorics, they're following in a very ancient tradition that leftists must be absolutely...
You're a low tad, but low tads are really good because they're water grass. So, like, they're good. They're used to Pokemon have.
Saying that, there is very much a counter-tradition of progressive religiosity that it is very important to acknowledge. Early on in this presentation, I talked about the civil rights movement as an exemplar of that. But you can also think about the group that I'm part of called the Institute for Christian Socialism. And the general argument that progressive leftists will make is this, usually, again, drawing on the Christian tradition. But you can find parallels, for example, in Marxist Islamism or Marxist Judaism, et cetera, et cetera. But the basic argument of progressive Christians is, listen, Nietzsche is absolutely right that liberalism, socialism, and progressivism are all these secularized offspring of what is fundamentally a Christian worldview that holds that all people are equal before the throne of God. That gradually translates into just...
Holy shit, you have a really good ability too. What? You have rain dish. Nice. Very nice. And you're a female.
Belief that all people are equal, and that is the least well off and the most vulnerable in our society that deserve the most moral attention. Now, this is idiomized in various different forms. But, the progressive Christian movements that I tend to support carry on this legacy. And I think that it is absolutely an authentic position to take. And if you are a Christian leftist and you want to talk to me about it, I'm happy to talk more about it. But there are a flourishing number of groups in the United States, including ICS, the Institute for Christian Socialism, that take this project of trying to resuscitate an egalitarian, emancipatory, trans-inclusive, and queer-inclusive Christianity for America in the 21st century.
Just a brief statement.
Go ahead.
Oh wait, I thought Poppy was. Had a response.
Poppy was, but what do you guys want to do?
Wick, go ahead and just say your thing quickly.
Yeah, I think that if a properly practicing Christian cannot help but be a leftist in my view. I think that if you are trying to be a Christian, you are generally going to and actually practice like in following the footsteps of Christianity and Christ, you're going to be progressive.
No argument. So my response to this, and I think CC has one as well, but So as I said before earlier in the discussion, like I'm an ordained Zen priest. I've practiced pretty much every faith under the sun. ZZ is what I would call an eclectic pagan, or witch. And the thing is that to some degree, like as much as we have been somewhat antagonistic in this argument, the thing is that we've discussed on our channel before the fact that we're very sort of more so antagonistic towards anti-theism or Reddit, what's considered Reddit atheism, because I actually think it hurts us on a very, very real level. The pragmatic argument would be is that I think that there are a lot of lefties, especially like genuine leftists, not just liberals, but leftists, who can't talk about their spiritual beliefs or their abilities, their desire to want to practice, because we have such an absolutely allergic environment within the left to spirituality. Some of that's earned, right? That allergy comes from the right weaponizing religion, but some of it also comes from, I think, an almost pseudo-religious take of certain philosophies being sort of weaponized in and of themselves. The whole religion is the opiate of the masses bullshit. It's like, yeah, well, if you're talking about institutional systemic religion, sure, but if you're talking about an individual person's spiritual beliefs, that's a very different discussion. And so I think the thing is that at least in our goals is I think that there is a way to marry spirituality to your goals and your sense of personal growth and development.
I
That's
think
something we
I'll
talk about
find
in the
it
whole,
right
especially
now,
like
though.
development in the integral or the psychological sense. But as far as it affects politics, I always am skeptical of that interaction, because the short version is in my experience, human beings always have a desire for power. It comes from our natural tendencies to be fearful, more, in some ways, mortal creatures. And by definition, we are prone to, when given access to power, to use it because it creates a sense of security. You can see this with a father who is overly authoritarian. You can see this with Xi Jinping. So to me, I'm always skeptical of when religion gets interactive with, state power. But again, I think there's a definite place of spirituality in the left. There should be a place for spirituality in the left, because at the very least, we're just losing people who could be voting or who could be doing on-the-ground work because we're being allergic to them unnecessarily. So that's my piece. There you go.
One thing to
see, the one problem with them making this argument is that, like, they are the reason why religious people would be like, wow, the left is crazy. Like, they're literally the bad stereotype. It's beyond cringe.
Poppy, if people get a chance.
I'm
is
cold
about,
again.
some of the benefits of spiritual beliefs on like a psychological level. Like there are demonstrably some of this, and Poppy knows it way better than I do. I'm not always big on the reclaiming necessarily, because there's a whole lot that goes into that. But I have seen positive ways that integrating religion into this works, especially because we tend to advocate for things that we're passionate about, right? Tend to show up as people, and we show up with our full authentic, our full selves, basically. And for a lot of people, that does include some form of religious beliefs. And so some instances I've seen this go well is with Zen or Unitarian Universalists, which are both very strongly based on positive principles. Okay, and they're not necessarily making prescriptive claims about after death. I mean, there might be some depending on the denomination or who you're asking, but by and large, it's based on shared principles. And so I think one of the interesting things that we've been dealing with too on our server is how to make more space for lefties who are also religious that want to talk about that. And so we're kind of figuring out the best way to do that right now, to still give space to that, because in our system, we talk a lot about how mental health is political. Okay, these, especially for queer folks, these things are inextricably tied together. There's no way to pull these apart. So I think there are some ways that people can, on an individual level,
political.
have a personal sense of reclaiming. Large-scale reclaiming is another story, but on a personal sense, yeah, I absolutely think it can be.
On the subject of intergroup tolerance, it is a magnificently, it is a very interesting thing to see just how different culturally the perception of a minute is between Americans and Canadians. Does anybody else want to respond to Jarkar?
I just wanted to say one more thing, which is that I found Zena Poppy's... No, I thought Zena and Poppy's articulation of their own efforts to try to reach out to leftists who are religious very moving, and actually I see it as a very positive sign for the future. Just again, coming from my own standpoint, using the Christian idiom to reflect my own religious beliefs, which isn't to say that there aren't other ways to do so. I know that, FairyQueen didn't want us to talk about the substance of a religious view and whether or not it's correctly interpreted or not. But my view of this is that if one looks at the Bible, one sees very clearly that Christ says that the wretched of the earth will know that God is on their side, and that later on is what gave Frantz Fanon the famous title for his great work of Post-Colonial Theory, by the way. I think
what a great source.
Religious left is very much a live prospect in this country.
Tell us
if
more.
you were to find a Christian religious movement that took seriously this idea that our primary duties are to the most vulnerable in our society, and that would involve a very different approach to politics than what you've seen on the religious right, which tends to seem to think that big business, large corporations, are the kinds of things that we need to be protecting as Christian leftists. Or sorry, as a Christian community.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
63% of Americans consider themselves Christian. That's 210 million people. If we were just to reject them outright, that's silly, especially in a democracy. Don't do that, gang. That's death for any kind of legislative power.
Yeah, I mean, just to respond to what everybody said, that all of that makes me very confident, because I think the act of recuperation is sort of having people on our side that are proud, to speak about it. But yeah, personally, I'm an atheist, but I think it would just be better off to sort of have religion in the hands of the left, because I prefer more compassion from a system that ostensibly says it's about compassion. But yeah, before I go, one last thing I have to say, look at my avocado. It's huge.
That's TOS.
Look at my avocado. It's huge.
Discord's got
All right.
guidelines against that.
Okay, we're gonna bring on 2 more people, and then we're gonna call it because this is going much slower than I anticipated. But that's how we do, I suppose.
I want to have a conversation about religion and politics. That's like the number one thing you're not supposed to do at the dinner table because it always goes on long.
We didn't even get dinner.
I know, right? Where is the dinner?
Yeah, right.
That was
Picking on a
that
date
was a
first.
mistake. I should have ordered food. All right, we have Insomnoir. This is your last chance. Oh, I see a green square.
Uh-oh.
But I don't hear anything.
Uh-oh.
Yay!
Squeeze harder. There you go. Okay.
He's gone.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. I was having some. I have an NVIDIA card, so I have to run everything through an NVIDIA controller system.
I'm certain someday we'll find it in my heart to forgive you. Please.
Okay, so first of all, you can call me Insomnia. Insomnia Noir is my full name. I'm sure Wick knows who I am. I've harassed him on and off. Yeah, and I don't really have the kindest of words to say here, but hopefully now that you've heard my tone, you'll know that I'm trying my best to be nice.
Don't do that. Be mean to me if you feel. Free speech is for everyone, including you. So go ahead, hit me with it. Be as
no, I don't want to give you
like.
No, I don't want to give you another panel topic. So first of all, I go by he, they. I am non-binary, specifically audigender. Extremely neurodivergent, and so you'll have to forgive me if I seem very monotone. But anyway,
you're on the President Sunday channel. It's okay.
You're among friends.
You're among your...
Yeah. So there's a few things I would like to point out. I myself, everyone who's in the cathedral knows that I am a Christian. I am a leftist as well, and yes, it is very difficult for. Oh yes, I have 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of graduate studies in Old Testament specifically.
Damn.
Wow.
And right now I'm actually, for various reasons, I have switched over to a master's in social work. I feel like I can do more. I feel like I can do more damage to the system that way. So there's a few things I would point out. First of all, it is unbearably apparent as to who has skin in this game and who doesn't. And so as a Christian, I would like to apologize to any minority identities in this call for the actions of people who proclaim the same faith that I have. I do not espouse any hatred towards any group. In fact, I fight for equity and equality.
Just to be clear, Insomnoir, I think the only person you're actually highlighting in this conversation is Matt right now. I think that's a little unfair.
Oh, no, I'm going after.
He's the only one identified as a Christian here, isn't he? Unless I've missed something.
No, I have no idea what Matt believes as far as a Christian is concerned, so I bear no judgment towards him. Right. But yeah, it's interesting to me those who are speaking in theoretical terms, and then you have really StarPanda and Zena and Poppy literally saying, hey, this is our life you're talking about. Now, as someone who is non-binary and autistic, people are trying to kill me too. It's really interesting. That's where you get anti-vax sentiment, which also comes out of the religious right, interestingly enough. But I guess my sticking point here is, why are we still privileging the idea that non-violence is okay? Non-violence is the preferred method. When we're talking about survival of particular identities that have been existed.
Just in the interest of expediency, can I suggest a quick modification of the question so people can answer more clearly? So how about this? Yeah, and let me know if this is satisfying, okay? Why are we privileging non-violence as the preferred response to systemic/state violence and things of that sort? Is that a fair representation of your question?
Yes, you've saved me from my autism. Thank you.
2 reasons, I'll be brief. One, the pragmatic reasons. If you get in a fight with the state, you will lose and you will die. Second of all, if you, on a moral level, if you are...
Interesting point for American, but continue.
I'm just saying, if you fight with the state, you will lose, right? At least...
Yeah.
Again, I don't see a world where minority groups are able to exercise enough physical might, especially today, right, in order to win that fight. I don't see it. The state will stop you and they will destroy you, and that sucks, but it will happen. The second is on moral level. If we're trying to enforce our will through the point of a gun, I don't know about that. I think that's if we can get something done non-violently, it's just preferable on all levels, because again, violence begets violence begets violence begets violence. Where does bloodshed stop, right? And we see this play out again and again with revolution, then counter-revolution, then counter-revolution, and the oppressors the oppressed quickly become the oppressors when they get that power if they go by violent means. But anyway, that's that.
All right. Anyone else?
So I will respond to this because I'm picking up, to be very, very clear, before I launch into this story, I want to buttress this by acknowledging the very real concerns that Poppy, Zena, that, I apologize, StarPanda, and you have Insomnia. You're right. There is a huge amount of transphobia that exists in our society. It is absolutely the case that many people who are trans, people who I love, are fearing the laws that are being passed. I do not disagree. I do, however, take great umbrage at the idea that on this question of religious intolerance and whose views we are tolerant of is something that I don't have skin in the game. So I will share with you the personal story of my family. My family, my grandparents, they were both Irish. They both came from a small town called Dunleary. And my great-grandfather, his name, I can't give his name, but he was involved in the Irish Republican Army. He used to store guns in his backyard and covered them with horse shit so that the black and tans wouldn't find them. The street and the area and the communities in which they live.
Fuck you, black and tans, bro. Fuck you, black and tans, bro.
We're talking about violence, and I'm hearing this. I understand the concern. Until you've seen a child's school being blown up, cars being thrown into cars being blown up, guns in the street, it's really easy to talk about this in vague terms. It's a different thing when your family has actually been involved with this. Religious discrimination, like that has happened to people who in my family, is something that doesn't affect us anymore because they moved to the United States, but it is still an enormous part of our life and a part of our history. And so I reject very strongly, in the strongest possible terms, that at least I do not have skin in the game, if for no other reason than the people and the community of people from where I come from. I take very great offense to that. And I will end with one more addendum. I don't usually discuss this. I was diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum. I'll agree there are lots of laws that exist.
Oh, really? Were you? We're all so shocked.
That are horrible to people who are autistic. I also think that it's wrong to use it to slam dunk a W on who you think has skin in the game and who you think doesn't.
Okay. All right, Tipper Gore. Let's put that back in the. Let's put that away for a second because you've essentially.
Hang on.
He's had her hand up for a minute.
So
One sec. Let's Zena reply, and then Insomniac, I'll let you.
I think it was me who had to reply, and I was going to say two things. It was like, one is that, we keep talking about the Constitution and how great the freedom of religion is. I also want to bring up, this whole thing about violence beats violence. I mean, the right to bear arms exists also. If we're going to be really hardcore American, again, I own guns. I have no problem defending my family because, again, that's the history of this country. If that means I lose against state, so be it. I'm not going against state. What I am doing, though,
that is not comforting to hear. I do not want to be told that. All right? I do not. No. Okay? She does not need guns. End of story.
Defending against the fact that there's potential violence against me. So that's one. Two is that, again, this idea that, we're going to... first off, I guess I want to say, FairyQueen, I'm really sorry that your family went through that. That really fucking sucks. That's really awful. I also want to say that, until you've been in a session with a non-binary child who you've had to hold crying because they are afraid to...
That's not good. Guys, in retrospect, that's not good. Help me. I don't know. I don't know. Foreskin in the game. She loves terrorism. I joined because it's house of furry racism. Yeah, we're gonna get to that after this, and then I'm gonna move the other stuff to tomorrow because it'll just make more sense.
Go to school because they are afraid of the violence that will be enacted against them. I say the same thing.
I'm smoking a bowl right now.
Had to stop kids from cutting their wrists. I have had to enact.
I'm not against FairyQueen. It just was no surprise to me that she has autism.
School plans in order to make sure that a kid doesn't have to doesn't have atrocities done to them. Again, I'm not saying that your experiences are valid and that there is definitely an argument to be made that religious intolerance can go into horrible extremes. But right now, this country isn't dealing with an issue of religious intolerance. What it's dealing with is a very small vocal minority wants us dead and is bending the system over backwards.
All right.
I'm so sorry, but I will respond to that. First of all, I do have experience with people who are trans in my life.
But you're not trans.
Right, and you're not Irish.
That's not necessary. Okay, we don't need to be trans or Irish or whatever the fuck. What the hell is this debate about? It started. It says here. This is through Zena and Poppy's point of view. It seems like this is about religion and tolerance. Yeah, the last thing we need is for her to have a gun. You know how crazy Poppy is? Poppy's got a sex cult, okay? She just doesn't need a gun, alright? Just because they look better a couple years ago or a year ago, don't mean that that whole drama didn't happen. Sorry. For those of you not initiated, this is a panel. This is Poppy and Zena right here. Then there's President Sunday on top of them, WhickTV, McMannis, I think his name is McMannis. Fuck, what is this one's name? I have it in the tags, but I can't remember. A VTuber and FairyQueen. No, I wasn't saying that about FairyQueen. I was saying that about Zena and Poppy. Zena and Poppy in the future. So this is in 2023. So now we're in the year 2024. Well, or we were, but we're going forward in future now. In 2024, these Zena and Poppy got caught doing a bunch of weird shit on Discord. Okay, they got caught abusing people. And now there's a bunch of drama around them, but we're watching this old panel for fun.
You don't have family members in your life who you are related to who were dragged out of their houses, had their entire shop burned to the ground, and had machine guns put up against their skulls, at least to the best of my knowledge, not for religious reasons. So it is to me, I will reiterate, okay, I have great empathy. And
that's a good question, Deep Web. I don't really know. I think they've just gotten off track. Damn, you smoked a real bowl. I did.
I do know and take very seriously the concerns that we have. But the flippant way that we are discussing religious violence
smoke
and the
another
consequences
one.
that we can have, I don't even quite know what to say to that.
And there's nothing you can do to stop
It feels as though you're prioritizing one group over another. And that's the issue, is you keep saying you have compassion for us, but I don't care about the compassion. What I care about is people who genuinely actually get it. And it feels like there's such a concern for this potential fear of religious violence that, again, we're having real violence happen right now, and we're arguing about how we deal with that.
Maybe my camera will show up better this time. Let's see, hold on. My camera may not show it better this time, and I'm sorry if that's not true. Weed is legal in my jurisdiction, by the way. I live in Canada. I'm gonna grab, like, the biggest nug out of here. Okay. It should show it now. No, it's, well, maybe you can see a little bit better. It's hella purple. It's like AAA. It's really good. I can't smoke on screen though, or else the YouTube get mad at me. To be fair, the debate is over and they are taking calls, yeah. True, FairyQueen is making better points and is better at talking, but they're both not homing in into their best points and allowing tangents. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with all that, for sure. I'm not anti-FairyQueen. I don't know where that came from.
Like, again, I literally pointed out historical references as to how this has happened. You're saying, like, our people haven't been hurt? What?
to be very clear, I'm not the appeal that I was making before was more of the taking umbrage of the idea that this issue did not personally matter to me.
Hey, Alyssa, what up, bro?
That's the issue. I'm not having an intellectual conversation about the history of transphobia or the history of religious discrimination. I'm taking issue with the personal point that was levied at me and the other people at the other half of this panel, and the assumptions that were made that were unfair and not well received.
If I could say one thing also. Now, I just want to be very clear when it comes to your characterization of my language or some of our languages, theoretical and abstract. I'm actually willing to say that I think you're correct about that. And I think that part of that does come from a lack of firsthand experience. However, I would like to make clear that I don't think that the deployment of a theoretical or a legal language to try to adjudicate the proper way to respond to these problems is inappropriate. And actually, I don't think it's anti-leftist.
I'm good. We're playing some Pokemon Emerald and listening to an old debate, and I'm getting stoned. It's pretty awesome. Pretty good stream. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Make sure to like, by the way. Thank you.
Either. Fundamentally...
Or subscribe if you're on Kick. It's kick.com/KELDOGE. You can subscribe for $5.99 a month USD or $8.99 a month Canadian. You can also send a donation over to my Ko-fi or my Streamlabs. My Ko-fi has special commissions and my Streamlabs have special dono sounds. The links are in your pinned chats, but if not, I will send them on through.
I would say that my position is a Gramscian one. Now, we all know that Gramsci, of course, faced circumstances that are actually fairly similar to what's going on, say, in Florida right now. You see the rise of a highly revanchist right-wing state that is willing to use extraordinary amounts of authoritarianism to discriminate against highly vulnerable groups with the association or with at least the tacit consent of big business and other major players in society.
Oh, you might be, Alyssa. I just reminded to shill.
In these kinds of circumstances, there's absolutely a place for affect and expressions of disdain and anger. And I think that those should be encouraged in many circumstances. However, it is also incumbent upon us to intellectually mince these problems. Not so that we can kind of pedantically, count, the number of different references to Hegel that we can throw out there, but because we need to have a clear idea of what it is that we're facing so that we can have an equally clear idea of how it is that we can most effectively confront it. And I think that analyzing the legal routes, for example, to be able to obtain protections for the trans community and the queer community more generally is a very viable and indeed necessary option. I am not optimistic about the potential going down that road, given the current makeup of the Supreme Court, but we should be looking into that as a potential strategy. The same is true when it comes to trying to win the intellectual debate.
We could even play Kirby later if you guys wanted to. I'll probably go for pretty long tonight.
Against people like, say, Matt Walsh, or like, say, some of the individuals I mentioned, AugieRFC, who are going to try to argue very vehemently that there's something fundamentally wrong with being trans because it violates, say, natural law. I think that there's a place there for people to offer theoretical arguments, as, I should add Zena and Poppy very rightly referred to demonstrate why that viewpoint is wrong. And I don't think that
You have a headache tonight? That sucks. I'm sorry.
That precludes other approaches. I think that we have to have an awful lot of tools in our arsenal in order to fight against bigotry. And theory and rationalism are some of those tools. There are others, and they're just as important, but we shouldn't abstain from using those where we think that we can win. And I think that ultimately, because trans individuals are individuals and they are entitled to human rights and they are entitled to dignity and to respect, that will be on the winning side of this argument in every single circumstance, where ultimately we are confronted with bigotry and with bigots who would like to
Yeah, probably. Good luck with that.
advance junk science and junk theology to support what are fundamentally hateful positions.
All right, Insomni Noir, if you want to make your final comment, we need to move on because we're running on the clock. So.
Yeah, and I have to apologize for my laughter earlier. That was more of an...
Okay, guys, I'm gonna get a little bit crazy with it. So that the furry video is either extra funny or extra disturbing. I'm gonna put like a teeny weeny dab. The teeny weeniest dab of, what the fuck do they call it? It's not hash. I'll show you what it is. It's called like wax hash. It's this stuff. This one got stuck on the top, so they have to give me a new one. But again, legal in Canada. Alright. Let's see if I can still do commentary. It'll be like a challenge.
Nervous tick and I accidentally hit my spacebar.
Totally fine.
So, here's my where I land in a country now where we have somewhere between 100 and 130,000. My numbers might be off because who knows. Where you have over 100,000 trans people basically fleeing as refugees within their own country, where people who specialize in the study of genocide are issuing.
Oh, do you want to watch me smoke it? Sure, we can listen and watch.
Warnings, red letter warnings that there is a genocide happening in the U.S. of transgender people, based on the rhetoric that is being used and weaponized by the religious right. See Matt Walsh, Matt.
Was this me or him?
That was you, Wick. What the frick did you do on my stream? Somewhere you're back.
Okay, I don't know where I left off. So my point is, we live in a country where there's over 100,000 transgender folk living as refugees in their own country. They are actually moving to other parts of the country to avoid persecution, where we have institutes who specifically study genocide, issuing warnings about the language of Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, and these people that you claim that you can defeat in this sort of realm of ideas, which I wholeheartedly reject because these are ideologues. They have no reason to change their mind. With that in mind, I understand the need for rhetoric, but at this point, I have to push back on the idea that violence, and we'll say this in a video game, violence in a video game is not off the table. It has not been off the table historically. We have seen this happen before. Pride was a riot because of a transgender woman who may or may not own up to the fact that she threw a brick. Okay, so let's perhaps couch our ideas of theoretical knowledge in the fact that
Stop talking vaguely. Who do you want to do violence against and how? Tell us, come on. Who do you want to hurt?
The people who would seek to do harm against others, specifically trans people, members of the LGBTQI community. And I'm not saying that it is the only resort. I'm saying that it should be on the table and that it should not be at the whim of some neoliberal who thinks that, oh, we can just vote.
No, if you're trying to hurt other people, I'm going to stop you.
Hang on, wait. It's a good line.
Now that is a spicy meatball opinion.
Hang on, we need to bring the next person. Thank you, Insomnia.
Can I say something real quick?
Really quick.
I will try to be brief.
Succeed at being brief.
FairyQueen, I appreciate your concern with the trans community. I'm not trying to take away from that. You have brought up MLK twice in this conversation, saying things that he said. He also said that he was gravely disappointed with the white moderate. People getting in the way of progress. And like he didn't just say nonviolence. There were other ways that we do, like protests and stuff. Like sometimes these things do get violent, and it's not really about like whether we are violent or not. It's who started it. And in many cases, mostly it's going to be the people who are trying to legislate other people out of existence who are doing the violence first. So we're not asking to do violence to other people. We're asking to protect ourselves, right? So that's all I'm going to say.
All right, no more. Insomnia Noir, thank you very much. We're bringing the next person. That was 20 minutes. Okay.
I got a lot to say on this, but fair enough.
Last person. I think Razor was waiting the longest. This is the last one for today. Better luck next time. Razor. Never mind.
Wow, that was loud.
Why is it still playing? Okay, it's gone now. What the hell? It took a long time to get rid of. Okay.
That was kind of epic, honestly.
MSPX card.
It's like, in a world where, okay.
Yeah, it's really, I love when random people demonetize my stream. Okay, MSDXR, how are you
True. Thank you, Jesus Cow.
doing? Hello. 10, 9, 8,
Get it on your end,
6,
friend.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Terribly
Get it
sorry.
on your
Next
end. No,
person.
I tried to save him. Or her.
It's not that kind of, it's not democracy. Cascadian Unionist, how are you doing? Okay, why on earth you are banned from the server? Do not come in to the waiting room if you're not going to come on. Last person, Stomps are us. Hello. Hello? Stomps?
Everyone fell asleep.
All right, that's our show. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you very much for thank you to our panelists.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Razor did an accident when he did play that song. It was like a setting in Discord for some reason. So if you want to try again, if you don't, that's.
I really don't, but I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm going to take one more question.
Okay, Razor's now banned.
Thank you. That wasn't even a real dab. My fucking butane lighter has decided to not work, so I have to go buy another one. Thank you, Jesus Cow. You guys are great. Let's go.
In clockwise order, shout out your channels, please. FairyQueen.
I apologize.
Hi, I'm FairyQueen. You can find me on Twitter and you can find me on YouTube. Thank you.
Matt.
Yeah, I'm at, you can find me on Twitter, or you can read my books and articles, you know, wherever things are printed, basically.
StarPanda.
I am StarPanda TV everywhere. You can find me just typing in StarPanda TV. Thanks.
WhickTV on Twitch and Kick at Wick-TV on YouTube. Check us out.
Yeah, Zena and Poppy, I'm not going to let you share yourselves out, actually, because I'm sending everyone to your stream anyways. Find Zena and Poppy, Wholesome Degenerates, apparently, on YouTube.
That's true.
Cheerio. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, Dan. Be out tonight.
Bye.
Aw, President Sunday. He didn't know, to be fair. He didn't know. We can't criticize him for that. He didn't know. That's just a rude. Let me get my document back up here, and then no, that's for the 21st. The stuff. So I'm moving just so we're not up forever, because then I can game for a little bit. Tomorrow we're gonna do Darius versus Smeggle tomorrow. Then we're gonna do a video that'll help us understand our brains more. We're also gonna do Destiny sued for reversing revenge porn by a potentially criminal. And we're also going to watch the Ontario local debates. So that'll be fun. But tonight we are going to do the furry thing because I think that is the most anticipated. I don't know if I set a vote or not. Okay. Well, I'm picking the furry one. So, there you go. Okay, I don't know anything about furry racism. I don't know who this person is. I learned about furry racism very recently. No guarantees, okay?
What surprises me more than anything else in this world is the total denial of inter-minority bigotry. Not completely denying its existence, but underplaying its relevance or being
I guess this is fine.
surprised when it happens. By this I mean a member of one minority group demonizing or degrading a member of a separate minority group. Speaking personally here, the one that I come across the most is furries who are attacking another minority group. Of course this is by virtue of me covering almost entirely furries. I'm a furry myself, it's just my interests, and it's just the type of people that I'm exposed to. On my channel, a few furries that I've talked about have produced this denial response. In particular, videos like Magnus Deridian, Villicify, or Lucky Coyote to name just 3. Each of these videos received several comments expressing shock over a furry being a bigot, and shock how a furry could be racist or transphobic in any way. To many members of the fandom, this is a well-known occurrence, be it transphobic gym furries or that one guy who went from spreading happiness to expressing a very different emotion just the next day. We all see forms of inter-minority bigotry more often than we may think, and although furries are often seen as one collective progressive mass, beneath all the characters, we're just just people. We're people who form groups, we differ in opinions, and we do fight amongst ourselves, just like humans are so fond of doing. And by virtue of being a minority group itself and housing higher populations of LGBT individuals, we do see less bigotry than most populations, but we're far from exempt, including cases of extremism. And in these cases where extremists or just more casual bigots become noticed in the fandom, furries as a whole typically retaliate with a strong negative reaction, thus creating another squabble of infighting between two alternative political oppositions. With bigotry, this can come in the form of transphobia, sexism, homophobia, or as I will choose to focus on just today, racism. Ways in which racism can be observed can typically be placed into one of four groups, and for each of these groups we will explore real scenarios within the fandom in which this behavior has occurred. Now, I want to state that this video is more supposed to be fun and informative rather than act as any sort of call out to the community. I'm by no means saying that this fandom is overtly racist, or that one person's experience is indicative of a whole community. Everyone's experience is their own and doesn't inform overarching generalizations about a community or group of people. This fandom is a promotion of expression and being the person you truly are, and we love you for being your true self in a world where general populations may not feel the same. What I want to show you today is just parts of the community where extremism does exist, and perhaps more importantly, forms of racism that you may do yourself that you can help yourself change. All of this is to try and foster an even better community and spread more knowledge about what racism is and what we can do about it. In this video, I'll be utilizing the 4 levels of racism model to explain, as it can be made easily understandable and applicable to many scenarios, such as many of the ones that we're going to get into. The model characterizes racism into 2 umbrella terms: individual and systematic racism. Starting with
I've asked you a question relevant to the video. Fill it out. Also, like the stream. 24 concurrents, only 17 likes. Should be 24 likes. Let's go, baby.
Individual, this can be observed in 2 ways. First, a term which for many people is instantly recognized.
This video absolutely is real.
Internalized racism. These are the stereotypes and prejudices against races that we form as a result of our beliefs and ideologies. Such beliefs are often instilled through social backgrounds such as culture or family. But do note that these can be broken through education or some other social means such as peer groups. The other form of individual racism is interpersonal racism. This is a lot more of that, casual racism that occurs between individuals. Now remember that racism is not always extreme. Interpersonal racism does not only include running up to a black person and yelling slurs. It can be seen as applied internalized racism. Any sort of interaction between races where personal racial beliefs affect the interaction.
I don't know about this part.
And that brings us to the other umbrella term, often described as the invisible evil, that is systematic racism. The 2 ways in which this exists is institutional racism, where a particular institution disadvantages people of color through policies, wages, or any number of reasons. Finally, there is structural racism, which is interesting as it's likely the least addressed form of racism, and it involves removing black people from social factors such as history, culture, and achievement. History is likely the most common example, where people of color are excluded from history despite being key components or even vital to entire eras. Now, a lot of people do this mistakenly, and I do not harbor any negative feelings to those who don't know about the black leaders in history who have fought for the rights that they have. By definition, the form of racism is the population not being taught this facet of history. This includes a population of furries who may not know this information. Again, structural racism is distinct in a sort of way where people shouldn't usually be held accountable or called out for doing it. Because unless you're purposely excluding black people willingly or burning history books, there's not much to call out individually. That being said, I want to start this off on a positive note by sharing a small tidbit of information which should demonstrate why you as furries should know about these black individuals, why it's important in our history too, and how some people when ignoring this information become ignorant to why we should celebrate black queer folk during Pride or any other month. As you may know purely through observation, the furry community is largely LGBT LGBT positive. A 2019 study from the great people at First Science found that nearly 80% of people surveyed had a sexuality outside of heterosexual. For this reason, it can be quite surprising that discussion of LGBT history involving black people is so seldom made. The history of rights movements that were begun or heavily contributed by black LGBT individuals. Whilst there are figures from other races who are a key component in this advocacy for LGBT rights, right now I'll focus on one of the most famous examples, the Stonewall Riots. The late 60s marked a time where discrimination against LGBT lives was at a critical point. Not a single couple across all of the states were allowed their right to marriage. Same-sex activity was often illegal. Even small acts to the degree of kissing and holding hands was criminalized by ruling of the US government. Illinois was the only state during the 60s to repeal its sodomy laws. However, in the other states, homosexual activity was punishable by hefty fines or even jail time. In attempts to escape this radical enforcement, many gay and queer individuals would seek refuge in communities or gatherings. A common example were gay bars, providing a space for queer communities to form and, heaven forbid, hold hands. That didn't exactly solve any issues nonetheless. Police raids were frequent, and many forces had the power to shut down bars or establishments which sold alcohol to gay communities. Those forces in states which didn't hold as much power were still able to invade and arrest the patrons inside for any of the same-sex acts listed before, or what they described as wearing clothing belonging to the opposite gender, which was also illegal during the time. Stonewall Inn was one such gay bar, hosting these gay communities. It too was subject to regular raids and arrests of attendees. These raids, the arrests, and the discrimination of gay lives culminated into the events of the Stonewall Riot. Police would raid the Stonewall Inn on the 28th of June 1969, arresting 13 patrons and staff. The violence of these arrests were met with equally violent resists. The result of this violence turned into a 6-day protest, the bar even being set alight during the protesting. The date and severity of this event is the very reason that June came to be known as Pride Month, and at the heart of these protests were the lives of several queer black individuals. People like Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera were key people in this historic movement. Now, before the gay redditors from r/gay or wherever come into the comments to complain about how we don't have 100% clarity on who started the riots, and the debate on who threw the first brick can and will continue to be constantly made, with the contradicting reports on who it really was that kicked off these riots. But it is true that these two black transgender individuals were there during the fight in the late 60s, and together Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera founded STAR, otherwise known as the Street Transvestite Action Revolutionaries. This was of course at a time where the word transvestite was a more commonly used term. Marsha herself had also founded the Gay Liberation Front in the moments after the Stonewall Riots, which is responsible for organizing protests and marches for gay rights. Both trans women are credited as veterans of the Stonewall Riots, although despite what many witnesses claimed, Marsha states that she was not at Stonewall to start the riots off, only appearing later to join the fight. Another theory, and the final of many black individuals I want to mention, is Stormy DeLavi. My pronunciation would be terrible, I'm really bad at pronouncing those syllables. They were a black and lesbian drag king who had been described as, quote, the spark that ignited the Stonewall uprising. The story goes that she was one of the 13 people initially arrested during the police raid, shouting at the crowd of patrons to do something, of which do something they did. They came together to fight for the rights of gay and LGBT individuals. Black people are more than just a part of our history, they are integral to its progression. They should be celebrated and they should be recognized. I'd like to credit Solar Saber, the absolute queen she is, who made a video on the same topic, and I credit her video for a lot of this video's existence. She herself is a black lesbian YouTuber who made the use of a black lesbian pride flag in the month of June this year. Her post in the spread of this flag was met with some ridicule from unknowing or confused people. Questions like, what do we need a black lesbian flag for? Just use the normal one. Those sorts of questions express themselves much to my dissatisfaction. We should be proud of these aspects of our history. We should really recognize and learn why we even have a Pride Month in the first place. Girl, you be prideful in that part of your history just as we are thankful. I saw a thread on Reddit trying to have at least a more civil debate on the flag itself, at least trying to say that it may be excluding people of color from the original lesbian flag, which of course it absolutely does not. The theory itself is quite flawed. The point of the flag is to celebrate pride through a visual manner. Lesbian pride flags celebrate lesbian lives, and the black lesbian pride flag celebrates this crucial part of our history that we should not ignore. I mean, if you really want to play with that mentality, it's excluding people to have a lesbian pride flag in the first place? Why not just use the rainbow pride flag? Are we separating or excluding lesbians from that by creating a lesbian flag? No, of course not. That's ridiculous.
This is so, like, baby gay, but also, I just got fucking owned by this fucking bitch. Okay, I'm sorry. I can... God. Just absolute garbage. The video's alright. It is getting a little bit zoomer for me, but that's okay. That doesn't matter.
Statement. You can fly the pride flag that you want to show your pride in supporting, and that includes the black trans people of our community. Don't forget about the people that gave you the rights you may just be taking for granted. They should not be lost to our history or underrepresented. Moving on from that, this next example should be of more familiarity to my viewers. That of a furry convention supported by local institutions which strongly and intentionally breeds an environment unwelcoming to black people. I'm of course referencing Free for All, of which I've talked about on the channel once before. In that video I went over the convention's second year, the events that went down, and overall poking a bit of fun at the laughingstock that is this convention. But I also wanted to highlight the political ideologies held by the con's founder and its core demographic. However, there's a key argument made by the con which contradicts this, and that's their vehement statements that they are not a political organization. Posters in the con read that Free for All is not a politically charged space for debates, agenda, or harassment. This particular claim of non-political is a form of argument that I find really weird and interesting. Mainly how this apolitical argument is the failed distinction between apoliticism and centrist. The term apolitical does
Jesus, count black gay furries lives matter, so true.
not mean to differ from either left or right sides. It does
No,
not mean
I
to
mean,
have a
unironically.
centrist view on the topic. The term apolitical means exactly how it sounds. Apolitical, non-political, a lack of interest or involvement in a political discussion or topic. If you choose to live your lifestyle like that, it's perfectly valid. I choose to take interest in a lot of social politics because it affects the world around me so much, but it's not a requirement. Humans do tend to instinctually form sorts of beliefs and political opinions, meaning you the person could be interested in politics but choose to keep your online presence apolitical. You're under no obligation to become interested in politics. If you want to keep your online presence clean, that's totally okay.
Look,
Just
it
claiming
was-
to be an apolitical organization is
It was a suggestion, okay? It's also not that long. Like, it's interesting.
by no means the issue. The issue comes from the hypocritical misuse of the term. There's a difference between being politically free and fronting apolitical to mask extreme right-wing views. Political behavior, typically
No.
right-wing, has often exploited the term apolitical to downplay the extremism in their beliefs, or as a way to avoid direct criticism of one's personal beliefs, again often seen in right-wing circles. In the case of Free for All, the entire convention was centered around patriotism, which in itself is distinctly political. The con members themselves were a further representation that the label of apolitical is nothing but a fraud. In this photo alone you can see Magnus Deridian, a person that we
Okay, so, how do you guys have so much patience to sit and listen to these videos? Listen. I don't really know what it is. All I know is that, for me, it's just interesting to know, like, what my political opponents might say, or just about interesting people, or whatever, you know, like, I just want to know everything about it, even if it's kind of annoying in terms of consuming it. It's autism, really.
we've talked about on the channel sporting his Confederate flag fursuit, and Ava Nova dressed in his Furry Raiders armband, which is an
And I'm sure parts of it are gags.
allegory to those worn by a certain political party back in World War II. If the con were to be apolitical as they claimed, neither of these outfits should be permitted. They'd reached a non-political stance at the con. That would be the case if the apoliticism claimed by the con had any merit, although this is not true. Hosting a convention with a heavy political climate and housing several dozens of extremely bigoted people, who we will get to in a second, creates an environment that is inhospitable to people of color or any other minority for that matter. Not by any mistake of their own, their intention was to create such an atmosphere. That's the message spread by the attendees and founders of the con. One of the attendees, Drake, tweeted out this days before the con: "No hashtag illegals," in reference to who will be attending the con. When you form a con such as this and garner support from an animal welfare company which shares their own set of controversies, elect a chairman run by someone who has ties to the Furry Raiders and spouts their own racist
Okay, what are we naming this Pokemon? What am I calling it? Chat, you have to choose or else I will choose. And that could be dangerous. I can try. Actually, that should work. Oh, barely. Or is that too long? How is that too long? There we go. What the hell? That scared me. You don't get to judge me for that.
To black communities. Sometimes racism is not about saying, I hate black people, or actively ruining their lives. It's creating places and spaces where black people feel unsafe in their own skin. It feeds into the system where only cisgender heterosexual white men can exist contently, not like they have 50 targets on their backs at all times. And when I say the other attendees of the con were responsible for this political climate, I mean it. Investigating some of the attendees, you find an overwhelming amount of them were furry raiders, an extremist right-wing furry contingent which brands itself in iconography similar to that not C party. I'm not gonna go over each person in particular from this group as that's irrelevant for today. I've previously gone in depth over some of the members before and I don't need a refresher. I want to focus right now directly on just one person, a person which I didn't address in either my free-for-all video or my video about Magnus Deridian. I didn't talk about this person due to them not attending free-for-all or the crime they committed not being directly linked to Magnus. They were an active member of the Furry Raiders, whose political ideologies ended up spilling into the real world. Benjamin Jeffrey Smith, who we'll refer today as Polybun, was a member who was fed up with Black Lives Matter. He was angry at Antifa, he was angry with the mask mandates, he was angry at the world, and he wanted to show that anger onto a crowd of protesters one February afternoon. The protesters were calling for justice for Amir Locke, who was fatally shot just 17 days prior by SWAT officer Mark Hanneman. The state administered no criminal charges, and gave paid administrative leave for the officer who fired the shot. There was plenty of reason to demand justice. Polybun would approach the crowd demanding that the protesters leave. When being met with equal demands from the other side, he grew angrier. Eventually he drew a weapon. The only fatality was a 60-year-old woman who was unarmed and pronounced dead at the scene. In the events previous to the shooting, Polybun could be seen in chat sharing willingness to engage in violence. The messages largely slipped under the radar with little attention given to them. That was until the online hostility transformed into real-world violence as seen on February 19th, 2022. I bring that up as a story of interpersonal racism. It's the actions of someone directly responsible due to their ideologies. However, I want to state that this is literally the most extreme example possibly ever. You can't really get worse than this. Not to mention that topic goes far more in depth, and I'm just not going to compete with Tujo Panda's hour-long video on it. Typically, interpersonal racism comes in the form of small interactions, say Fiddler Fox from my last video being uncomfortable at the sight of a black man in public. Microaggressions could also fit under this category, and this is something that a lot of people watching, including myself, can fix upon. Now, just to be clear, I'm not saying people who do this are racist. I'm aware that my brain can do it as well. A microaggression is quite literally defined as an unintentional statement or action. It could be an
look, I don't think this guy is not
automatic brain response that you picked up.
Is not like meaning in a bad way. I think he's just trying to help, but like, God, this is fucking rotted, dude. Like, oh fuck. I'm smart, y'all. I can't. When I hear them in microaggressions, I cannot. I know that's bad. I know that makes me an ignorant person. But I just... No, man. There's a line, and it's that one. It just gets too woke. Oh well.
Earlier in life. Like, girl, we ain't perfect. There's no harm in challenging ourselves to be better at times and maybe stop doing things that hurt other people. Sometimes the things that we say that we don't see as wrong can be marked as racist or bigoted. Doesn't make you, the person, racist. It could just be a misunderstanding or learning curve that you're improving upon. Maybe it's taking you a while to get used to someone's preferred pronouns. Something I myself am considerably terrible at. Maybe, just maybe, the actual racist thing that you're doing is refusing to respect someone by continuing to do something that makes them uncomfortable because of woke cancel culture, or just some bullshit like that. Our social environment is going to play a vital role in how we perceive and interact with other social groups, which gives me a great transition into our final form of racism, internalized racism. We gain this through many ways. Too many to even begin to list right now, but some major, mostly universal ones are family, peer groups, and media. One historic example would be the 1950 film Birth of a Nation, which has been described without word of a lie, the most reprehensibly racist film in Hollywood history. A title that is understandable when you realize it's a glorification of the KKK and white supremacy against the bad, sexually aggressive black people, who were mainly just white actors in blackface. The film was seen by an estimated 200 million Americans in the next few decades after its release, and the film has been credited with sparking mass violence against black communities, and no doubt a catalyst to more extreme acts at the time. Today, the media doesn't need to scream racism in our face to promote racial discrimination. It can work in much subtler ways which, whilst not screaming racist at first, can and do have extreme impacts. Humans are exceptionally good at pattern recognition, recognizing patterns of behavior or stories which paint a repeating pattern. If black people of color are shown more in crime news and crime shows disproportionately to the actual amount of crime, consumers of that content pick up on those details and form inaccurate assumptions. And I know how we as people can be sometimes. The belief in autonomy is freeing yet often illusionary. We don't have nearly as much control over how we intake, interpret, and perceive concepts such as bigotry as we may think we do. The types of media we consume and the people that we surround ourselves in, by choice or not, are those that largely define our beliefs. There are tons of examples that I can pull from to explain this. One of my personal favorites is consumers of crime dramas and the disproportionate amount of police involvement they believe happens in their community. A great way to improve these faults is to promote accurate and informative information. Whether we have free will over our own lives and beliefs is not a topic that I want to get into right now. I think people will literally kill me for getting into that. Let's just right now entertain the idea that we have some control over the influence on other people's lives. So by spreading knowledge and information, we give the greatest gift that we can ever give, the gift of respect and dignity. I really love this community and the stuff that we can do to make it better. It's changed my life. I would love to see it be made into a place accessible to everyone so it can change their lives too. So thank you again to the Dear Solar Saber for inspiring the video. I want to say thank you to the subscribers for the recent support on the videos so far. Thank you Scott Coffin for making the FNAF movie. No reason in particular, I just had a lot of fun watching it. And thank you for watching the video. I'll see you losers next time. Peace.
Alright. Well, that was at least not a racist analysis. I'm admittedly quite happy about that. Okay. So you can just chill and play Pokemon. Let me set up my windows though. Cause I can play it bigger on the second monitor. Hold on. I guess as a video it's okay. It's, like I said, it's a bit too zoomery for me. You know, maybe that's my problem. Otherwise, I thought it was good. The script was good. Play me to sleep. Not sure what to think. I don't know. As for like a video review, yeah, like I liked it, but in terms of like, do I agree with its points? I don't know. I'd need to think about that for a while. It was certainly interesting though. Let's see. Okay, that finally got my correct game. Good. Good job, Kick. You finally learned how to work. Whoa. And then... Oh, hold on. Since I'm high as fuck, I will get stuck. Which won't be very fun to watch if you're just watching for me to play the game. Now, I am too high to apparently spell guide. That is a bit funny. Let me just find one that isn't cancer. Where the fuck am I? Do I have a map? I don't think so. Uh-oh, Raggy. Well, I can't be that far away. Here, I'm just gonna put you full screen. When I can actually find it. What? I said show on full screen. Now you don't want to work? Oh, my bad. I think we're like en route. There's a sign right there. Route 04. Amazing. What was the racist furries called? I don't fucking remember. I'm way too stoned. I'm sorry, bro. I've failed you. I'm sorry. Actually, I think I can have chat over here without you guys double showing. There you go. Alright. We're just gonna fight people, I guess. Oh no, that's a child. Okay. Amazing. Oh, really? I don't think so. Aww. Amazing. See that? Sorry, do you know what this but Sanderhall? What does that mean? Like, is that supposed to look like Xanderhall or something? Like, I'll click on the link once I'm done with the battle. Which is apparently... gonna be mildly frustrating. Oh, yummy. I hate that. Wow. Okay, what? 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 No way! Bro, what? Hold on now. No, I want to make you invisible, dum-dum. No way. Bro, no way. I don't believe you. Y'all's trolling me. Sorry, I'm moving it back here. Here, I'll just do this. Wow, okay, fine. Give me black bars then. Racist furry argues why we need racism and slavery. Cringe warning. This furry takes his dogs out and discusses racism. What? What is this? What is this? What? What is that? I don't sponsor that, alright? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that page is for. I'm just playing Pokemon, alright? That's all I'm doing. Just playing Pokemon, having fun with my friends. No, I want to put it back to game capture. Because on game capture, it actually just... There we go. I was trying to find whatever the Australian furry was referencing. Bro, I would know it, not know. I don't have any potions left. Psych. Uh-huh. Wow. Negative $35. What does that mean? They cost negative $35? That's some cheap ass eggs, bro. Oh, it's okay. I've done that too. Especially if you have like a once a month thing, like Kick only pays out once a month or whatever. It's like you'll forget. Was that painful? Yes, but I got a lot of EXP from it, so... I forget what the fuck you're supposed to do here. What about you? This is a cottage. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm going to throw a Pokeball. Okay. Yeah, I know how to do that. No. No, 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 no. Just going around you. Ah, you must be Kefil. I think I was trying to say Kefils, but it didn't work. Oh, cool. Wally's dead. I don't know, actually. I forget. Yep. Life's a bitch and then you die, true. Oh, that's right, I'm retarded. Sorry, Dad. At least it's warm in bed, hey. You know, that's a pretty wise thought. I'll have to go to bed soon, but I don't feel like not playing Pokemon, so... Y'all is free to hang out, or I'll just play here and play Pokemon. What? Rude. Extra rude. It's warm. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Didn't I try going this way before though and I like couldn't go? Maybe I'm having a stroke or something. Did I miss twice? Bitch said what in the Yeah, you can't fucking... Okay, maybe it was just not that way. It's been unironically years since I've played Emerald. I did say I would play it though on my YouTube community page, so I figured I may as well play it now. Since I've been wanting to play Pokemon, but not sure. I think I'll play, like, Ultra Sun and Moon next. Well, then you go to sleep, my son. Hold on. You guys will listen to the lovely music while I go grab a snack quick, okay? Oh my gosh, sorry you guys. One of my cats decided to spill water everywhere. So, yeah. I am sorry. I am so sorry. No, and it's like so cold outside that if you don't like wipe it up right away, it's like your floors will like freeze and shit. So my bad, y'all. And also, I was playing with my cats a little bit. I will admit to that. I got frozen strawberries in the sandwich, if anyone's wondering. Okay, so you know, what? Yeah, no shit, retard. Okay. Okay. What a tease, bro. Wow. You guys, the worst of the internet ruined my gay ops the other day. And it wasn't even gay ops against anyone, like, good. They never let me have any fun. YouTube has become, like, the family that I didn't ask for. I don't fucking remember what I'm supposed to do, I'm not gonna lie. We're just gonna go places until we cannot go there anymore. Ooh, a Meryl. I love Meryl. Why no cam food? You want me to turn on cam while I'm eating? I can turn on cam if you want. Hold on. I think it's this one. No, this is the broken one that I have to fix. This one. There you go. I didn't know you were eating. Well, now you forced me to turn the cam back on, so... It's all your fault! No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I don't really need a Meryl, but I just really want one. Tackle. Yes. Keep curling. Ow. Rude. Nope. Nope. What up? We're just playing Pokemon right now, because I don't want to do any more React content. I've lost faith in the world. So I'm in Pokemon World instead. What should I name this Meryl? Chat, you have to give me a name. Or else we can't continue. It's a boy Meryl, if that matters to you. Peekaboo. Does anyone have any disagreements? I don't think so. It's the sleeping hour. Okay, I guess we're getting Peekaboo. Also, I realized that you didn't have to use all capital letters anymore, I don't think. Or do you? No, you can use lowercase. I'm smart. That's numbers. That's not what I wanted. Fuck. Where's the E? Cool. Yes. Based. This lady fight me? No. Fuck is this? Some dude's cottage. Excuse me, my apologies. Oh, this guy takes you to that island, doesn't he? Where is he? Where is that motherfucker? Now I'm starting to remember a little bit. It's been like years since I've played this game. Like, probably at least 5. That's right. My hyena's name is Black Furry. Actually. Oops, that was retarded. It's fine. I'm fine. Oh, I don't have one of these yet. I wonder if I can... Shouldn't I be able to do this? No. Why would it fail? Okay, what about now? I swear to God. Yes. Okay, what are we naming this one? There's enough of you here. I'm gonna actually no, I'm gonna name this one. This one is gonna be called. This one is gonna be called Smaggle. Wait, that's not right. We need lowercase. We just need to go back to the fucking ambulance. I don't think I have much more money though, do I? I guess I do. I can only buy up to 4? I guess I'll buy 2. Yeah. Sometimes if you talk to people, they'll give you random shit. I seem to remember you need to go north of here for some reason. But like you can't? It's so confusing. Okay. We figured it out now. Wow. How have I missed twice? Ow. Yikes. Was that a different one? Bruh. Extra, bruh. Nice. I'm surprised I didn't get a level there, though. What the fuck? Thanks, though, for making sure I have to run back to the Pokemon Center now. Very cool. Wait, did she actually heal them? Oh, thank you, madame. Ooh. Another one. I don't care about it, though. We have to do shit up here, I think. Oh, a forest maze. Okay. I think Pxie evolves at level 20 something. Where's that tallow? That would be perfect. Bro, Smaggle's based. No one can say anything otherwise. Just a Smaggle absolutely raping. Just wow. Good job, Smaggle, buddy. Okay. I've got a theory. Wow. Can I catch this thing? No, I don't want Pokemon. Man, they're not... Pokemon are fucking... They're hard to get in the older games. Ah, hell yeah. Who's this guy? Oh, is it Team Rocket? Team Rocket, I'm gonna give you Pokemon. Look at me, Well, that was rude. Actually... I beat him. Thank you for the great ball. I always wanted one of those. Battle me. Fine, don't battle me. Brother, why are you looking sideways? 'Cause my TV's over here. The one in front of me is my OBS and shit. I could move it, I guess. Give me a second, homie. Wait. Hmm? Oh, never mind. I guess I have to wait till this battle's concluded. Okay. I could do this, but you'll have to deal with the PNG though. So that is your problem. I don't want to hear any complaints. Okay. Hello? You should register as the games, madame. Or sir. Or is this just doing the screen? Yeah, it's doing the screen. Dumb! Hold on. Y'all don't know how hard it'd be to be a streamer that is low vision, alright? You don't know what it's like in the streets of I don't know. Low vision town. You don't know? Just don't know. Okay, I think it should be fixed now. Lamau. You gotta admit, I got you pretty good there. Okay, I don't want screen capture to be that though. I want it to be game capture. You were good before. There we go. We've been conquered. Plus, then I can actually read the guide without it looking weird. Alright. I feel like there's more in there that I missed. Or is this just a dead end? Yeah, I'm just retarded. My apologies, everyone. Oh, cool. Thanks for the TM09. I don't know what TM09 is. Let's figure it out. Let's see here. It's bullet seed. We actually are gonna use this one. We're gonna teach it to Jesus Cow. You guys should always give your Pokemon stuff to hold, because it makes them happier for some reason. Okay. Like, I unironically don't know why. They love to hold items for you. What's back here? Ooh. A potion? Alright, rich boy Winston. Oh. Boo! It's too bad I couldn't land a crit right there. It's would have been good. Yeah, fuck your fucking Zigzagoon. I don't know, dude. Why wouldn't you win? It's a fucking surprise to me. Wait, do any of these... Yeah. There we go. I see. Too bad Smaggle is deadly. He's about to use what? I don't remember. Same shit. Maybe maybe it'll build a better defense, I guess. No! Oh, hell yeah! What did I tell y'all? I don't know if I told y'all nothing. Yeah, this tree can be cut down. I know all about that shit. Ooh, a double battle, you say? Oh, sick. Well, of course the fisherman guy is also wanting to battle. Alright, Jesus, Cal, let's go. Show me what you can do. There you go. Perfect. Wait, you say Nidoran, I think? Oh no, he didn't say Nidoran. I'm retarded. Ignore me. That guy's like, hi, would you like to waste your move points on me, bro? Well, thank you. Yeah. Oh, it's fire type Pokemon? Interesting. Yeah, I knew about that. Thank you for telling me. I want them to give me something, really. What is this? Oh. Can I have battle in here at all? Fuck. Cool. Why'd he give me Quick Claw randomly? So weird. Wrong one. Quick Claw just means you attack first and you normally wouldn't. Okay. Random people's apartments. Very cool. Let's just invade them all. Okay, I feel comfortable with this. I'm sure you do too. Ooh. That's gotta be it, right? No, I keep doing it. Well, then I fucking hate your Pokemon. He's a fucking loser! Okay, cool, I get it. Oh, really? Did I, like, max out floors or? This is... okay. Okay. Okay, so this is probably gonna get taken over later, right? Just like self-go and shit. I would assume. Maybe I assume wrong, who knows? Okay. Oh, that's not gonna work, really, is it? I died. How unfortunate. Let's try just Pepe for now. Cool. Okay, well, clearly we need to train Meryl. Wherever the fucking Pokemon Center is, there it is. You train Meryl and Jesus count. Oh, wait, hold on here. Okay, we want to do Peekaboo, Jesus cow, and then we'll switch out. Actually, no, because we'll have to do it this way. Oh, what's this? Thanks, weird lady. This goes back into the woods. That's a bit bleak. Where does this go? Just a pretty flower shop. We can just fight in here, I guess. This will not be the ideal. We'd probably want... The old-fashioned way of leveling up Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen. I might be able to get one in on him. We'll see. Eh. Now you could do it. Nice. There we go. Not too bad. Oh, that wasn't very good. Do I have any more? I do. See, this is a good one for Jesus Cow. This one, not so much. I think we can get past it, though. Oh, maybe not. Might have to switch it over. No. Alright, y'all. I think I'm tuckered out for the night. I made the window too small because, I accidentally clicked the wrong button. So give me a second while I make it bigger so I can see it. And actually save my game. I'm really hoping to get the new one. Hold on. We'll go back to my face here just for fun. For those of you that are still here. I'm gonna get a new monitor and some other stuff for the other room before I move everything in there. But I'm also excited to get the new Pokemon ETB, so look out for that, you guys. Alright, I love you. Tomorrow, I will be streaming around the same time. Which, actually, I'll probably stream a little bit later, probably more around like 10. So, that should be fun. Thank you guys for coming. Make sure that you're subscribing, that you're sharing. Okay, that really helps me. But once we get to that magic 500 number, it's going to be great. If you want to donate to me very easily, you can go to my Kick. That's kick.com/KELDOGE. None of that money goes to Kick, by the way. It all goes to Stripe fees and directly to me. You can also donate to my PayPal or to my Ko-fi, which is in the video description. I will see you guys tomorrow.